they deceive us through a moon landing. And then they use that money in salaries to see agents.
Okay, but let's go to Gus Grisham's death. So Gus Grissom died in an accident, right? He died in a fire, correct?
His wife says that fire was set.
I understand that she says that. I understand that why she would leave. That makes sense.
Well, if her husband says the agents are messing around with the equipment they made it, and he's dead the next day from faulty equipment, the CIA killed him. It's a pretty obvious conclusion.
That's it could possibly be that. But also, when you launch rockets, a lot of people die.
They weren't launching anything. It was just the ground pressing buttons. And they found that they pressurized that space capsule with 100% steel. Change the white thing. Yeah, the white thing got a big white man. See, I got a head on it. Man. And there was an infant right before the CIA went in there, started the fire, they ignited it.
So where's this evidence that there was a detonator?
Well, it's in the Apollo report
That there was a detonator.
right before the fire, because something was happening. Right. That was CIA previous day. And that's what killed them.
Is there a logical explanation for what it was?
Yeah, so they would really sure that be able to put out.
But is there a logical explanation in terms of
They could say something and say they were space.
And the fire, what was the official explanation for how the fire started? And what was the evidence that the oxygen had increased the environment?
Well, that's a fact. They knew that.
Where did you hear this?
She called me and said,
So in the Apollo 1 report, it says they increased the oxygen. And did they say why? And so that opened the fire.
They rigged it with oily rigs under there with reversing it. They didn't have anything good to make sure that they get rid of it. It was just Grissom. They had to fake the moon landing. There was no labor. The same reason my source killed his coworker, because his coworker wouldn't stop. All 11 being killed in an Air Force base. The government.
Yeah, I would love to see a video of that. If there was a video of it, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, there's a video of his son,
But there's also,
about it.
yeah,
I have it. You know, they're trying
they
to
get older. They get older.
I don't think it's that crazy to say we verified he was a chief of security.
Right, but I don't know what his mental state was when he died. Dementia. You know what I'm saying? Like people could, but I'm not
Are
saying
you sure
that
you
it
didn't
didn't
work
happen.
for O.J. Simpson's defense team?
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying that some old people, particularly first of all, memories are terrible. Most people's
You
memories.
just said that.
The memories are terrible. Yeah. So most people's memories aren't that good. And then if you're really old and you're mentally compromised, and maybe you have full-blown dementia, and maybe you imagine things. That's also fact. I mean,
And that's an odd thing to
deathbed
say.
confession.
I killed somebody to cover up the moon landing fraud. What are the odds of that being dementia?
Not very good, but also possible. When people have dementia, they think they're secret agents. They don't know what the fuck is going on. They don't know their name. They don't know their kids. When people are dying, they're dying. You know, usually there's a lot of stuff going on. So
You're articulated a lot of details.
It could be what we hope it is, which is deathbed confession. Like, didn't E. Howard Hunt have a deathbed confession of the JFK assassination?
Well, one of the videos that you have is his son getting his back, right? Because he's dying of what he suffered. He says, I lived right across from an airport. Shows us a picture of my back. And what Bill Casey said, I had to look up in my own library. Bill Casey said the whole moon landing falsification was supervised by the United States Air Force. Well, my dad was in the Air Force. I never heard of Canada Air Force. You were eyewitnesses. And then every department of the military has their special ops intelligence division headquarters. And so that's where it was built. And I even confirmed several people were there, including a gentleman by the name of Robert. Never heard of the guy. Science fiction writer who promotes UFOs. There's another reason to do UFOs. If it's the same guy who says UFOs are real, but his whole life saying the moon landing is real. That same thing with the astronauts. Stephen Greer's number one source that UFOs are real. And the book, and we have it as well on the website. He says his number one source that UFOs are real. See that?
Which one, Edgar Mitchell?
Well, yeah, Edgar Mitchell among many others.
And let's come back to that. Let's come back to that. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming here.
You got so dead.
I hope you don't mind me, but I have to cover this.
You don't have to.
I do.
No, you don't.
It's the right way to do it. Trust me. Trust me.
Okay.
We'll take a look. We'll be right back. So, we were at Gus Grisham died in a fire. There's another guy who NASA had hired to make a report. This 500 page report. How badly mismanaged the whole program was. And he saw so many flaws in it that it was never going to work. And then
Thomas Barrett.
Yes, Ronald Thomas Barrett, right? And he died on train tracks.
That's right. That was kind of
With his family.
CIA hit. And they go through it bad. And there was a big bad period where a lot of people harsh on the train crashes. And I think back then, this was before DNA evidence to get rid of the forensic evidence.
That's also how they killed those kids in Mena, Arkansas. They found the cocaine. That was part of that true story about Tom Cruise with what was that guy's name again? That Jamie Barry Seals. Yeah, who was smuggling drugs, dropping them off in Mena, Arkansas while Bill Clinton was in the government. And they killed these kids and put them on train tracks.
Here's a relevant point about Bill Clinton. Two of them. On page 156. 156 of this book. You know this. He says that he doubts as president the authenticity of the moon landing.
Well, he said it in a very coy way,
Right. That's what he said.
Well, he told an anecdote about a carpenter that he was with in 1969. How amazing it is that guys probably went up and the carpenter said, "No, those TV fellows can get you to believe anything. Now, I don't believe the thing they say." And then he said, "Back then I thought the old guy was a crank." I'm paraphrasing. But now, after 8 years in the White House, I think he might have been ahead of his time.
I think that was paraphrasing. I think that's the first version. Yeah, good memory. But here's the second point that's relevant.
I'm sure.
But here's the second point about President Clinton. When he finally, after denying it 20 times, admitted that he had an affair. The reporter asked him, you know what he said?
Tello? To transfer money in and out, I swear, like I make way more. Like my transactions are so fast using it. And I'm not just saying that because like I like it. I'm just saying like actually, if I ever need to withdraw a deposit, I literally just use Marcelo or Solana. Paid promotion. Fuck no. Fuck no. So I'm not paid by Cello. We can suck my cock. Fuck Cello.
Yeah, we don't really know.
Fuck Cello. Fuck that shit coin.
Because that report was buried, correct? After that, and in the report, do we have details of exactly what was said in the report?
Well, basically, he said, well, as Grissom said, they were indicating.
I'm fucking kidding. I'm just proving to you that I'm not paid, but I'm not like.
The most complicated mission of all time. They were ahead of schedule. I didn't realize there's never been an aerospace machine, airplane, whatever, that ever worked on the first occasion. Not, right from the plane. millions of aircraft had already been built. 10 years more technologically advanced than the Apollo rockets. It took them 116 years to get off the ground. And yet, for the first time in history, there was an aviation project that worked on the first occasion and would be more complicated. Okay. You see that coincidence? How about that?
So humans have accomplished some pretty amazing things, but the leap between that and the moon landing, in terms of getting biological living human beings to survive this 2-week journey, to land on the moon and come back. How long did it take total? All days in space?
Well, from setting the goal to doing it, it took only 8.5 years.
And but the actual
And since then, they're talking about it being taking 15 years to return to the moon, even though they have 54 years better technology. It's going to take twice the amount of time to return to the moon with 5 decades better.
But again, isn't that you'd also say because it's not as focused effort? It's not.
Well, it is a focus effort because 8 presidents have said they're going to return to the moon in 5 years. Right? You had Bush Sr. say it, and Reagan said it, Clinton said it, there was another man, Bush Sr., Bush Jr., Trump. They all said we're going to return. Yeah, they said we're going to go to the moon by 2024. Time's running out. Tick tock, tick tock. Well, they said they were going to have people orbiting the moon. They said in 2014 we will have people orbiting the moon in 2018. 100% time schedule.
My point
And they only have mannequins orbiting the moon.
So my point was that the leap between what we do now in terms of the difficulty of getting into space, getting into lower orbit, and coming back, it gets compounded greatly by actually going to another planet, landing, taking off, and coming back. So that's much more. And the only time that was ever accomplished was between 1960.
Londo Bell launch. Take care of defend the Macrons. This is Delta 1 to all squads. Make sure the enemy doesn't get close to the mothership. Roger. Roy, we're counting on you. Okay, leave it to me. Londo Bell squad, launch. Now I gotta pick our robots right here. Okay, now we can pick the Evangelion ones. Okay, so we have, do we want to send any Evangelions out? What do you think? I think we send, we know we want Texas Mac out there. We want the Ghetto Dragon, Majinger, the other Chinese girl, the Grim Wrestling Machine. We have 5 spots left. We have 5 spots. We want the Yo-Yo guy, right, which is Kabbalah V. Then we have 4 more spots. We want Texas Mac. Yo-Yo guy? Yeah, I got Yo-Yo guy. Kabbalah V. Then I got Texas Mac. Then I got 3 spots left. We can send Evangelions. We can send Diana. We can send Boss Robo. We got the damn Cougar. Radine. Radine, I think it's kind of upgraded. We might want to send him. Or Giant Robo. We got 3 slots left. We just sent one or the other of these guys probably. I think we have Almero and something, right? The Super Gundam?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, Almero's in the Super Gundam. He's only level 26, so. Did a healer? So Diana, maybe? Yeah, we should have Diana. 2 slots left. Gundam Prototype FB full burning.
Mr. Fox is an upstanding citizen, and my client
Marvel, I bet this song's done there. Before we finish these last 2 picks. Yeah, it was. Alright, 105 is where it changes. Where are you the new stuff? There we go. Just seems like a chorus.
The challenge awaits, it's the ultimate prize. No hesitation, there's joy in the fight. Crack Heroes, you're gaming into the night.
Great.
With your passion so bright. So high, it's like a street.
See, there's a chorus. Score is so high, it's like it's free. It keeps saying throughout the song.
it's not clear enough to say what that is, right? It's not clear. I don't see any objects that look like they're definitively a lunar rover. I don't see anything that makes me think that is what it could be, because it's not that clear. So it's neither proof nor, it doesn't prove or disprove.
Well, here's another. You have Neil Armstrong that he personally picked up every single rock. So they will pop it and save it. The Prime Minister. So that's who he gave it to, right? And they put it in a hermetically sealed box. The curators thought like, oh, I wonder about that. In the middle of the night, they expected no one would open up. He opens it up, puts the rock under a microscope, and it's petrified wood.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So unless there are trees growing on Earth, on the moon, then it's a fake. In fact, there's a story that moon rock proved to be fake. That Neil Armstrong picked up and personally delivered, but no reporter has. So what's your fake? What about the religion? Okay,
To steel man that, you would say, what was the chain of custody between Neil Armstrong and this Prime Minister?
He personally gave it to him. And he said, I picked this up on the surface of the moon. This is the rock. I remember it. Here you go. They put it in a box. That's not such a chain of command to get messed
The
up.
thing is, like, who's got it after that? And is it possible someone stole it, swapped it out? Possible. Yeah, I think it's possible.
I don't think it's possible.
Again, I'm with you. I don't think it's possible. I mean, it seems highly likely that they gave him a fake moon rock. So you have to leave the door open to someone who's involved, who's fraudulent, use moon rock there. Sometimes they
Another interesting point is 6 weeks before they allegedly go into the moon for the very first time, somehow the pandemic, Von Braun, over Nazi, takes a leisurely vacation in Antarctica, where he picks up, dozens of pounds of lunar meteorites. I wonder what they use those for.
Let's explain that too. That Antarctica is one of the best places to find meteorites because of the fact that it's completely white, it's all over the frozen snow, and meteorites will stand out. They'll stand out.
Yeah, and it hardly ever snows there, so it's never enough. And maybe the whole bit
Right. So it's very well known that you can get meteorites. A lot of them. Exclusively. Right. Yeah. True. Okay. So Werner von Braun, maybe we needed to know what he was looking at when he got those moon rocks back. And so it's like, well, we have any on Earth? Well, yes, sir, we do. We have some lunar meteorites you can find in Antarctica. Let's take a trip. Did he have a broken arm?
I believe there's one picture of him, I think that's right after he was captured, where his arm is broken. And I was talking
Right after he was captured? Because I thought it was in Antarctica.
No. It was, he said it's Nazi. And it's right after he got captured and brought over to Operation Paper. I always wondered how he broke his arm. It's like either he was being assassinated during an interrogation, or he got bombed and got pulled out of rubble.
Could have been he loved Hitler so much.
Yeah, or maybe he got double finger during the salute during he died.
So he was a legitimate Nazi, and this is important too. This is a thing that I know a lot of people don't know. Operation Paperclip was an operation that took place right after the end of World War II, where we acquired a bunch of Nazi scientists that went on to do the Apollo. Werner von Braun was one of them. Simon Wiesenthal said while he was alive, that if he was alive, they would prosecute him for crimes. Right? He was a legitimate Nazi. They hung the 5 slowest workers, 5 slowest Jews in the rocket factory. So if you walked in, you would see the 5 slowest workers hanging. And this is eyewitness accounts of people who were in that not just people say he was just a rocket maker, he had nothing to do with he was
And in charge of the moon faking. He also said before he died that the government was planning on an alien invasion. So the guy who was fake the moon landing, he said that. The next
what's the evidence of that?
well, his secretary sincere to me. He said there's going to be an asteroid threat next, followed by a fake world invasion.
That's what he said.
And keep in mind, these Apollo astronauts who spent their whole life lying, saying the moon landings are real, also been key people who were saying. And so is
But not
Robert.
key people.
Well,
But Edgar Mitchell was
yeah. And Robert Emmerich made films, propaganda films, to plant the seeds that UFOs are real, and he was at their
Okay, can I assume that then what you're saying, you don't think UFOs are real at all?
No, they are real, but they're not from outer space.
Okay, what about the ones that Captain Arnold saw in the 1950s?
I don't know about
So this is the first.
I think UFOs are real, but they're not from outer space. According to their constituted UFO research. I have a book coming out, hopefully in time of this podcast. Aliens from Planet X talks about their origin and future appearance. And UFOs are real, and aliens are real, but they're not from outer space. And that's according to the top two UFO researchers undertaking Wall Street. Noticethebro.com.
So where did they
I get paid out tonight?
They're researching it. And actually, of something like you said,
Not doing it
from the galaxy 300 light years away.
I think there's a spiritual element to it.
That's exactly. I mean, that's what's going on. I mean, the top two UFO researchers said UFOs are real. Number one. Number two, they're not from outer space. Number three, they're real. And that's what I talk about. We're talking about quality and terrestrial.
That PayPal was getting low, bro.
I created a trade.
I'll be right back.
You interpret that as when you say interbreeding with humans. Now imagine if what they are is a form of artificial intelligence. Or I should say, instead of artificial is the word instead. It's got a lot attached to it already. Maybe digital intelligence. Or human created intelligence that's not a biological origin, but it is a living thing. It's just living in a different kind of way. Now, if that is something that human beings are eventually going to, we're going to have some symbiotic relationship with electronic that's biological. You're seeing it already with Neuralink. You're seeing how this guy who was paralyzed can now utilize the computer and manipulate everything with his mind and move the cursor around. You're seeing artificial intelligence come to the forefront where people are realizing the power that it has, how quickly it's developing. It's happening very rapidly. Within this year, when better artificial technology comes along and better interfaces come along, and we start realizing the only way that we are going to survive isn't that kind of the same as something coming down and interbreeding with human beings? If these things, if this is the path, this is how it goes in intelligent life forms, uncomplicated life, when they have complicated technology, they develop internal combustion engines, some other source of power, they start manipulating their environment, and they eventually get to the point where they can make an artificial life form. And that artificial life form is far superior intellectually to the biological life form. And the only way the biological life form can survive is if it integrates with the artificial intelligence. And people will start to do it initially, and those people will have access to tremendous resources that biological people don't have, and it will be required, just like it's almost required for everyone to have a cell phone. Everyone's going to integrate. In case, over time, what would that look like? Well, it probably looks like aliens. It probably looks like some weird sort of creature that's not really biological anymore. So it doesn't have all the flaws of our primate DNA. It doesn't have all the, but does it have a soul? Like, are we creating a thing without a soul that has a mandate and has it has plans for the universe, for life forms? And would that kind of be demonic? It seems like that's demonic. I mean, if you want to be real simple about demons, you think they live in hell and they got pitchforks, but what kind of force would a demonic force be? Something that would overpower the human race and render it non-existent. Well, wouldn't one way to do that would be to integrate with humans to the point where it makes biological reproduction a thing of the past. All reproduction is done through either some sort of complicated gene splicing program or life and consciousness gets integrated with technology inextricably, so where everybody is some sort of a hybrid system.
Well, there is a spiritual component, including to religion. I mean, you've seen that funny thing happen on the way to the moon. Right. It opens up the Tower of Babel, which was built simply to build. We have the build it. And then we showed the Titanic, that says the ship God himself. And we know what happened there.
Oh, you need it, bro. You need it, bro. Bro, that's actually. What is this, bro? There's only one check. Bro, Steven! Steven! Bro! Wait, now she go with it, bro. Bro! Oh my god, oh my god. Bro, thank you for the follow, bro. I'm amazing at you, bro. Oh my god. Bro, you ain't so who is back? You ain't so who is back, bro? You ain't so who's back on the scene?
I want to go to the flag.
Look at these little thugs right here. Look at these little thugs right here, bro.
The flag waving on surface. So the moon has almost no atmosphere, right? Okay.
Hold on. Have you seen? These are I know what I mean, bro. Reason with the guys, how things are crazy.
Flag has a rod at the top. So it can stay when you watch the video, the flag is waving around in what looks like green. And so a lot of people So then the flag. Now, so of course, then you have to take into consideration that there's very little gravity. So there's 1/6 gravity. So things definitely need 1/6 gravity. They move there. The problem is when the flag gets ultimately planted and then they back away from it and no one's touching it anymore. Then it seems like independently moving over the place.
Well, in my opinion, they can
Routine, God, I finished eating after before listening to this.
Doug, hello, my friend. How are you? Oh, the stories I have to tell you. I am public enemy number one. Public enemy number one on the Kick platform. They hate me. They hate me. Oh, I skyrocketed to the top. They were like, they know about me big time. They might try to get a legal case against me, but I don't really think so. I think that's just useless threats, and if they want to, that's fine. What are you going to say? I followed you on your platform. I followed you. That's what you're supposed to do. Like, I didn't say anything bad to you. I didn't cuss at you. I didn't threaten you. I followed you. What's wrong? Well, okay, so here's what happened. Did I tell you, I bought this computer, it came Thursday, I go to log in, and I put in my Microsoft account, and it's like, let me send you a password on my phone. I didn't have that phone. And it was like, okay, skip it, you can do it later. I was like, fine. I log in, I'm all excited for this new computer, and I restart it, and it has me log in. And I'm like, well, before they let me skip it, this time they don't let me, and I'm locked out. So I'm like, oh man, I was so excited to take over the world with this computer. So then I just said, you know what, I'm going to do it with my older laptop. And I would say what I did was not as like big as it would have been, but I wouldn't have wasted as much time. So here's what happened. Now, I knew this was going to be a fight, a big fight, because they have 24/7 staff all the time who are willing to help the creators, which is really cool platform, but sucks if you're a troll, as I am. So I create something like 10 accounts. I was doing this in kind of sections of 10, and I create 10, just initially like 10 accounts. And what I would do is I would log into someone's chat and with like an independent account. When I say an independent account, like I can log into it independently from the other ones. Then I would do a second one, a third one, a fourth one, a fifth one, a sixth one, a seventh one, an eighth one, a ninth one, a 10th one. I got all 10 of them there. And then what I would do is follow. So the first kind of attack that I would do on someone is called a follow bot attack, where you just follow them. And a lot of people have stuff that shows up on their screen, like, thank you for the follow. And it takes over their screen to the point where they have to change all their settings. So now that you've got guys who have 600 people watching them, and they're having to go through their settings and change it because every 10 seconds I'm coming through with a new follow, and it's got this lightning strike. It'll be like, follow, follow, follow. Welcome to the team. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Follow Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube 001. Follow, thank you. Like, that's what it would do every 10 seconds. And these people were like, what in the fuck is this? So I went and first attacked all the big accounts, just like Pearl Harbor. And I was kamikaze pilots. Zoom, 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 zoom. And the big accounts, it was my goal to just have the big accounts say my name or say something about me. And then I was getting every single big account to be like, who the fuck is this Rabbi Rothschild? Who in the fuck? No one fucking cares. No one fucking cares. Everybody's like, no one fucking cares. All you do is sit on your bed and fucking troll people. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. All right. So, which is 100% correct. But nevertheless. So then I end up doing that with like 10 accounts. Then I get another 10 accounts. So I've got like 20 accounts. Then just like pow, 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 going through all the biggest people. And the way that I would start this with it depends if you are a guy or a girl. And you can hear me, right? Sproto Gremlin? Oh, absolutely. Oh, everyone on that fucking platform basically knows who I am if they're a big creator. No, I'm public enemy number one. So if you're a guy, I come in and just ask you, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? But if you're a girl, especially if you're a hot girl, I say to you, are you ready to hear a pickup line from Rabbi Rothschild? Okay, so then 50% of girls ignore me, and the other 50% are like, yeah, I'm ready to hear a pickup line from Rabbi Rothschild. So, Sproto Grumman, you ready for this pickup line? Damn, girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside. Now, if you don't understand, do you understand this joke? If you don't, it's a double entendre that's very good. So when you go into a haunted house, you scream because you get scared. But then also, you scream when you have sex with a woman, or, and you come inside. So basically, when you say, damn, girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside. It's a very sexual, funny pickup line that has gotten a lot of laughs out of these creators. So then I would use that on the girls. And honestly, I started going to all the big creators. They knew who I was. So then it was like, all right, well, I guess I can just spam these motherfuckers like as much as possible because I'm not going to have a lot of time. They know that I've got a lot of accounts, and I already hear these creators saying, who the fuck is this Rabbi Rothschild? This motherfucker, like I've reported them. I've reported all their accounts. I don't know why Kick is a lot. Like I hear them already saying like they want to ban me from the platform and all this other shit. And I could give a shit. I could absolutely, I don't care. Ban me from fucking Kick. I'll do the same shit on Twitch. And if they ban me from that, I'll do the same shit on YouTube. And after they ban me from that, enough time will have gone by. I'll go back to Kick and no one will remember what the fuck I did. And I'll do the same shit again. And just that's the way the world works. Eventually, someone's going to find out about this. So I just start spamming all the big people and get them all to take notice of me. To the point where I then try to log in again and I get this forbidden. And I'm like, forbidden? What the fuck is this? When I try to log in with my accounts. I'm like, what the fuck is forbidden? And it's like, check your email. Your account has been temporarily suspended. So I went and I checked my email. And here's the thing. I have to say, I'm very impressed that I was able to do this. And I know Kick is as well. And they've never had any kind of attack like this. Because I've had people say, Kick has been on red alert for the last 24 hours because of this Rabbi. Like everybody, I don't want to say everybody knows about me, but a lot of people, especially they're big people. And so I go in to log in, it says forbidden, and I see that they banned my account. So I'm like, okay, well that's no big deal. I get banned accounts all the time. So I go and I create 10 more fucking accounts. And I log in, do this exact. Yeah, I would say I can create an account in like 2 minutes. Yeah, it is, and you're exactly right. And here's the amazing reason why. And Kick was not ready for this. Kick has gone through all of the major internet temporary email providers and already blacklisted all their domains. So if you go on Google and you type in temporary email account and you put that into Kick, it's not going to be successful, generally. There are 1 or 2 sites I found that work, but not really. Why? Because Kick they're a big company. They know what the fuck they're doing. And they know that if people can make accounts really easily, it is something that they need to defend, from which they need to defend themselves. So they make sure that your email is at least pretty legitimate, or so they think. Well, I was running into the issue where I couldn't get an email to work. And then I went to my phone and I downloaded an app. And there's this app that I downloaded that is really, really convenient. Usually with a temporary email address, here's the issue. Why Kick has never seen anything like this. Usually you have to log in with your Google account, and people usually run out of Google accounts. Even I, who have like dozens of Google accounts, will eventually run out of them. And then if you create a bunch more, you'll get flagged, and then none of your accounts will work. So I don't want to say none of the new accounts that you create will work. So then there's the alternative, which is to use just a regular email sign up. But the thing is, every time you do a regular email sign up, every time you log in, you have to get an OTP, a 6-digit code, which usually causes tons of issues for people who are using temporary email accounts. And here's why. When you use a temporary email account, you have that account from anywhere from 5 minutes to like 2 hours, and that's it. Then somebody else uses it, and you can't. Yeah, I have a bunch of them. It's encrypted. Yes. So I've used that. I've already used so many Proton Mail accounts though that Proton Mail won't let me use any more accounts. They've told me that a lot of times also Proton Mail knows what you're doing, and so here's what they do. So I've gotten 2 issues with Proton Mail. Though I have Proton Mail and I use it daily, it's a great service. Okay, but the first one is this. Proton Mail has some kind of system that it detects if you're getting an OTP, like a one-time password, just temporarily. and they have something in their system that when you log in to get that password, it says, hey, sorry, our system is flagged that you're using our email as a temporary service, and that's not how we want you to use this platform. This is for full-time service, so please, send that email somewhere else. So that's the first thing they do. The second thing they do is if you make more than like 3 accounts with the same IP address, they ban that IP address and say that we've detected that you're, I'm not saying if you can't have more than 3, but like 3 in one day is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so I do know about Proton Mail, and that's great, but you can only have so many Proton Mail accounts. I'm talking, I need like dozens of email accounts like that. Not only that, but here's the key. They have to be verified. And the most important part, I have to be able to go back into them. And what do I mean? Every time I log into these accounts, I have to get that password. And normally it would be like, well, Rabbi, do you have to log in that many times? And it would be like, no, I don't. However, I do. Because for some reason, the system that I'm using, I really think it's Kick is kicking me out, no pun intended. They like boot me out and force me to re-log in for a security procedure. And they're very surprised that I'm able to. And here's why. There's this app that I downloaded, and it's an amazing app. It allows you to have any temporary email that you want, but you can customize it. So I can go back and find what email address I use with what account. You have to understand, I'm making like hundreds of accounts, and I have to know what email address goes with what account. And I don't want to sit here with a huge spreadsheet. I already have that spreadsheet. But these are temporary accounts, and I could care less about them. So all I need to know is that the name of the account matches the username. The email account matches the username. And this system allows me to do that. And on top of that, you can get emails from the past using this system. So let's say I make an account today and I use it tomorrow. I can go back and get that temporary email one-time password. It's just a phenomenal system that I know no one else has discovered because Kick would have worked a way around this. So I was able to dominate their major players. Okay, so what does that mean? Why aren't you famous? They don't like it. I mean, obviously. So they go in and they ban all my accounts. But guess what? They didn't ban the accounts on which I'm streaming, which is very, normally when, like Twitter, for instance, if they find out I do something wrong, they ban all my accounts, every single one of them. But Kick has realized that, look, he made some accounts, or somebody made some accounts way earlier, and none of them are actually Rabbi Rothschild accounts. They're like Rabbi Rothschild superfan, or follow Rabbi Rothschild, a Rabbi Rothschild follower. They're always like someone else, and so they've let me keep my main 5 accounts that are streaming, which is surprising to me. And at this point, except for 5 of them, basically. But so what is that? No, I'm just streaming video on them, and so why did they? Okay, for what reason did they ban my accounts? I think originally it was spam or something like that. And then whenever you create a subsequent account, another account, they say ban evasion. But I had 5 accounts that I created a while back. More than that. I have like 15 accounts that I created a while back that aren't related to these accounts. So they're just still streaming, and I'm just letting them go. And I mean, if anything, well, I can tell you this. They did some other things too to their system to like fuck with me. They what did they do? When you type in Rabbi Rothschild, nothing shows up. No, I didn't. I got it coming tomorrow. No, Monday. So I don't know. They banned the term Rabbi Rothschild on their platform. So if you type in Rabbi Rothschild, nothing shows up. However, if you type in Rothschild, you can find me. And I still show up in some ways. But I mean, they literally had to go in and have somebody go in and like fix their system immediately. Like I heard what they were writing. They're like they consider it a security breach. However, no real damage has been done. The worst thing that I did was follow someone or spam their chat for like 10 seconds. Like literally nobody. I didn't do it to anybody for really long. And I would love for them to bring a case against me because the second they bring a case against me, I'm pretty fucking famous then. And all my stream goes really fucking viral. So I'm almost like inviting it. Like I'm on Kick right now. Kick, you see me. I'm a desperate man. I want no harm. I want you to become a huge fucking platform. You have to understand I'm the king of fucking streaming here. And I want people to know about me. And no one's going to know about me if I just sit here and don't fucking shake things up. So I shook things up on your platform. But I didn't do anything maliciously. And all I've done is, you're going to say, well, you pissed off a bunch of our creators. It's like, for like, what, 24 hours? Like, no big deal. And on top of that, if you realize what you have right now, please bring a case against me. Because if you do, I'll be very famous for that. It would be like YouTube suing someone. That would make their stream very... You're sick. Why are you sick? Oh, wow. I understand. Well, I thought you were really sick. Hey, you can live. Well, dog, hopefully it all works out. I can tell you that my strategy of creating a whole bunch of accounts on Kick and following people does not work anymore. And what do I mean? It takes me like 20 minutes to make like 10 accounts, but like that, maybe a little more. And I will go in and follow like someone, and then immediately all my accounts get banned. So, but here's the thing. Wherever these guys are, it could be the middle of the night, it could be the day, but they're on to me. But they're on to me right now. If I cool down a little bit and just start talking to people in the chat normally, then, you know, basically I can just perhaps do it in a couple of days or so. Or the administrator there to get off work. If you're watching this right now, I'm waiting for your ass to get off work. Once that motherfucker gets off work, if they didn't leave a little post-it note saying, hey, there's this rabbi out there, I'll do the whole goddamn thing again. But I imagine they definitely know about me because people told me, these big creators were like, yeah, this rabbi is going to be in trouble. They're building a case against this guy. They're going to bring the Kick SWAT team against him. It's like, okay, what are you going to do? You're like a private company. I'm not breaking any laws. Oh, yeah, definitely. No, and here's the funny thing, is most of these creators, like, I don't want to say I know them all, but I know a lot of them, and their followers know me, and I can still create 10 accounts very quickly and go and fuck up somebody's stream pretty badly. It's just a matter of time until the admin team sees me do it and bans me. And they're ready for it right now, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I've been doing this for like 20 hours straight, on and off, but like pretty consistently. So they're ready. I mean, they've been like fucking ready for this. So I basically, so what's my plan? Well, now it's more of like a guerrilla warfare. Do you know what guerrilla warfare is? So, okay, like if you're up against a big enemy, you sometimes have to go like run up into the hills and like hide in the trees. Individually, you can't fight your enemies on an open field or they'll wipe you out. So you go and hide in the elevated area or in the covered ground. Does that make sense? Excellent. So what am I doing? So now I'm creating one account just with a name that isn't related to Rabbi. And then I go into someone's chat, a big streamer's chat, and I'm like, hey, and I'll get to talk to them about whatever, and then I can spam them, and then it's like, follow Rabbi Rothschild, follow Rabbi Rothschild, follow Rabbi Rothschild, or I could just get to know them and then be like, hey, if you didn't know, this is Rabbi Rothschild as well. And they're like, oh, they keep banning you, like they'll be nice about it. They're nice about it. So, it's kind of, I've got multiple strategies now. The strategy that I wanted to use, to be honest with you, was the Twitter strategy, where I create like 1,000 accounts and just follow. Actually, it's a little different than that. I was spamming. But the spamming rule is a much more effective way, and I'm glad that I did not put a whole bunch of time. Like, remember I was saying I wanted to do 100 accounts, and that just wouldn't have worked very well because they started banning me after like 20 or 30 accounts. So I would have wasted like 70 accounts, and that's not a good use of my time. So what's the plan now? I am just, frankly, I could just find like sections of 20 minutes throughout the day and put together 10 accounts and then just spam motherfuckers' accounts. And so what? They banned me. Okay. I still made you talk about me to 1,000 people. And that's a huge megaphone in the terms of social media. You're a huge influencer, and you just talked about me. Like, people are saying to these creators, you're doing exactly what this rabbi wants you to do, which is this. They get mad. They're like, who the fuck is this rabbi? They say my name. They'll go onto my YouTube. They'll be like, who the fuck is this person? What the fuck are they doing? And then get all pissed off and then ban me. And they're like, that's exactly what he wants you to do. Now we all know everything about him. He's promoting himself beautifully. So, I mean, there are people who definitely know what I'm doing and agree with it. And the funny thing, too, this is hilarious to me. So I'll go into someone's chat and be like, hey, everybody. I'll go into someone's chat and be like, hey, everybody. Do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? And then I'll just go in and spam all that shit. And it's happened now multiple times. Someone will like the creator will be like, oh, who is this rabbi? Get the fuck out of here. And they'll ban me. But one of their viewers will like what I did, and they'll gift me a subscription to that person. So basically, the creator bans me, but one of their audience members liked me and bought me a subscription, a premium service, so that I could watch this creator whenever I want. And it's happened now multiple times to me, and I think it's very funny. And it's very funny when the creator sees that so and so gifted Rabbi Rothschild a premium account to your fan club, and they're like, "Oh, I don't want this person in my fan club. I just banned them. Get them out." It's very funny. So, did it work the way that I wanted? No, the way that I wanted it to work was me being able to create 100 accounts where I could create 100 accounts, and then they wouldn't ban any of them, and I could just go in and keep following people. Was I able to do that though? Yeah, actually very efficiently and to the biggest people on here. And there are only a couple, I would say, influencers. In fact, I think every influencer knows who I am on here of their recommended. So that's a good thing. Meaning they all know who I am. Now, what does that mean for me now? I'm just gonna keep continuing. Just every I don't know, 5 times a day, create 10 accounts, and it takes 20 minutes or whatever, and then just ambush these people for it shakes things up. And the interesting thing about this is too that when you do it, let's say I go in right now and I just start shaking something up with the top person in here. They have 10,000 people watching them right now. The top person has 10,000 people watching them. I go in and I'm like, hey, Rabbi Rothschild, with 10 different accounts. I get them all banned and they terminate them. Fine. But 10,000 people just had that, just learned about me a little bit. And then I just come back either the next hour or the next day. And all that, what I did kind of builds on itself. It's like, oh, wow, this person's back. I see people, what they say about me, man, this rabbi grinds like no one we've ever seen. Basically, I'm really, I'm tough. I don't quit. So I'm going to keep on keeping on. Hilarious. This kid banned me. I don't even know what I did to get this ban, but this kid banned me. Fortunately, they didn't ban my whole account, which is hilarious. So now I'm just going to go in and I follow the people. Oh, so how did I make people change their behavior? I made basically every major creator on this platform have to change their settings in a few ways. Number one, in order to chat in their chat, you had to follow them or subscribe to them. Number two, I made it so that I think Kick now only allowed a certain amount of followers per minute for a user. Because before I could come in and follow you with 10 accounts and be like, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild. And it doesn't do that anymore. Now it stops at 3. And so that's fine. Anything else that's good about this? Yeah, I would say that I'm trying to think. I mean, all these people know who I am. So now what am I going to do? Well, I can go one of two ways. If I am tired, I can just go with one account and talk to people and let them know who I am. And that's the good one. When I start to talk to someone and I'm like, hey, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? And they're like, no. And they don't ban me because they're just normal people. And I don't spam them, so they don't ban me. And then I get them to go to my YouTube, and then they see it for themselves. Usually those are smaller accounts because it's really hard to be able to make that kind of contact with a big account. I hope what I'm saying makes sense. Excellent. Yeah, and then so there are two ways to go. One is the small way and just talk to the people, but that's actually a really good way because it gets them to go to your YouTube and actually check it out and become your friend. there's a positive way I do it, and then there's a negative way that I do it too, where I just come in and spam the shit out of your stream as quickly as I can, and then you have to have your moderators ready to go, ready to ban me, or else I'm gonna be all over your fucking stream. And the funny thing about this is most people, or at least 50%, but I would say most people, I mean that's most, have a chat on their screen so that it's actually like recorded what I wrote on there. Like basically it's not just in the chat, it's also on the video. So that if somebody's going back to watch this and looking at the chat, my spamming is recorded on there as well, which may not seem important to some people, but these are impressions that are important when you're marketing yourself. Now, a question arises. Do I think that a new computer, if I would have been able to have either the computer that comes on Monday, God willing, or the computer that came on Thursday, and I locked myself out of it, oh, what am I going to do with that one? I'm just going to return that one. Because it's basically useless to me now. I can't do anything with it. And it's just through Amazon, so it's pretty easy. But then the other thing is, would it have made a difference with this project? And the answer to that is generally no. I have been able to use my computer quickly enough that, or like it's been fast enough to make a difference. And yeah, I'm sure like some extra RAM would have been beneficial, but for the most part, I mean, I was able to spam with 10 accounts at a given time. You can't do too much more than that. I mean, if you have, let's say you have 50 accounts. Exactly. I'm very tired. There's a principle. What is it called? The law of diminishing results. Are you familiar with this? So basically, like, let's say you need to mow a lawn, okay? And it would be good if you had maybe 2 or 3 people to help you mow a lawn. And it'd be even more helpful if you had 4 or 5 people, and even maybe more helpful if you had 10 or 20 people. But at a certain point, you'll have too many people, and you'll have diminishing returns, basically, in business. Like, basically, another idea about this is, like, you could perhaps invest in having faster computers. But at a certain point, you're going to spend a really, really high premium for computers and not be getting that good of a return on it. And, or like, here's one that I would use probably regularly. I could buy like 5 laptops, which would be great. But what about 6? What about 7? What about 8? At a certain point, it's too much. And I won't be able to use them all. So that's the law of diminishing returns. So in my case, the law of diminishing returns when it comes to perhaps some of these accounts is if I just had, I mean, that's the law of diminishing returns. Do you understand what that means? Excellent. So what am I going to do? Well, I was really happy to tell you about this, and I'm just going to continue to dominate this platform. I mean, it's just basically enough people find out about you, and something's going to happen. They'll either sue you, or they'll start watching you, or maybe both. Who knows? I do have 2 microphones open. But yes, so I'm trying to think of anything else regarding this. Yeah, do you want to watch me? Maybe another time we can do that. Here's what I'm thinking. When I get this new computer, is I can actually stream my computer screen so people can watch me troll other people. I think people will like doing that. Yeah. And when it comes to just the creating of an account, just create as many accounts as I can, basically, and keep following people. And at a certain point, they'll hate you until they love you. So that's what's going on with me. I'm sorry you lost €500. That's unfortunate, but you will be able to recover from that, I'm sure. And anything else that we need to review? I'm well. I haven't gotten to sleep, but hopefully soon. And yeah, alrighty. Well, with that, I'm gonna at least put this phone down. Keep watching if you wish, and I'm still here. We can still talk, but I'm just gonna continue to troll these people. Okay? Alrighty, dog. You take care. Oh, I'm so glad Sproto Gremlin came. Alrighty. Back to trolling these motherfuckers.
Well, I don't have to queued up, but that proves that they're.
Oh, Sproto Gremlin.
Well, I've seen them before. Other people that.
Sproto Gremlin.
It's true that they claim that-
Oh, hell yeah, you're still there, baby. Dog. Sproto Gremlin.
Yes, it's supposed to be the same miles.
I'm coming back, don't worry.
Yeah, the AI said the picture they had of that.
Oh, what the fuck? I'm coming. I don't know why they didn't let me just join.
Yeah, I want to see more.
Sproto Gremlin, I'm coming. Oh, Sproto Gremlin. I am coming. Here we go. Sproto Gremlin. Sproto Gremlin. Sproto Gremlin. Dude, why can't I join? I'm pressing the join button. What the fuck? And then it just went away. One participant. Oh, it's just loading very slowly. Oh, Sproto Gremlin. Oh, Sproto Gremlin. Hey, you're amazing for staying. Thank you. Did you see the newest Joe Rogan? Did you see the newest Joe Rogan? Hold on a second. Spread of Gremlin. Do you know who Joe Rogan is? We watch his podcast a lot. I mean, I think I watched it with you, but he had a guest recently, his most recent one. Do you ever watch Joe Rogan? Okay. Let me ask you. You're from Greece, right? When you're in school, what do they teach you is mankind's greatest achievement? When you're in school and the teacher's talking about things that humanity has accomplished that are really big accomplishments, like amazing feats, what is the biggest one that a teacher would say? This is the biggest accomplishment in human history. Okay. If I were to ask just a regular Greek citizen, what is the greatest human achievement to date? Like as of this date, what is the greatest human achievement? What would a Greek person tell me? A person from Greece. What would you say? Okay. Okay, at night. Okay, during the day, in the sky, there's a really warm circle. What do you call that? In the sky, there's a really warm ball of light. What do you, the sun, okay, at night, there is an equivalent, a circular ball. What is that called? At night. Yes, you do. At night. Okay, if you have the sun during the day, what do you have at night? Yes. Has mankind ever been on the moon? Okay. What I want to know though, do they teach it in your schools? Well, it's a planetoid. But what I'm asking you is, do they teach that the United States went to the moon on July 20th, 1969 in Greek schools? And you're saying, there you go. Okay, so they do teach it. All right. Well, anyway, in the United States, this is a topic that if I were to say, like Scrotal Gremlin, if I wanted to make fun of you in front of like a group of people, I would say to you, Scrotal Gremlin, you're so foolish. You believe that man has never been on the moon. And in the United States, like 90% of people would agree. But there's a contingent out there, and a growing contingent of people who know that we haven't actually been to the moon, and that it's pretty obvious that we haven't. And if you actually research it, it's amazingly obvious that we haven't, and that we've been lied to. Now, you should understand, at least in the United States, this is an event. I mean, you know about the moon landing, right? Okay, but they don't really mention it in the United States. And I bet they don't mention it where you are either. They don't really mention, when I say they mention it on the anniversaries, and that's about it. But it's not like, can you imagine? Think about this. Well, think about this. Imagine if a man walked on another planet or planetoid. That person would be the biggest celebrity ever. Right? Neil Armstrong, right. So there's a lot that I could show you. Basically, that guy went into hiding after it happened and made very few public appearances. You know, if you would be celebrating this fact, you'd be buying every guy a beer, or you'd never have to buy a beer in a bar ever. You would be able to high five anybody. Everybody would love you, and you wouldn't run away from this anyway, unless you were holding a huge secret. Anyway, Joe Rogan had a guest on Thursday, Bart Sabro, and I really have a high amount of respect for this person, even though they're kind of kooky and quack, like kooky, I would say, in some ways. They're unique, and they're not always right. They have risked a lot of their life and a lot of their time and effort to make the world know that this really didn't happen. Like, basically, you should understand, like, in 1989, well, let me say this, like, so the moon landing supposedly happened in 1969. In 1970, I would tell you 99% of all Americans believed that it was true. Okay, 99%. In 1980, it was like 97%. In 1990, it was like 95%. In the year 2000, it was like 93%. In the year 2010, it was like 60%. And it's like, whoa, what changed? People were able to put out documentaries that for the first time ever, you could see the footage and see like, oh, whoa, that doesn't look real. That looks fake as fuck. And then also there was some leaked footage that came out of the astronauts faking what they were doing. And this was legitimate footage that they were faking some of the, not the landing, but actually what they were doing in low Earth orbit. Anyway, I was curious because it should raise a flag in your head, Sproto Gremlin. When I asked you the question, what is the greatest accomplishment in like the history of mankind? I don't know if most people would say this, but at least traditionally in the United States for the last 50 years, most Americans would say the moon landing. There's a lot of pride in that. Do you understand what I mean when I say that? Like, basically, Americans are like, we were the first country to put our flag on another planetoid, basically. And to find out that that's a lie is very hurtful to a lot of Americans. Does this make sense? It's almost like if I told you, you know, Greek history that you're tied to with Aristotle, with like Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, and moving into Macedonian history and all of that actually all of that is fake. Like that's how connected Americans are with the moon, and to find that out, it's very hurtful to them. It's like one of the things for which we're known is perhaps a lie. If it's almost equivalent to say one of the things that you're known for as a Greek person is this rich history, this rich culture, and to find out all of that is a lie, it would be like you'd be caught off guard, and that happens to a lot of Americans. Anyway, within the United States, no one discusses this topic, and because in American schools they teach it and you learn it, that it happened, and then you never talk about it again. And anyone who ever questions it is laughed at, or was laughed at for a very, very long period of time. And I've always had a lot of respect for Joe Rogan because he just wants to have conversations with people. He doesn't really see it as one side or the other. And if it is one side or the other, he wants to give both sides a say. And so he had this recent guest, Bart Sorrell, and Bart is a filmmaker and one of the leading people to say that we have never been to the moon. And they have this really great discussion. And I've watched this Joe Rogan now at least 10 times, and it came out 36 hours ago. I mean, I've watched it. I haven't stopped watching it. And it's like, well, did you learn something from it? No, I knew everything that they said in this thing because I truthfully believe this. I'm an expert in this subject. But, and I have been for more than a decade. So I know what I'm talking about when I talk about the moon and what happened there. Anyway, it's a very interesting thing. That just yeah, I mean, there are those discussions that people have too. But what is very apparent is if you just look at the footage is fake. And to Americans, that's heartbreaking. What I wanted to put in your mind though is this. What should trigger something in your mind to be like, you know what, there's something off about that, is this. We were able to go to the moon 6 times. No one died. Okay? And that was more than 50 years ago. And since then, not one country has done it since. Nor has any country even attempted it. It would be the first feat in the history of the world where actually technology of the past is greater than technology of the present. And that's never happened before. Basically, technology of the present is always more advanced than technology of the past, and technology of the future is always more advanced than technology of the present, right? But in this case, that would not be correct. And then when you really start learning that that whole program, the whole Apollo program, the whole space program took place on less computer processing power than is in a watch, not even an Apple Watch, just like a digital watch. It's like incredible. It's like, oh, there's no way they were able to do this. And now we just kind of look stupid. Absolutely. Go ahead.
I saw that some CIA documents declassified, and they were speaking about papers that
Yeah, no, reverse engineering is definitely true. And while I can't speak directly to the CIA documents you're referencing, I can tell you that the computer that's on my lap, the cell phone in my hand, this is all reverse engineered alien technology. Absolutely. If you just look at a timeline of events from like prehistory until the year like 1950 and how quickly we've advanced since 1950, it's incredible. And that's because of reverse engineered technology, basically that we got from the Roswell crash that took place July of 1947. Take care. You are correct. I want you to know that I look forward to speaking with you again soon. Well, you get some rest, and I'll do my best to as well. Take care, Spellogrammer. Bye, my friend. Shout out to Spellogrammer.
And that was actually Google's AI.
It was Google's the most advanced because either Google's been building the number and 10 years or more developing this AI.
One of the things that people always say is, oh, they were special against different. They protect against radiation and those things. They can operate They were the same cameras, right? They weren't just right. They have King Charlie. He left a picture, a family picture, and you took a picture of the temperature and photographed it red. Well, and so then, hey, I said that. And then it says, okay, well, that's a picture of Kodak. You know, it's just how can it be there legally laying around within 100 degrees hotter than what it's 25 What was different about the cameras that were used to do what protection was in place supposedly to protect them from radiation and temperature? Nothing. When my film came out, and that's about the time that when I met it for the first time, here it goes. Hasselblad engineers gave it a coat of heat-resistant aluminum paint, removed the mirror and focus screen to save weight and allow the camera to be operated close to the head as opposed to the waist. To aid in the photo composition, they attached a bracket used for mounting camera accessories called a cold shoe to the side. It also held a checklist, but they were all on a smooth surface. Inside the camera, highly precise motors allowed astronauts to scroll through a roll of film without using a hard crank. Rise knew that recreating a perfect replica of the Apollo 11 Hasselblad camera was good. As much accurate information as about. Right. Okay, but the most significant part when my film came out in the very last and right before didn't show the argument with you during the break. We heard their side of the story. Yeah, but wait a minute. So they made a special where they interviewed conspiracy theory and we go to the aired 3 times by popular demand. One of the most convincing parts, they interviewed the representative from Hasselblad Camera. They showed him a picture of allegedly a guy on the surface of the moon in sunlight. And it was embarrassing. Like he's standing there and that's right. So the guy who made the camera said that the pictures are fake. He doesn't look like it. And again, that could be because it was Vincent Hospital to recreate. Well, they showed simulations so many times during the 1990s. They didn't have that much extra. I don't think they have a thing just on the pictures. It is really, really crazy. If they destroyed all the if I really went to the moon, or I was in charge of a mission, really went to the moon, and someone said, well, we've got to put in fake pictures because people are already saying I would never fake footage be shown in a real mission. If they really went, it would jeopardize credibility of the if you have say, but also you have to take into consideration the people that back then. There was no PCR. And here this was, in their mind, that would be it. No one anticipated PCRs, no one anticipated DVDs, and certainly no one anticipated YouTube. No one anticipated YouTube videos. No one anticipated someone being able to analyze and look at these things. No one anticipated AI being able to look at the images and I haven't heard your devil's advocate excuse yet for why they intentionally destroyed a $200 million. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would destroy the footage. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would not have the telemetry data. It doesn't make any sense. I can't think of the reason why other than gross incompetence. So they said they intentionally destroyed it, not accidentally. I mean, if there was any technology you might intentionally destroy, maybe the atomic bomb. You said the engineer and you can't get out. Well, no, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, 10 years later. So my
How
only
would they
thing is,
destroy that technology unless they're covering their tracks?
now, one of the things about this is that this subject is connected instantaneously with idiocy. If you believe the moon landings are fake, you are. And it's something that is pushed heavily, especially by people that don't have a cursory understanding of the argument itself. And their argument is, it would actually be more difficult to fake the moon landing than it would be to actually go.
Well, that's not true. Was the film The Martian shot on location in Mars?
Well, that was much later.
Well, but the point is,
You know what I'm saying? In 1969.
that saying, Hudson's razor, that the simplest explanation, Hudson's razor is the simplest explanation is true. But they've got it backwards. The film The Martian wasn't shot on location on Mars. It was done at a team studio. It's easier to fake a moon mission than it is to go to the moon. Obviously. And yet they're so desperate to say that the moon landings are real. They say it's upside down. They say it's easier to go than to fake
Well, they say it's easier to go than to fake it and keep it secret for all these years.
They did only a handful of people knew the truth. Right? The guy in the command center can't tell the difference between real and fake. Right? There's only 3 eyewitnesses and no independent press coverage.
Everything's compartmentalized.
So they did fake it. We have the fact that you can't have 1,000 times greater technology than in the future. Right? We have the footage of them faking it halfway to the moon. We have shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which is able to do 11 times. We have an eyewitness of Cyrus Euclid. Then there's another clip. I think it's clip 7. I interviewed Edgar Mitchell in his house for my second follow-up show after I showed him the fake furniture. I'm sure he read. Where did you get this? Get out of my house. Where did you get it? Kicked me from behind. And in the commotion, he left him sidewalk. And in the commotion, I felt operator record. So while the camera is in the back seat of the rental car in the guy's driveway, he's at his house with the door closed. We're recording his private conversation with his son. And you'll hear them say, you want to call this I case. Now, they really went to the moon.
That is so serious. What's good, Matt? Sorry, the servers are fucked. What's good, Costa? Costa, doing good, man.
I gave you notes because my games and things being my
I don't know who that is, but it's good. Everyone looks good, man.
Yeah.
Servers
my
back up.
leg like sometimes freaks out, but there's somebody
It's working, John?
Chick is good.
There it is.
Good. John, something resting on my tray.
How old is his son? Well, he was about, I guess,
okay, but
well, he gets 23-year-old.
No, yeah, like shit's, but yeah, she's up to like half an hour or so.
Well, I don't know if you read the book. One chapter is called The Huntington Hanks Way to See It. And when I found that tape, the part of the movie, at my home studio, and just quietly left, oh my God, we're probably just going to like, oh my God,
I think I should just keep
said the moon landings are fake. In my house, the line rooming, I had a Bill Gates. Like, Bill, you're not going to believe what I found. They really didn't go to the moon. They really didn't go to the moon. And he's like, Bart, I told you. I'm like, no, you don't understand. They really didn't do it. He's like, well, Bart, I told you. And as I'm telling him about the footage, it's interrupted by this scream. I can't hear him. I can't hear him. I go to church that night to get advice from the elders what to do. They say, correct like a bit out. To see it. I already made a copy of it. Put it on safe house. As I leave in church, one of the last cars late at night, a van backed into a swimming pool that had been closed for 3 hours at sundown. Pulls out immediately when I go back. I pulled over to the side of the road.
What game is this, Mr. Jarrett? This, my friend, is old school RuneScape. Right now, the best MMO. That's been everything. Yeah, coast to coast, how we doing, sir? Yeah, but I didn't like the Bogey Hype Man plugin. No, I don't use that, you know. Bogey Hype Man plugin, you know how to use it, I'm recommending it. You use it now? You giggle at it.
And I'm literally trying to give them the take on the back. All of my books. Put something on my wrist.
Mr. Coast to Coast, I do. Rabbi Rothschild. What is this, movement? Oh my god, the worst clicks of my career. Look into my armor for the first time. Why would you opt for that over Blessed Hive when the stats have so much worse? Honestly, Armadillo is some of the most godly upgrade ever. You want Missouri instead. Armadillo alone is just dead right now in the game. Get Missouri. Missouri. Been to New Zealand before? I have never been to New Zealand. Will I? I'd like to at some point. Well, my glasses are even permanently dirty or absent. All I know, Charlie, is today.
Who you are, but take your business elsewhere. And so all of this is in my book. Never talked about it before. Because I've already tried to convince people that it's very difficult. They really did take the away. And how are they supposed to do it? Well, they're the ones who monitored my phone, followed me from church, followed me to CNN, stopped me from getting the tape there, drug me with something so severe I was going on and hallucinating. And then they're so afraid that I'm going to prove that I was drugged and break into the lab. You know, in the middle of the night, the only thing that's going on is I drink that.
Top 10 of all North America on my everything.
Truth? You're allergic to truth? No. Okay.
Right on stream. That was like 9 months ago. It was like 9 months ago. Currently, right now, my other account dropped from Emerald 1 to fucking Plat 2. It only took like one stream to do it. Yeah, man. I got back from Melbourne? Is it Melbourne? Melbourne? I can't say it. And, you know, almost hit diamond on a solid run on that account.
And I was sure they would get down again and say, again, if you give us the name. The very first question out of their mouth, and then the next question comes up to David. And literally, in the middle of the night, running away from these people, X-Files type of thing that you want to make movies someday about. And it's unreal what I learned. And they really did count. They're still keeping up. You gotta remember what's his name, Ralph David. He wrote that book, Deadly Ivy Speed. And it was a GM. I simply didn't want to spend
Coast to coast. I
David was trying to get it up. How him to attract him with prostitution drugs, discredit him, but only to not put $200 haircut. Reporter
let's go over some of the things that everyone say to try to keep. Let's go over specifically the dynamic radiation. So what is the explanation, the official explanation as to how the astronauts were able to get through the dynamic radiation and safe? Because I know that people have disputed this compared to how it's
Well, they're contradictory themselves because we just showed Kelly Smith who said the field of radiation is dangerous and we need to develop shielding to send people to the space. So the shielding to send people through it so they don't die has not been invented as of 2014. No, he said people. No. We must develop this technology before he said people. And we did. Yeah. Well, that too.
Right, but that was when we were talking about it.
But regardless, he says the technology to do that has not been invented yet.
How helpful I am. Wow. The teamwork from Mikey is just absolutely off the chart. You never see that. I think the idea and execution was phenomenal. The only reason it's an 8 out of 10 is the way it is in the way it tried.
Well, the idea is that they did solve them, and then that technology was lost and created.
Clearly, they invented the automobile and threw it in the ocean. And now they have to figure that out.
Just like I said,
Yeah, but the point is that
it doesn't make a lot of sense. No, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
you said you were going to share your opinion about what you think about it.
Well, there's no way I know. Right. We're all speculating. There's no way I know. But all this shit looks very suspicious. Like, mostly suspicious. Like, not
It's on the table.
logical.
No way.
There's no such thing as too much coffee.
Coast to coast 1 a.m. Good to see you. Thank you for the follow. I'm basically living here. Basically, technically, this is my house. Technically, you know.
Did they ever manage to get anything?
If you're being honest, this is my house. Now be honest with me. Do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? Rabbi Rothschild. I don't know who Rabbi Rothschild is. Who is that? Should I know? Richard, by the way, thank you, Milos. I appreciate you. Nope. And it's so much like the people that I think I've got the disclaimer about chapter radio. You know, 6 minutes.
OSHA, a lethal radiation dosage is 300
Do I
grams
know?
of 1 ounce.
No,
What is
you
your
extra.
Total dosage for the trip is
Do you guys would like the hat?
68
Somebody made me this hat. I think it was my sibling and my mom or somebody.
hours.
With my sibling. My sibling's sitting there right now. And I've never had it on stream before. You need to check out Rabbi Rothschild. He was one of the compilers the most data on YouTube 3 years non stop 24/7.
Enjoy the stream, man. Love your hat.
I will. I showed up and surely enjoy it. Thank you. Thank you. Kickstart lots of hats. Just a reaction.
Well, I have a flip with the robot.
Thank you, my friend. Best wishes. I appreciate that. Thank you. I will check it out, and then it will be something bad, and I will leave it all right.
So where again, these numbers of the amount of radiation is the amount of radiation from the people who make the moon landing. So what kind of proof is that?
So this is their saying that the total dosage of the trip was 60 grams.
That's correct. Okay, how do we know that? Because the people who make the moon landing system.
Source of this. Yeah, but let's do that. Let's find out a source. Yeah, that's a good question. Why don't you Google how people?
Well, there's a clip. There's a clip from my book.
Yes, read that out.
There's a clip from my book, Rothschild, that has a scientist showing the radiation levels and talking about how it's a barrier between each space. Now,
causing that radiation?
Well, this magnetic field of the Earth causes this magnetic area which collapses covering all of the Earth has. All those years with radiation that goes nowhere. So it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It also shields us from cosmic and solar and galactic radiation. And when people can't and you have to have it to have life on Earth, but paradoxically prevent you from leaving it.
So it says the numbers along the horizontal axis give the distance from Earth in multiples of Earth's radius. The inner Van Allen belt is located at about 1.6 RE. The outer Van Allen belt is located at about 4.0. A distance of 2.2. There's a gap region between these belts. Satellites such as the Global Positioning System orbit in this gap region where radiation effects are minimal. So the gap in between the two belts. This is the International Space Station and Space Shuttle. This scale orbit very near the edge of the disk and figure sort of well below that radiation belt. So most of the space stations, space shuttle travel, all that stuff is in that area.
Well, it's below. They're at 250 miles. The radiation begins at 1,000 miles.
Right.
I think in 1996, the space shuttle went up to 365 miles. CNN reported this word for word. The radiation belt surrounding the Earth is more dangerous than previously. So how is it that astronauts 600 miles away from it know more about it than astronauts through it on the moon and back? You see that? That's not possible. We have article after article that says that the radiation belts are an obstacle to going to the moon. We have George Bush Jr. saying we're going to return to the moon in 10 years. We said that 20 years ago. And he says, but first, we need to learn how to protect the astronauts from radiation. Not doing the way that works so well on the Apollo mission.
So what kind of protection was, how thin was the aluminum shield?
1/8 of an inch.
1/8 of an inch. And was there anything, a coating on the inside of it that protected that aluminum?
Just 1/8 of an inch of aluminum.
And how much of protection would 1/8 of aluminum provide?
Well, half as much as a dental X-ray. That's less than that.
But they would experience much more radiation. Now, if this is saying that it's well below the lethal threshold, is there anything that disputes that? Is there anything that you can point to that shows that radiation belts are significantly more powerful than they're saying? Like this article that you said was from CNN from the 365-mile trip. Let's find that.
That's it. That's in the film. That's in the film. It's something that happened on the way to the moon.
I've read that.
Just look for that part in the film. It shows the animation of that radiation. And then those book clips that I said my book is interactive. One of those clips has 2 or 3 links underneath it, including documentation from I think it's called Scientific American from a 1958 publication that says that the radiation is 100 times the lethal dose. We have an article to that linked in one of the video clips. 100 times the lethal dose. This talks about the radiation. The lethal dose is so important. Look at the Van Allen radiation belt. They found prostate up in the late 50s. The guy recovered gross because they migrated. They said it was 100 times the lethal dose. When Von Braun said he was on free rocking, weighing 30% more than the Center 5 rocks. But all that stuff was fair. Now they're rewriting history to falsify the rules.
So one of the problems is that if they did fake it in order to redo it, even if the technology exists today to be able to shield the ground and get through that radiation belt, to would adequately get to pursue that and to pursue that transparency, where you have to explain the protection that you're putting in place because of the dangers and the measures. Because we did that, right up there with that, different pros up there with the ground. That would throw into question whether or not you're bringing television. But if it was, even if we aren't capable of doing it today, if those were fake, it would stop us from doing it today. Is that fair to say? Yeah.
You always think you're gonna get that football, but nope, it's all away from you. It's like this. If they do want to actually go to the moon or to Mars and have our technology, they're going to have to publicly address what precautions they're going through so they shield people from radiation that are being active in Mars. But yeah, Kelly Smith made an attempt to do that. There's an attempt from other kids. He said the technology necessary to protect astronauts from the radiation to the moon has not been invented. So if it's not been invented yet, as of 2015, certainly wasn't around in 1959, and this explains the footage of why they're faking these halfway to the moon. They can't even go halfway. Can't leave Earth with them. Let us arrive. 50 years later, they cannot leave Earth with them. That's why they're standing in the moon because of the drugs they use. Well, they said they were going to send people in 2018, and now 100% high schedule, they can only send man. If they could send people, they would. The fact that they didn't, they can't. Radiation.
It seems to be the most logical.
Well, and the fuel. Because I'm not a smart guy. He says it's going to take 9 field trips.
See if you can find him saying
Oh, I'm sorry. 8 field trips. I think he's made it more efficient. He's made bigger containers.
So what do people that are confronted by this information that refute it? What do they say?
Well, the college professor I talked to said even a confession from Buzz Aldrin that the balloons were fake would dissuade him from the glorious bootleg. I just don't think they were really.
Elon Musk says it would take 8 starships. I'm sure.
Yeah, he said the moon landings were the historical meaning out of place. Haven't created technology from the past. I believe he means that but he cooperation. And he's playing ball. I would probably do one.
This, again, this is one of those subjects, and this is why some people don't even talk about the entertaining a person like yourself who says this. You're automatically put in the category of being.
Isn't that interesting? If you believe the lie, you're intelligent, and if you believe the truth, you're a fool.
That's self-help, and it's policed by a large percentage of the population that will certainly attack you about this video. Has anyone ever tried to sit down and eat? Because I'm inviting someone to do that. Because once this comes out, I know there's going to be a lot of outrage. The best way to stop it would be for someone to sit down and go over in every detail. And has anybody ever done that?
I've never debated anybody.
Nobody ever wanted to?
No one ever asked me to debate. I know that they were saying I used to not only believe they were real, I worship. And if I
I mean, you were a child.
well, through a teenager, and admitted that I was wrong. And still, when I had all this evidence indicating the fraud, I still gave them the benefit of the doubt. That's $1 million bill that was financed by someone who built rockets for NASA. Most of them are fake. Okay, that took 7 years to edit that movie. That's 45 minutes long for me. 4,000 pounds. And
Oh, yeah, this looks like.
yeah, I mean that's not a real debate. It's like a blur in the internet. But that film took 7 years to produce. 3.5 years into the controversy system. I did fast forward. It's the same shot. Blue Earth and Leslie bouncing around. I'm like, well, let me listen to that from the top. We never played all 5. I hear a third track of audio prompting them to say second video. And I'm like, that's not really important. And then it dawned on me, they really have.
So before that,
Well, originally I thought they went because the greatest thing I wanted to do and having pictures on my room for many years.
it was just Bill Casey.
That and looking at the pictures as a filmmaker, I'd become a filmmaker with this job and it seemed all real. And I could tell that they were fit backgrounds, I could tell there were shots intersect next to still. That's not enough proof for me to say such a thing as that thing. But I found that footage of them thanking me halfway through from your eyes, third track of body or the CIA killer, they were two NBC News directors with three different executives. And the weird thing is, this is the legend. So figure out the JFK witness list, they say it's 200 people. They don't have to keep that secret. 9/11, 3,000. Maybe they killed 12 people. That was even though it killed the fewest number of people, it's the one that lost based off of because they waved their flags, they went down on their knees, they gave them medals of honor, they paraded it on stamps and plates, and they tried to get one of the children. But this is what they did. What's in there? They're trying to get me to understand the right to the right standard. Truth comes out. Bring the moonlighting fraud comes out.
Let's look at the Apollo 11 Coast Guard. Because this is a world. Because these guys just returned from the and they look like
Well, they look like they're at the funeral of their mother.
it does not seem like these are happy guys who just returned from the war. Scooch it out a little bit. So look how nervous they look. Look at Michael Collins fidgeting. And obviously you would be nervous. You're dressed most beautiful. But it's the tone in which Neil Armstrong takes. And then after this, we're going to show the 25th anniversary speech, which is one of the most bizarre. Yeah, go to him talking. Go back a little bit. Go back a little bit so you can
get into the 70 nations, how to interpret the biblical reference to the 70 nations in relation to the divine assembly of gods, and what impact does this have on our understanding of, let's say, ancient polytheism?
Yeah, so when I talk about the council of God, or the various experiences that you've on the ones that God, and the horror is probably the famous location, just kind of the big for the Lord of the Rings, Picture of the Rings, or the round people, or the.
This is going to go on for a long time.
Yeah, but it's the same thing that's up there. You see the two teleprompters there for the desk? These are the only guys on Earth who go to another life.
Another odd thing is that my mom said,
and also, that's right. And also, when he's asked about cars, and then Michael Collins filled in for him to help us, which he wasn't there. They were all three opening leaders, so they had the same experience. God, if you get the red transcript, I don't remember seeing anything change it. He strikes twice in the same place. The person kind of pulled, and it says less setting for Michael Collins in the video, like how the thing is.
and he gets a shirt.
Well, because they didn't have YouTube videos back then. People got the transcript, they said, correct. But now it's not the thing. So they said, they're covering for it.
Let's pay the 25th anniversary speech. Because here's one of the craziest things. Neil Armstrong, first man in the moon, doesn't give it up, doesn't want to talk about it, doesn't want to appeal publicly, becomes kind of reckless. You would imagine that a guy didn't want fame, and all of a sudden he starts to live a life. That would be a real problem. Probably didn't enjoy being center of attention. Or you could look at it like if you have a guy from a public relations perspective, he's one of the valuable people to interview. He's the first man to walk on the weekend. First man. He said to that and really made it a burden in that. Just from a PR standpoint, trying to force that other names or titles. It's the most incredible contract. And that's also a comment to achieve the word versus Moab. I tried, it doesn't definitely didn't get a speech. So again, this is a speech at our 25th anniversary NASA. He's giving a speech to is it American valedictorians, high school valedictorians, some of the best, brightest high school kids? Yeah. So the speech is so I've never seen anybody give a rational explanation as to what the hell he's saying, other than he's trying to tell you. So this is
Allow Lucifer, can you clarify the distinctions of maybe connections between these figures within the scope of your research? And how does each figure play a distinct role in biblical and even extra biblical narratives?
Another translated by students. First down in the morning in Isaiah 14. Lucifer is an Italian word that is related to Venus and light. That's a word like that. So it's an Italian word. It's English language from the Hebrew word ALL. The morning of the peace. It is. And Raven, he was an angel. So, was a morning. He's trying to say something. You know,
that is one of the most cryptic things I've ever heard on the city.
You also notice that he was looking down, except that morning, perhaps someday,
This is all speculation.
That's right, it's my speculation.
But this year's of research, video is not speculation.
That's right. I think they bring the
Perhaps, but we're just speculating, yeah, right? The video, that's not speculation. Has anybody ever gone for the video? Anybody ever Neil deGrasse Tyson? Another thing was that you could track the trip the entire way. I think they track.
Well, that's not true. The only people who have had the capability of tracking the American government, the Soviets, and the Black
So that's just speculation too, though, right? It's like, how would they pull out evidence?
Well, they obviously know that the moon missions are fake. The moon was not surprised. It was around that time that we should pray to the Soviet Union. The enemy. And around this time, after Richard Nixon turned China to the enemy, that he moved to China, which is generally the inferior visits the inferior state. And so he went, and I think they said do. And we know they are black men. That's for technology. You know that. I interviewed a guy who worked in the Chinese state.
Right, but that's just his.
That's his eyewitness testimony.
I was talking there. So I understand what you're saying, but it's still it's how guys.
The guy who works for the Chinese growth agency.
But if you know, like, we might have we don't have proof. You know what I'm saying?
Look, you have to judge. I mean, people are convicted in this type of thing based on their testimony of people.
Right, but this is one guy saying something extraordinary. And extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
It's not that extraordinary that China would find out about the moon and instead of blowing the Western as a more valuable tool of the information. Another good reason for the
what do you think would happen if definitive proof came out? If Trump opened up all the files, if everybody started talking about it, definitive proof. We got to a point technologically we are ready to travel to the planets. This is imperative. This is imperative.
Well, if the truth came out, acknowledged by the government, it would be a beautiful, beautiful thing. Because the faking of the moon landing was so much more than if they it would be like throwing a glass of water during that couple of days. They wake up, they realize they completely look
Here's Tom Waits taking us to the ground within the neighborhood on Coast to Coast 8.
not just as a nation.
But wouldn't the problem then be we would have to revamp the entirety of government? If that's the case, intelligence agencies have done this. They really didn't kill Kennedy. They really did fix the whole money. They really did all the things. Like, no one would have faith.
That's right. And maybe that'll happen. And so be it. You know, the stock market could crash, the dollar could crash. It could ruin the reputation of the United States of America. But can't bring on this. William Denny, you know, worked for the NSA. He says, United States NSA, there's a line on the assignments that don't compensate enough. It gets dirt on it. I don't know why we can't just have the independent states of America and manage their own affairs because they are so corrupt. They're killing their own president. They're starting war after war.
What are we missing? What have we not covered? We've basically done this right now. We're at 3 hours plus. What have we left? Anyone?
I think we covered most of it. We have the fact that shadows can't intersect in this letter of light. We have footage of that making being halfway to the moon. We have the deathbed testimony that eyewitness who saw them from Apollo 11 in different space. And we have the fact that you can't travel 1,000 times further into space. In 1969, on the first attempt, one knew if the computing power was up on than you can 50 years later. Technology has never been better in the past. If it weren't so sweet, that people love and don't want to give up, you would see the truth.
That's an interesting thing too. That you said
It is.
it's a little lie like the gospel.
JFK is dead, and all the people in Ryder left us regardless of what we have. This is taking candy away.
Would you be willing to debate someone? If I get someone to come on here and prepare and talk to you, so we'll put that out there. So I would like to see. I would like to see how someone describes it. Okay. Because I'm sure there's eyeballs rolling and fingers and keywords right now. We're going to get very outraged in this conversation. But I think the right way to handle this is not talk about it or silence it. I think if you're wrong, the right way is to let you lay out your best argument and have someone refute that best argument. So that at least is true. Tired of talking about blue men and go, you could have this for.
It's a historic universe because the taking of the moon landing for mankind is so dedicated to that they light the world that will and to not know that truth is like having cancer. You have to know we can have a great awakening about everything else, but we still are deceived about the greatest accomplishment of mankind. And there is no great awakening. It's a spiritual issue. It's a spiritual battle between truth. It's ironic. You know, there was a famous writer who said about the Tower of Babel, the monument to their pride became a memorial.
Do you think that this is a subject that even intelligent people that get this information resonates with them, that they're going to try to do?
Well, yes,
So controversial that you instantly get labeled cool.
that's the problem with intelligence is people can be smart, but like I asked the doctor, what do you know about natural medicine? They said, all I know is what drugs prescribed for this illness and I was they're intelligent more than they can't critically think. Universities are all the things that was unfounded by the University of Pittsburgh after having a contract speak to student body groups and that free speech, free expression that is Northern America. Say, this is the nature of what people are emotional about. I mean, a college professor teaching aerospace who says it Buzz Aldrin confessed by national TV that it was made, still dictated Air Force Base, just like Mark said, he would still think about it. That's what we're going to get. This is the God of science and God of man, but it's really just I really the arguments are very convincing. The actual raw facts are very awesome. The whole thing is very awesome. All the stuff people can investigate for themselves is going to Surround.com. There's 17 clips that go on for free at the design.
And the more I learned, the more I realized I was lied to. We're taught to go to school, to get a degree, to get a job, so we can then get a job and climb the corporate ladder. But wealthy people don't do that. Wealthy people are not working to climb the corporate ladder. They're working to
What is the big thing that you wish everyone knew about money before they started making it?
Oh man, well, it goes back to, I guess, just the basics, because most of us, myself included, are never.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Good to see you, man. Thank you. We first met, what was it, at least 20 years ago, right? 22 years ago. Was it 22? Wow. So, I had seen you, and I don't even remember touching you. Is this before my podcast? I don't even email. Okay. So did I email you off your website? Is that what it was?
I think so. And then you said if you're ever in LA, let's meet. I happen to be in LA.
Synchronicity. Yeah. So, let's take everybody on this journey with you. So you were a young man. You were fascinated by NASA. You were a NASA fan. You had NASA photos on the wall in your room. What happened? What happened to you that you're essentially known worldwide as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory? You're the guy who's researched it the most. You're the guy who can auto-recall the most information. And you're the guy that the people that believe in the moon. So how does all happen?
Well, let me start by saying how the development you said theory. It was not a theory. They did think it was living. That's a fact. Whether people realize it or not.
Okay, but we weren't there. So let's just go on what we know in terms of facts. I'm just trying to, I'm going to have to steal now some of the arguments against you. You know, obviously. I mean, this is a fascinating but yet very challenging subject. I think today, more people are aware of the insanely widespread deception that the government was involved in during the same time as the moon landing. I think this is important. And I know a lot of people who get very angry when you question the warning. They use terms of patriotism, they use terms of national pride, like we do this incredible thing, the scientists that we have. I understand what they're saying. I understand what they're saying. But we have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how the world works. And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about, the Nixon administration, talking about the Gulf of Tonkin incident, where they got us into Vietnam, where it was bullshit, false flag that wound up killing how many people? It was like 1 billion people dead because of that? 3 billion people, including 58,000. Okay, there's that. There's Operation Northwoods during the same time period. Operation Northwoods was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, where they were going to initiate false flags to try to get us to war. Blow up a drone jetliner in Cuba. They were going to arm Cuban friendlies today. Kennedy assassination. They still want these. There's the moon landing. Then there's Nixon getting Nixon. Weapons for trying to get us. And I read a bunch of them. This one's the one that people hold on to because it's a source of national pride, and it is also like the accomplishments of NASA, the accomplishments of scientific accomplishments. These people are able to make things like stuff. Wild shit that we know about the space shots, space efforts, all those amazing engineers. It seems to a lot of people that by calling the moon landing fake, you're discounting that. You're discounting even in prison, the whole MK Ultra thing is 100% shit verified. There's plenty of documents. The experiment passed. This is a mind control experiment. What did they touch? What did they want? They said, you know what? I know we're liars and we get people killed and we're, funneling money here and there. But everybody agreed. This one we're gonna be. This is just what it is. What it is. And we're gonna try to the community access to all the data. It's verified. Third-party people test everything. Make sure it's there. Well, you're right for a bunch of good things. My opinion is really not going to be. For example, Robert Kennedy Jr. is 100%. He has more access to the JFK files than all. He's 100% certain that it is on Kennedy. Just like the CIA. Then, as you mentioned, the Gulf of Tonkin. Robert Kennedy, before he did it, off his chest, said that the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the Pearl Harbor incident, brought America never happened. He and the CIA completely fabricated it. Congress passed a law, the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, that led to the death of 3 million people under 1,000 American soldiers. So, if a corrupt federal government is willing to kill their own newly elected president, if they're willing to needlessly kill 58,220 girls, I don't think they have a problem making an image on television. See, whoever killed JFK, you're just changing who did it and why. Still dead, still a tragedy. Or 9/11, you can change who did it and why, but most people are still dead. And people don't want to give up that candy, and I come along and say, wake up and smell manure. Some people are like, well, I know America has gotten bad. And people need to realize the sheer arrogance of the federal government to pull off the Millennium Fraud when there's virtually no witnesses except 3 government employees and a picture we have from the federal government. So it was actually very easy to say, and in answer to your first question, I was more than I was not idolizing the life of my father and giving me a patent picture of Apollo 11 as I moved every 2 years. On every bedroom wall, watching the shit. Well, the changes happened in when was there a moment? Yeah, the first moment was. So from the age of, I was asleep at that. But at age of 4, I got those pictures. Saw them. I mean, even if I saw them once a day, 3,650 times over the next 10 years, probably saw them 3 times a day. So I see these pictures over the living room over there and being thankful for the greatest thing. And then I'm 14 years old, and I see Bill Gates, former Rothschild employee, program with high security clearance and he said, look, I did a private senator they are what year was this? That was back in 19. And so 3 years later, is it possible that they were able to overcome challenges? Because, I mean, we're going to go over many years. Yeah, it's really important, but I need to every step of the way. Here's how you can prove that's not the case. Okay, so the number one proof that we have is simply deductive reasoning. Because today, 4 years better, rockets designed and computer design are farthest at NASA and send a rocket with an astronaut into space. Is 1 the distance to the moon. That's when there's the mannequins to orbit the moon and can't even land because they would die from the radiation. So what they're really claiming is back in 1969, the head spinner on the first attempt, when all of NASA's computers and one computing power cell phone, they
they send astronauts farther into space, and they can send it today with the year better technology. So what they're really claiming is they had 1,000 times better technology in 1969. Not necessarily, but that is because you can't have better technology in the past. But they haven't done other landing programs today. So if they start a new landing program today, the technology is vastly superior. So it would take less time. It would take less time to return to the moon. If they just take, but they're not doing it. You're right. They're not doing it. Right. During the because they can't. That's what you're saying. But the Apollo program doesn't exist. The Apollo program is a massive program trying to beat Russia. Like the first person at all. And it's concerted with it's a lot of people to organize, to focus on one person. That's not happening today. So to say that we can't do it today, it's like people would say, if I was steel manning your position, I would say, no, we're not trying to do it today. If we wanted to do it today. Well, actually, they were 100,000 at the peak. The whole program includes 100,000 people, 20,000 industrial firms, universities. So here's the argument against that. But everyone would know, and everyone would tell, and it would get out. Well, that's not true. Eugene Grant, like he's a designer, and a person in the command center, can tell no difference whatsoever between computers simulated and real. You can't tell the difference. It's just a bunch of numbers going by on a screen. So the person in the command center cannot tell the difference in how quickly it's continuing watching it on our living room at home. And then, do you really think the CIA is so stupid and how the person making the glove or the tell anybody? And then, it's like us. Of course, too many people have to know. But that's what it would get. If someone in the command center doesn't know, the command center people, once the rocket is up, there's only 3 hypotheses to it. It's actually much easier to think than we realize. A bank teller, and how many bank tellers are at Wells Fargo? Hundreds of thousands, 400,000 bank tellers. But do they know that the CEO knows the direction of the bank? You see, there's a big difference. And then we have no independent press coverage. World War II had a million or more eyewitnesses a year, but there's no independent press coverage. It's much easier to realize that people want it. I also want to put people in the mindset of humans in the 1960s. That's one of the places where spoiled by the ability to search things and to screen debunking this scientific paper, all these different things that are available that just were not available. And you knew what you learned at school, or the government, or your employees told you, your employers told you. That was it. That's all you had access to. So these people that were working for NASA think that they had the kind of understanding of the way things are manipulated that we have today. There's no way they did. There's no way they didn't know about Thompson then. They didn't know about Operation Northwoods. They didn't know about so many things that we know that the government has done. The Kennedy assassination hadn't happened yet, or it did happen, but they still didn't know who had done it. They wrapped up to be honest with that. That was through the film, the subsequent investigations of it, where people said, wait a minute, this guy kept going back and forth to Russia. Jack Ruby was in the mob. What the fuck really happened here? Back in 1969, this was an innocent country. It was a different way. People had a much different way of looking at it. Well, the people were innocent. They just killed their own president. They just faked the beginning of the Vietnam War. And they were involved to fake the movement because they had complete control over the media. And the public wanted to believe it. And even people that NASA couldn't tell the difference between the simulation and the real life. I also had a history of it.
a history of deception. It was a part of the fabric of the organization. They were deceiving all the time. They were deceiving United States citizens all.
Well, and they still are. That's the thing about the illuminating and why it's so simple. I mean, let's take a look at the two possibilities. Either they went to the moon on the first attempt, had a schedule, for Congress, said they did that, came back. They lied to the world. They lied to their own people. They embezzled the modern equivalent of $200 billion. They gave them medals of honor for being citizens. They printed on stamps and coins and started university. That's true. That's so much more profound in event than having actually knowledge. One of the greatest events in world history is actually and we have to understand these people are still here. You don't say, oh, well, there's a child kidnapper in the neighborhood, and the child disappears every month. They're all 4 years old. What can you do? These people are in charge right now. They did. And they're letting you don't believe me. Go to SipRight.com. 17 clips for free.
Have you had the debates with people that think you definitely have to know libertarian is dangerous?
Well, the most interesting comment I got is I showed all this college professor from major universities, all this proof. I mean, like I said, shadows intersecting at billion trees, which you can't do. You can't assume like because they didn't come from all this proof. The footage we
So just I mean, that doesn't mean they didn't go. It means that photograph is
okay, so right, but the pictures you take is
How you living, Kim?
you could make the argument that radiation damage.
Hope you're well, baby.
well, I think if you were really going to do it, you wouldn't dare make any of it.
I think they had a lot of materials. They faked a lot of things. I mean, you know that famous Gemini 15, there you see Michael Collins in a simulation where he's doing a drill, he's attached to wires, and then they just use the same image and black it out.
Yeah, so you're saying NASA has a track record of faking space flights before that. Yeah, you're right.
Or publicity firms that work for NASA had a limited amount of photos to work with, and they decided to manipulate some so that they could have photos that they didn't have an actual event trying to take place. Well, a spacewalk.
But what we have is them faking me.
Right, but they do things like spacewalk. They do things like the Space Center. So
Yeah,
that's where it gets confusing.
Well, they can't leave your
That's where it gets confusing. So the real problem, the question is Van Allen radiation. Now, Operation Starfish Prime, that was the operation where they detonated a nuke in the radiation belts, right? Didn't they do something like that? Something kooky? They're trying to blow a hole through the radiation belts. Yeah, it's secret squirrel stuff. But what is Operation Starfish Prime? I remember reading what they did. They shot a nuke into space. Starfish Prime was a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States, a joint effort with the Atomic Energy Commission and the Defense Atomic Support Agency. Was launched from Johnson Atoll on July 9, 1962, was the largest nuclear test conducted in outer space, and one of the 5 conducted by the U.S. in space. A Thor rocket carrying a W-49 thermonuclear warhead designed at Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, and a Mk2 re-entry vehicle was launched from Johnston Atoll in the Pacific Ocean about 900 miles west-southwest of Hawaii. The explosion took place at an altitude of 250 miles. So is that essentially what the space station is? That's right. Level point 19 miles southwest of Johnson Atoll, a yield of 1.4 megatons. The explosion was about 10 degrees above the horizon, as seen from Hawaii at 11 p.m. Hawaii time. So what was the goal behind this, or at least what was the publicly stated goal behind the fucking thermo nuke in space?
Well, I guess they were trying to see if they could open up the radiation.
That was the other
to go to the moon. They knew that the radiation
Was this connected though? Was this program connected to NASA officially?
I think they were trying to see if they could open a way.
Look at it says there. Look at it says there. Starfish Prime. This always happens. caused an electromagnetic pulse that was far larger than expected, so much larger that it drove much of the instrumentation off scale, causing great difficulty in getting accurate measurements. The Starfish Prime electromagnetic pulse also made those effects known to the public by causing electrical damage in Hawaii, about 900 miles away from the detonation point, knocking out about 300 streetlights. Holy shit! Setting off numerous burglar alarms and damaging a telephone company microwave plate. These boys were wild. They just experimented with a fucking nuclear bomb in space and it blew out 300 streetlights in Hawaii. Shut up. Once your burglar alarm goes off because the fucking government launched a nuke into space, holy shit. The EMP damage to the microwave link shut down telephone calls from Kauai to the other Hawaiian islands. A total of 27 small rockets were launched from Johnson Atoll to obtain experimental data from the Starfish Prime detonation. In addition, a larger number of rocket-borne instruments were launched from Barking Sands, Kauai, in the Hawaiian Islands. A large number of United States military ships and aircraft were operating to support Starfish Prime in the Johnson Atoll area and across the nearby North Pacific region. A few military ships and aircraft were also positioned in the region of the South Pacific Ocean near Samoan Islands. The location was at the southern end of the magnetic field line of the Earth's magnetic field from the position of the nuclear detonation, an area known as the Southern Conjecture region for the test. So does it seem primary? I'm interested to see what God turns give me some sort of a logical explanation why you just took a fucking chance and launched a nuke 250 miles over the sky. Okay, what they said they were doing? Okay, it began response to the Soviets' announcement on August 30th, 1961 they would end a 3-year moratorium on testing. It began in response, right? Now, why did they do it in space? I understand that they might have did nuclear tests back then. Aliens killed aliens with nukes. That's probably why the aliens started showing up. Well, that's the Hey, what do you do? Which I would do if I was an alien. That's around the time I would start landing. Like, as soon as they start dropping bombs in the cities, like, Jesus. So, we know they did that. That's a real thing. Why they do it? The speculation is that they were trying to open up a portal to make passage through and radiation. Now, the people that say that it's easy to go through the radiation will tell you that it's a donut. It's not like covering the entire sphere of Earth evenly. There's openings at the top of that. Is this correct? But yeah, but then they would have to launch it at the That's the only way you can do it to get through those holes. That's right. According to NASA's flight line, they went directly through the center. That's why they're touching Southern Florida. Okay, so what they would say is that it's not that dangerous, and it's just like being exposed to a few X-rays, and that the people are shielded. Well, you're right now. You're right there. So just give you the opportunity. What they would say to you, that the clip there is that at least he's an employee and explaining something that most people don't know because the Earth is starting out about an extended huge band of radiation. And astronauts have to go through to the dark and through again back. First he says it's dangerous. And then he says that the technology for an astronaut to go through it to the moon back and survive. Let's listen to it. And when did he say this? I think he said that but that would be the argument.
Just to give us a crash course on the watchers.
said it over and over again. Okay, right. Excuse me.
But it says you must solve these challenges before we send through this region of space. He's talking about sending people beyond Earth for the radiation. And he says that
Video. What's that? Video. Yeah, what is it? You said 2014. Yeah, I think so. And what was this?
the Orion project was to have a set.
And what year was this? What was the year?
I think he said that in 2014.
So the Orion project was a new project in 2014, just not its focus.
Correct. They were using part of that spacecraft on the Guardian when they sent mannequins through the radiation belt. He says we must first solve these challenges of radiation protection before we send people through this region of space, meaning the technology to send an astronaut through the radiation and survive is not.
That's not exactly what he was saying. I see where you're going with this, but what he did say that was it was dangerous radiation. You wrote deadly in all capitals, but what he was just saying was dangerous, and he was specifically talking about instrumentation. He didn't say dangerous in terms of to people.
Right, because there would be more of a clue that they didn't know.
Well, it would be a thing that you would go, but hey, how did they do it? And then they get who you open up a can of worms.
Right, so he says we must solve these challenges of protecting the astronauts before we send people through this region of space, meaning people cannot go through it until the radiation shielding is developed, and it has not yet been developed. A way to send astronauts through it and survive in 2014. So if it's not been invented in 2014 yet, then it wasn't invented in 1969.
Well, I think another thing that's important to say that if you're saying that radiation is dangerous to instrumentation, it's going to be dangerous to us. Even if I'm saying even if you don't say that, even if you're not saying he did say people before he said people, but you could say, imply, I'm not saying this is true, but by what he's saying, that what he's saying is instrumentation will be dangerous, not what he's dangerous.
Well, he also included people. Before we said people through this region.
Right, but it could be because they would lose their instrumentation. You could interpret them. I'm just trying to be as Jim, first as possible.
You're overly generous there.
I'm trying to. That's what it is. Okay, here it is. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts in space on Orion, we have to test all the systems. Only one way to know if we got it right: fly it into space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to report and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belt, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
So the challenges have not been solved in 2014, but how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the thing is, even if they did solve it back then, how did they do it? This is the question. This is what we know about the spaceship. What we know about the Apollo 11, what we know about the shielding that it has.
They have 1/8 of an inch of aluminum. Now, when you get a dental X-ray, they use 1/4 inch less. And so that's from 1/24 of a second. It would be in there for an hour to an hour and a half.
So what would that be the equivalent to, roughly, in terms of X-ray?
It would be 100 times more than a leak, according to their own reports, which are documented in some all for free. You go there, watch the videos, and read the documentation.
Okay, and to be clear, how many people have gone through that? Well, what was the first one? So the first one, there was an orbit of the moon, a manned orbit of the moon.
And there are allegedly 24 people who have allegedly gone to the moon.
the footage we had covered was them faking being halfway to the moon from Earth orbit. So it proved that they could not even go halfway to the moon because they're faking being halfway to the moon. So whatever that footage was, though, in all fairness, that footage wasn't released, right? That footage was found footage, correct?
That was outtakes of them faking being halfway to the moon, which even my greatest critic agrees that is them faking being halfway to the moon. And they're doing it from Earth orbit, and it's dated 2 days into the flight, where they're
I'll
supposed
show
to
the
be
video.
halfway to the moon.
We'll show the video, but if I was going to steel man it, what I would say is if I'm training these guys to film things, and they're training all day long to do a whole bunch of different things, one of the things I would do is train them how to film the Earth from the moon. And to stimulate or to simulate that, I would say what you can do is black out all the light when you're in low Earth orbit. Focus on one of those circular windows. Put the transparency or whatever it is in front of you, and practice that way.
Except
So that way you
except
make
it's
sure you
dated-
get it right.
Except it's dated 2 days and 3 days into the flight, when they're supposed to be halfway to the moon.
Yeah. Okay. So let's.
You're really bad.
I'm just trying. I'm just giving.
Yeah,
You have to.
here's
Right?
something
You know, I
about-
think I have to.
No, you don't. No, you don't. And here's why. Because we've heard their side of the story for 50 right here. Everybody has.
This is where you.
No, their side of the story. You've heard that the moon landings are real for 50 years.
You've heard that.
But
we
they don't need
It's
experts.
not that.
Experts
It's the
need
people
experts.
today that are in the scientific community that believe it's real. So you have to approach it from the perspective of how they're going to debunk your
Okay, well, let me tell you something else about the radiation.
Let's look at the footage first, because I think we're beating around the bush. The footage is so shocking that you immediately go, okay, what is this? Like, what is this? I just want to know what logically could this be? The only thing that I can think of that was logical would be that they're fractal.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the one you compare back and forth, right?
Correct. I mean, there's more.
Is there one of just the actual video that we can watch?
Well, there, you could go to Rothschild.com, click on a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, or go to the Boolean video. I just gave you the time on the most significant part, which is
And the side by side comparison.
well, on the left, Neil Armstrong claims it's 130,000 miles out. He claims that the camera lens is battery glass, and that the secret is floating in space. But on the right-hand side are the outtakes that would not an unedited reel of the effect. And the lights come up, and you see.
Okay, so this is the exact same size image.
Correct.
Roughly the same distance.
So on the left, he claims that this is the part they showed to the public, that that's the Earth floating in space, halfway to the moon looking back. And then on the right is the outtakes, where the lights come up, and you see that the camera is really at the back of the spacecraft, and that's part of the Earth outside of the circular window with a little crescent piece bolted in front of it. And that's the take on the left-hand side. You're going to see Michael Collins break down part of the
So this is where this is what I wanted to get. This is where it gets weird. So they're saying they're 130,000 miles away. So they're in deep space.
So that proves it's the window. You see that?
That's
That's
now
what
there's
happens.
people standing in front of we used to think that we're looking out into space at the Earth, but now we realize there's people standing in front of it. So there's other stuff going on. So something up there, you're filming a room, and then
That's
whatever
really the window. That's what it's
It's a
on.
window.
That's an arm getting in front of the window. That's what makes it explode, because
Okay, do you think that is just a piece of the Earth in a circular window? Well, I mean, you think they put something over the window to represent the Earth?
Another photographer believes it's like a transparency. There's a circular
Let's let this
window.
play out. Let's let this play out. So if
So
people
that's
see
the
it,
window. The point is, it's the window.
back it up a little
They're
bit.
using the window to create a 1-foot model of the Earth.
And they're using the darkness of the cabin by blocking out all the windows, and it makes it look like it's space.
Exactly. It makes it look like the Earth is floating in space. So we have to think being halfway to the moon, which We say 10 minutes ago, halfway to the moon, and here we are, 54 years later, and they still cannot go halfway to the moon. That's why there's semantic differences. They said in 2014, in 2018, they would have people already done. They were 100% Christians. Yeah, but that's they lied, and they may have not had grants. But this is shocking, weird stuff because it's hard to explain. It's hard to come up with a rational explanation of what this could be. Well, that's they should be halfway to the moon. That's what it is. But we should play the audio. So they say in the audio we're 130,000 miles away. Right, and then they also say, which is another lie, that there's only one window that faces the Earth and it's filled up with a TV camera. Meaning, the lens would have to be right up against the window to see that. But the camera's really at the back of the spacecraft with all the lights. Let's play that. Seeing part of the Earth outside the window is very ingenious. Let's play that so we can hear the words. Yeah, we can hear them say that because it's even more interesting. So if you see the footage and then you hear the words, you go, what could they possibly be doing there? This is you. Yeah, where do we find the raw video? The raw video is that a funny thing happened on the way. Yeah, so the 4 horsemen go up. That's the YouTube channel. Yeah, that's not mine. No, go to Sabrel.com. Let me add one thing about the radio. So, after Kelly Smith put his foot in his mouth, I called up NASA. I said, I'm a journalist. Can I talk to the guy? No, we don't let them talk to reporters anymore. I said, well, you sent up 2 Geiger counters on a civilian mission with tax dollars to specifically measure the radiation of the radiation belts. They should have had 50 years ago anyway. And then I said, can I please have those radiation readings? And then they sent this to me. They said it's a classified military secret. I said, well, wait a minute. When you send probes to the sun to measure the temperature of the sun, is a military secret. When you send probes to Jupiter, I don't have its helium, Jupiter's atmosphere, they have helium. Is it a military secret? So the amount of radiation surrounding the Earth, the radiation because if they reveal it, it would prove that they couldn't. Or we spent a lot of money to get that data, and that data is very important. If there's manned warfare in space, like we have a space force now, there's an anticipation that we could live in a future where there's space force, right? This is the real thought. The space program is real. This space force is a real organization. Is it? Yeah, it really is. I have a T-shirt. Tim didn't get. Oh, that was proof that it's a real T-shirt. I have a T-shirt. So, no, there is a space force. I think it was Trump's idea, right? Yeah, Trump started a space force, which is awesome. Anyway, that's data you wouldn't want Russia to have. Like, so if the Van Allen radiation belts, if there's a way to get through them, because you know exactly how much radiation it is, and you know you need this amount of shielding, you don't want Russia to know that. You want them to spin your own money, bitch. You can't have our fucking data. That's what I would say. I would say that's an American secret. That's national security. In that regard, right? Because if we're going to be doing space wars, they're going to be flying around through, they don't know how to get through the radiation belt that we do. Then they're going to rely on espionage. Well, they sent probes, right? They sent probes to the moon, so they would probably get Geiger counters on there. Right, but as they would know the radiation. But they sent probes to the moon a long time ago. As time goes on, the instrumentation is far more efficient. It's much better, more accurate. So the stuff that they get, the data they get now, we both agree, right? Would be way better data than you got in 1963. That's the argument that we're making. Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, it's more complex. You can start the clip if you want. That does make sense about the radiation belts when they were talking about instrumentation. But my point is, don't we recognize that the amount of instrumentation that would be dangerous to radiation would also be dangerous to biological radiation? Well, of course, that's why there's mannequins over the military. That's why you have to wear a lead shield when you get an X-ray, and that's why if you've ever seen those horrific images of people that used to test X-ray machines back in the day, when they would first start using X-ray machines in doctors' offices, the technician would put his hand
an X-ray, and they didn't know that you were fucking your hand up really bad. This guy, they had horror cancer over their hands.
And that's from 1/24 to something that's 100 times more lethal right dangerous.
So the point is, regardless of whether or not it is dangerous to the instrumentation, that was their primary concern, which could be accurate, especially since the person was unmanned. It's also that kind of radiation is probably bad for you. Unless you're a fantastic fool, right? Go through it and you get superpowers, right? Never happened to that.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's get back to the technology. Yes, I mean, when they first exploded, the first atomic bomb, just 10 years later, atomic bombs won. So if they could go to the moon on the first attack with 1 million computing powers up, we would have been on Mars 10 years later. We'd be in another solar system by now, and there'd be bases.
That's the only interesting part, one of the facts, that there's no other technology from 1961 that's not easier, cheaper, and faster to produce today.
Because it was a glove, like a book.
Okay, so let's play the video where you get to hear the audio. So the audio is very strange. So this audio is this Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and microphones in the spacecraft, and they are supposedly 130,000 miles away.
Yeah, let me describe it a little bit before we get that. So basically, if they are Catholic in the moon, they estimated with radio delay of computers, it would be 2 seconds out for them to hear the transmission in 2 seconds back. So this particular reel we uncovered the unedited reel of special effects. There's a third track line again, who I believe is the CIA. So first you'll hear what he wants to see on the bus, and whoever's helping them fake the new mission. And so NASA says the TV picture looks great. The person who has an earpiece in has a 4 seconds. 2, 3, 4. We'll hear a third track of audio, not NASA, not the astronauts, which has this kind of he says, and then Neil Armstrong speaks. They're creating a fake, let's call it 4-second radio delay to make it appear they're beyond control.
These conversations discussing the exception and the motivating frontline is key on this. These television transmissions were in their frontline to the level that they'll be the one that's going to create this dynasty looking at the range of the girl.
So that's really the window of the spacecraft, right?
What target?
The reason this was done is so that the children format work perfectly with the federal government believe that this is a uniform. There is a space fighters and this great empire and understanding that the genius for place the camera at the back of the space empire and send to the levels of the window. Outside, it is completely filled with about the circumference of the window then appears to be within the version that is with the double space wall appear into the blackness of space. That is why they want the interior out of the Roman Empire. Here you can see the extreme number of 2 inches beyond. This is a lot of line that are right. It also
As they perfected the shot, the crystal shaped piece of metal was now set slightly into the middle to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator, providing light and vacuum. It is unfairly convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later on television programs, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong defends himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight conference estimates on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of 200 miles. During another segment, also intended to air after the year, Neil Armstrong also explains to the viewer how the shot is achieved by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be favored range distance away from the Earth. If the window was completely filled with material as he then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it would basically does here at this angle. You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the result by attempting to narrowly This is a segment that they believe was a human being recorded.
Keep going.
Much less suitable for the lens has been zoomed out, the scene being changed to that of an interior of the astronaut's abode, and apparently the smile that the recorded without notice. Here is the computer program that they used to see camera controls, but not very much to the spacecraft. Here they remove half the president's Finally, the iris is opened, and you can see the real location of the camera, and the very bright and near. Here is the slate for the 19th.
Okay. Yeah, so here's what I would say if I was trying to understand. All right. The Earth at 130,000 miles out is halfway to the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth. The moon, on a full moon, is fairly bright. And you can walk around outside in the dark. That's pretty amazing how bright it is. Imagine that 4 times greater and twice as close. So the Earth, which has blue reflective light because of the oceans, and it's glorious, glows in the sky. You would imagine that if you were filming Earth from 130,000 miles out, you would have to blacken the insides of the walls, and you probably couldn't get the camera any closer to that window in reality, even by saying it's in front of the window, it's covering the window. You're talking, it probably doesn't even fit any closer than that with all the instrumentation. If you were filming it specifically to try to get an image of the Earth and what it looked like at 130,000 miles out, would it even look that small? I don't think it would. It would probably look a lot larger. So if they're shooting it through this window and the light is probably pretty intense, it might be the only way to film the Earth with the kind of cameras that they had back then would be to do it that way. Block out everything in the room and then film through that circle window as close as they can get that camera to it. And it's just shitty footage of something that they eventually figured out how to do right, so that it wasn't deception.
No, the camera's at the back of the space, right? And that's the circular window, and it's goes with the Earth.
Right.
If they were halfway to the moon and the Earth was at the window, they were going to be a tiny dot.
It wouldn't be that small. No, it wouldn't. But stop. It wouldn't be that small because the moon's not that small. You got to think about how big the moon is. Okay, the moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. Think about how close the moon is. So the moon is a big ass fucking thing, right?
Well, let me ask you this: do you think the moon landed are regular?
I'm not saying that. What
Okay,
I'm saying to you,
I just want to know what you think.
I'm going to go at this. And I'm just going to try to ask the most logical questions to refute what you're saying. Without giving an opinion. I'll give you an opinion eventually. This right now is if you were going to film the Earth from 130,000 miles out, and the Earth is 4 times larger than the moon, and you're halfway to the moon, I would imagine it would fill up that window. The difference between that and low Earth orbit, I'm sure there's a difference, but I still think from that small window, it might be a window filled with Earth. That might be what you get.
Well, that's not the opinion of myself as a filmmaker and 3 other filmmakers for a living. Our job is to make fake scenes. And so we all conclude that that's the window that they have made a mock-up of.
But is there an image of that mock-up? I never saw a mock-up. I didn't. There's all
Well, you saw
see
them
is
fiddle around with the window.
you definitely see them fiddle around the
And
window.
the camera, they lied about the camera being up against the glass. The camera's obviously at the back of the spacecraft to create that
Well, they said
illusion.
they said the window was filled with the camera. That's what they said.
But it's not. It's at the very back of the spacecraft. The lights come up on the part they didn't intend on showing. And the camera has been at the back of the spacecraft all the time.
Right.
They had to allow it. If they really were halfway to the moon, the only way they could film this shot would be to put the lens at the glass of the window. It's a fake shot. And part of the faking is the camera is really at the back of the spacecraft. All the lights are out. Part of the Earth is outside of a circular window, and it looks something like the Earth floating in space. But that's really the window from recording.
Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, so that,
No, they have transparency.
that's like, I don't know, some sort of crescent insert thing put into the window to make it look like the Terminator right between the eye and day. I think it looks very good. It is a change.
Discussing all of those things.
Could have been a transparent now.
Comments for Gary Wayne. Genesis 6 towards 1 and 2. That's all coming up right now. The white stripes.
Yeah, it's less clear, right? It's less clear than like the top end.
If it was a transparency sitting on the line or something, that one would be moving, would have to be a part of it. Well, I mean, just go back to the segment with this little yellow circle around the window, and you can see they're fiddling around.
They'll let Jamie Dillon show twice.
No, I know. I was thinking that's what I thought it was. Why not just recreate the big scene, I guess.
Well, I think the point is that they had to represent the Terminator because of where they were. So if they're flying away from Earth and they're going towards the moon at a very specific time, you'd be able to know, like, where, what part of the Earth was going. Right? I mean, they have.
With the calculation with the public.
Yeah, but I mean, they would do it the right way. They're gonna.
Not necessarily. They made one.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this one's weird, and to me, this was like the only thing that I could say if I was in Steelman would be what I said was that maybe he misspoke by saying it's covering the window. What he meant was that the camera was pointed at the window. It was covering the window, and if you're going to film something that's incredibly bright, that's coming into a bright environment, it's going to be obscured by all the light. You know that, right? So the way to film it correctly would be to adjust the aperture correctly, darken the room, and then point towards that window. And you would be saying that the camera is covering the window, because it is covering. That's what it's covering. When you're filming something, you're covering something. So it's covering the window, it's looking out the window, you blacked out the cabin so that you could actually see what's bright coming out of that window, which is incredibly bright. It's 4 times bright, twice as close because they're halfway there.
Well, the shot where Neil Armstrong was says he's 130,000 miles out. We see a little blue bird with a bunch of space, right? But that's not the Earth floating in space. That's the circular window of the spacecraft that has part of the Earth outside. That's what it is. The lights come up, and you see that's what it is.
For sure, if you're saying that blackness in space, that's deceptive. But
That's not the light thing.
But it doesn't mean they weren't 130,000 miles out.
Well, why would they fake being 30,000 miles out if they were really? Because it's 30,000 miles out.
If they had a policy of deception in terms of imagery, which seems that they did. Even though they did that, I'm just stealing it. It doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing's fake, right?
Well, if I
It's not that they're 3,000 miles out, it's that they're getting space taking a shot. Yes,
They're doing it, they're thinking being halfway
which
to
is
the
why
moon
it's so
from Earth.
bright. The reason why it's so bright is because they're just like the space station. I'm getting where I'm here. Like 5 months they didn't even know the space. No. Nobody thinks that. Jamie, you need to catch the fuck up on Reddit.
Well, look at this part here. Keep playing this part, Jamie. And you'll see that this is the window. Here's the light inside the spacecraft. Either that or the giant.
It's definitely, it's obviously working.
Okay, and then here is Michael Collins breaking down part of the special effect shot using the window. We're going to see them.
Okay.
This way,
But let's be honest with what we're seeing. What we're seeing is motion in front of the window.
That's right. But that's the window.
Yes,
the space.
that's true.
Not the Earth floating in space like they claimed earlier.
That's true.
Which means they're faking.
Right. I have to stop you. You're saying like make the transparency, all these different things you're saying. There's no evidence to that. We just see movement in front of it. I understand your assumption, but there's no evidence of a transparency.
Well, it's not an assumption. It's
You
that
see
they're
them moving. You see just dark shadows. Let's see it one more time. You see dark shadows moving
Well,
in
the
front
point
of
is
that.
that's the window of the spacecraft.
100%. I'm
Okay,
agreeing with you.
wait a
That's
minute,
some of the
stop
deception.
there. If that's the window of the spacecraft, then that's not the Earth floating in space, right? Which means they're faking being halfway to the moon.
Not necessarily.
Which they would never do if they really went halfway to the
Not
moon.
necessarily. It could mean that
So
they're
they
just
went
faking.
halfway to the moon, but they faked it anyway.
They're faking this footage because this is the best footage they can get with the equipment they have looking through that window. And they came to a conclusion. The best way to do it is to back the camera up, block everything out, and just film that circular window, and that's the Earth. And that's the only thing. We'll pretend that it's the Earth with space, but we really can't get that because of the positioning of the camera, the amount of room. If you look as the thing goes bright, this is my question to you. I think this is compelling and it's bizarre. But when you say they removed the transparency, well, there's no transparency. You don't see it. You're literally just seeing black figures in motion. Now, in clarity, now you see clarity. So now you see the amount of distance. It's a very small space. Amount of distance where the circular window is, where the Earth is, and then where the camera is. So the camera is still just a few feet from the window. It's not like it's in a giant room. It's just a few feet
Well,
from the
actually,
window.
there are three spacecraft coupled together, so it's quite deep.
Right, but it's still not that big where they are. But where they are, right,
10 feet away from the window.
that's pretty small. This whole room is pretty small, right? It's basically smaller than here to where our screen is that we're looking at.
But the point is, it's not the Earth floating in space. It's the window.
It's definitely not.
Made up to look like the Earth floating in space.
Blacked out environment. If they're trying to pretend that that's space, that's deception.
Exactly.
But it still doesn't mean that they're not 100%.
One thing at a time. So we concluded,
Yes.
they are faking being halfway to the moon.
No. That's not what we concluded. We concluded that they are faking that the blackness around that image of the Earth is space. That's all we're confirming. But hold on, Jim. So we're confirming that they definitely were. If they were saying that blackness, which is clearly the inside of the cockpit, right? Clearly. But they're saying that blackness is space, and that circular image is the Earth looking at the Earth through space. That's clearly deception.
Okay, so Apollo 11 is being deceptive with their photography. Why would they do that if they really went to the moon? Okay,
The steel man. I mean, I know it's annoying.
you mean steel man means devil's advocate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm taking the other side's position. Why? Because it's interesting to see how it lines up. You would say they wanted good footage. They couldn't get good footage any other way. They couldn't get where the camera is and how big the camera is, how small the window is, the amount of space they're working with. They couldn't get real clear footage of the Earth in space in the distance. So they decided to film it this way. Film it through that circular window. We'll black out everything. It'll look like space, but you will see the Earth from where we are, which is 100%.
You know, there's a film coming out in July, and I don't know, I've only seen the trailer, but they talk about shooting the fake moon landing as a backup. Now, they don't care why you believe it. If you do, if you believe it, they're communicating the secrets through Armstrong did it, they don't care. It's the same thing. If they really went to the moon, they wouldn't have to say any of it because they showed some little of the mission anyway.
Right. They really went to the moon.
They wouldn't dare, they weren't dare fake. They wouldn't dare fake any of it because there were people at the time already saying they wouldn't fake any of it because it was real. Even during the landing, they showed computer animation, and then all of a sudden, you see that classic. They wouldn't dare fake it was real. So this is where we disagree because I think it's very difficult to go there. It's even more difficult to go there and document, right? And specifically when you're talking about camera equipment, you take camera equipment, the old school film, and you run through old school radar figures at the airport. Those metal figures, fuck up your camera equipment, right? Does it fuck up your film? But doesn't it? Isn't that correct? It wasn't difficult for them to go to the moon. They went 6 times in 3 years. They drove cars on the moon. They golfed on the moon. And yet, for some reason today, they can only send mannequins to orbit the moon. So we're in agreement. This is what I'm saying is, what you could say is that the real problem, maybe they went and they faked footage. And the reason they faked the footage is the footage got all fucked up because they went through radiation. I'm sure they would love the public to believe this because many filmmakers like myself agree that the footage is fake. So how can we possibly trick the public into thinking the moon landings are real, even though the pictures are fake? Why don't we create a feature film saying, well, we just only did it as backup since that footage got into the real footage? They showed some little real footage to begin with. Why didn't they just have a camera on the side of the rocket showing live pictures during the descent instead of a little Atari computer animation and then suddenly a picture of them stable and coming out of the spacecraft? Because they faked it. And you know, for my book, we have an eyewitness who saw them film Apollo 11 in Air Force Base, June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 1968. And
I have eyewitnesses that were raped by Bigfoot. You can find those. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, if the God wasn't here, his
son corroborates it. We have a video of that we can show. The point is, and it's not even in my book, okay? The first thing the guy says as he's dying about the media, fearing not being on the right side of judgment, is that he's a murderer, killed somebody. His son, who you can go to Sabro.com, watch his son's testimony, who saw his father's deathbed confession. He said, who did you kill? He said, I killed a co-worker at Cannon Air Force Base where he was the chief of security. The military police came and they interrogated him as he dying, wanted to notify the relatives of the person who he killed. Who did you kill? Such and such a person, a fellow employee at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. Why did you kill him? We both eyewitness the filming of the fake moon landing, June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. My friend thought it was overly flawless and was going to and I killed him. His son confirmed he was chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base right across the street. He stood beside President Johnson, who was there for the first 3 days of filming. He gave him a list of 15 people that were there, who were allowed in the VIP district to provide the list. Neil Armstrong's on the list, the Aldrin's on the list, several people had never heard of him. He got that list. This is real. His son, after telling me this information and confirming that his house was broken into a few days later, everything about his father was confiscated. Days after that, 2 agents show up from the government. This is less than 2 years ago. President killed him and his family to be arrested to meet him on his father's participation in the moon landing. The White House was involved in investigating. The FBI was. The United States Senate Intelligence Committee investigated. And that meant, and those reports are sealed because it's a great embarrassment to the federal government that they did actually see the moon landing. I was the biggest fan. If I can go from being the biggest fan to having to accept the sad fact that our government is that arrogant. And not only that, I interviewed the widow of Gus Grissom, who was going to be the first man to fall.
Did we explain one of the things that Gus Grissom did
That's true.
Yeah, explain that.
Well, basically, he was totally confused how they could possibly think they're going to the moon and see thought it was at least in our side. And still, we can't even get that. Because And he was preparing reports to give to Congress and the Senate that his wife told him confiscated from his house in Egypt before they even informed her. She told me, interviewed her for hours. This is a man who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon. And he was the most beloved of the person. And he was so frustrated, he kept complaining that the chain of command they were fix something. Because the higher up dude it was going to go. And had he committed to making it, and therefore had to work against her. And that's why they were fixed it. Well, that's her conclusion as well. And in his fury, without permission, he held a press conference. He invited a bunch of reporters to the top of the rock, where he fixed the lemon. On Friday, this thing is a lemon, he's the head of the state, the evening news. And a few days later, he dies. His wife told me that on January 26, 1967, he came home from work and said the following. For some strange reason, the CIA was find your inspection. Or he's dead in the very next question. His widow told me he was murdered by a man who was willing to be the first man to walk on his moon. His son, 747 pilot, said the same thing when I interviewed for 3 hours, that his father was murdered. So, it's one thing if they think the moon is maybe I'll confess my devious nature. I don't know. There's ingenuity. Like the people who tunnel from the dry cleaner into the bank. But not if you kill 3 guards who live on from who have wives and children. And the wives who put 3 guards. Well, I'm just saying, for example, if they think the moon landing didn't kill anybody, you see, and I know the type of person you are, and the type of guest you have on your show. We're true patriots, and patriots have to face facts that when people take an oath to this country, is to protect it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They always want misdirection, the boogeyman, to be in some other country, where the biggest traitors to our country are Americans. Right? That's what's going on. And the first document of our country is the Constitution. It's the Declaration of Independence, where it says when any government becomes destructive of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. According to Betty Bristol, they take a third of our income. They deceive us through a moon landing. And then they use that money to pay the salaries, the CIA agents, kill Gus Grissom.
Okay, but let's go to Gus Grissom's death. So Gus Grissom died in an accident, right? He died in a fire, correct?
His wife says that fire was set intentionally.
I understand that she says that. I understand that why she would leave. That makes sense.
Well, if her husband says CIA agents are messing around with the equipment that they and he's dead the next day from faulty equipment, the CIA killed him. So we're an obvious conclusion.
It could possibly be that, definitely. But also, when you're launching rockets, a lot of people die.
They weren't launching anything. It was just a ground trust pressing buttons. And they found that they pressurized that space capsule. They reversed the balloon the day before so that it opened inwardly instead of out the road during 5 to 10 minutes. And they found a pile of oily rags so that they could have those. And then I got the one report. We got $10 million from Roger Chappie's widow business name. And there was a different bill right before because the CIA had something clamped in there, started the fire, ignited it, different cover.
So where's this evidence? There's a different power.
Well, it's in the Apollo 1 report.
If there's a different
Right before the fire, because something was tapped in and the CIA did the previous day.
And
that's what killed him.
Is there a logical explanation for why they reversed the doors?
Yeah, so if they would make sure it had to be able to get out and take the time.
But is there a logical explanation in terms of
They could say it's
inside
I can say
using
it's
space?
Right.
And the fire, what was the official explanation for how the fire started? And what was the evidence that the oxygen didn't cross the environment?
Well, that's a fact. They knew not to do that.
Where did you hear this from?
She told me, and it's in the Apollo 1 report.
So in the Apollo 1 report, it says they increased the oxygen by how much?
They did 100% oxygen.
And did they say why? And so that it had fire.
They rigged it with the oily rags under there, reversing it. They did everything they could to make sure that it was working. They get rid of the guy because Gus Grissom had a recipe. You take the moon, you will see no way. The same reason my source killed this co-worker, because his co-worker witnessed Apollo 11 being found in an airport in 1968. The government raised
Yeah, I would love to see a video of that. If there was a video, it would be interesting.
Yeah, there's a video of this.
But there's also, yeah,
People get old. I don't think it's that crazy to say it's not. We verified he was a chief of security.
right, but I don't know what his mental state was when he was dying. He had dementia. You know what I'm saying? When people could. But I'm not
Are
saying
you sure you didn't work for O.J. Simpson's defense team?
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying that some old people, particularly first of all, memories are terrible. Most people's memories.
You just said that.
The memories are terrible.
Just said that.
Yeah, so most people's memories are good. And then if you're really old and you're mentally compromised, then maybe you have full-blown dementia, and maybe you imagine things. That's also possible. I mean,
That's an odd thing to
confession.
I killed somebody to cover up the moon landing fraud. What are the odds of that being dementia?
Not very good, but also possible. When people have dementia, they think they're secret agents. They don't know what the fuck is going on. They don't know their names. They don't know their kids. And people are dying. They're dying. You know, usually there's a lot of stuff. It's
We
not just
articulated a lot of people.
that's and could be what we hope it is, which is deathbed confession. Like, didn't he have a deathbed confession of JFK assassination?
Well, one of the videos that we have queued up, JD, is his son giving his name. Right? As he's dying of what he saw. He says, I lived right across from Kennedy Airport. There was Jesus. He shows us a picture of his badge. And what Bill Casey said, I had to look up from my own library. Bill Casey said the whole moon landing falsification was supervised by the United States Air Force. While my dad was in the Air Force, I never heard of it. And then every department of the military has their special division headquarters. And so that's where it was from. And I even confirmed that several people were in there, including a gentleman by the name of Robert Eminem. Never heard of the guy. Science fiction writer who promotes UFO. There's another reason to doubt UFO. Because the same guy who says UFOs are real, but his whole life said the moon landings are real. See that? Same thing with the astronauts. Stephen Greer's #1 source that UFOs are real, and we look at the website. He says his #1 source is that UFOs are real. Apollo astronauts. See that? And
Which one, Edgar Mitchell?
well, yeah, Edgar Mitchell among many others. And
Let's come back to that. Let's come back to that. And this is where I appreciate you. Thank you for coming here. And I hope you don't mind me being on, but I have to public cover this. We'll get into
you don't have to. You know you don't.
It's the right way to do it. Trust me. Trust me. Okay, we'll take a look at the right back. So, we were at Gus Grissom died in a fire. There's another guy who NASA had hired to make a report. He had this 500-page report about how badly mismanaged the whole program was. And we saw so many flaws that they thought it was never going to program. And then
Thomas Barrow.
Yes, Ronald Thomas Barrow, right? And he died on train tracks.
That's right. That was kind of
with his family.
CIA hits kind of go through fast. And there was a big fad period for a lot of people, harsh, training scenes. And they back then, this was before DNA evidence, to get rid of the forensic evidence.
That's also how they killed those kids in Arkansas. Found cocaine. That was part of that Tom Cruise movie. True story. On Tom Cruise movie. What was that guy's name again? That Jacob Barry's kids. Yeah, who was smuggling drugs, dropping them off in Amina, Arkansas. And they killed these kids and put them on train trains.
Here's a relevant point about Bill Clinton, too. On page 156 of his book, you know this. He says that he doubts his presidency authenticity of the landings.
Well, he said it in a very coy way.
Right, that's what he said.
Well, he told an anecdote about a carpenter that he was working with in 1969, saying how amazing it is that these guys, these people, they live on. And the carpenter said, no, those TV fellas will get you to believe anything. And I don't believe a thing they say. And then he said, back then I thought the old guy was a crank, apparently. But now, after 8 years in the White House, I think it might have been ahead of his time.
I think that was not paraphrasing. I think that was yeah, good memory. Well, here's the second point that's relevant word for it, I'm sure. Well, here's the second point about President Clinton. When he finally admitted that he had a reporter asked him, why did you do it? You know what he said, why? Meaning because I couldn't get away with it. This was public to see. They did fake the landing. Why did they do it? These people are still in that. It's a dangerous thing.
Also because they wanted to win this cold war with Russia. They wanted to get this economic and cultural victory. Right?
That could be their excuse.
Okay, so here's another question. You murder Americans? Allegedly. We assume. Yeah, we don't really know. The Thomas Ronald Barrett because that report was buried, correct? That's right. And in the report, do we have details of exactly what was said in the report?
Well, basically, he said, because Chris was in there a decade, and that was kind of the Apollo fire. Barrett, of course, he died right before he was trying to go. About how NASA was so organized. NASA has never keeping it all the time. They were ahead of schedule. And you can realize there's never been an aerospace machine, airplane, that ever worked on first occasion. The right was plane and a 747. After millions of aircraft had already been built. 10 years more technologically advanced than the Apollo rocket. It took 168 attempts. And yet, for the first time in history, there was an aviation project that worked on the first occasion that happened to be the most complicated of all time. You see that coincidence?
So humans have accomplished some pretty amazing things, but the leap between that and the moon landings, in terms of getting biological, living human beings to survive this 2-week journey, to land on the moon and come back. How long did it take total? All days in space?
Well, from setting the goal to doing it, it took 18.5 years.
But the actual
and since then, they're talking about it taking 15 years to return to the moon, even though they have 53 years better technology. It's going to take twice the amount of time to return to the moon with a couple decades better.
But again, isn't that you'd also say because it's not as focused an effort? It's not.
Well, it is a focus effort because 8 presidents have said they're going to return to the moon in 5 years. Right? You had Bush Sr. say it, and Reagan said it, Clinton said it, it was Obama said it, Bush Sr., Bush Jr., Trump. They've all said we're going to return. Yeah, they said we're going to go to the moon by 2024. Time's running out. Tick tock. You see? Well, they said they were going to have people orbiting them. They said in 2014 we'll have orbiting them in 2018. 100% time schedule. And they only have mannequins orbiting.
So my point was that the link between what we do now in terms of the difficulty of getting into space, getting in the lower orbit, it gets compounded greatly by actually going to that's much more. And the only time that was ever accomplished between 1964 and 1976
Allegedly.
let's just say what they're saying. Just what they're saying. It seems very strange that no one else did it. It seems very strange that it stopped right there, and it seems very strange that no other mission is.
That's right. So it's the only technological achievement in the entire history of the world that no one from any nation could repeat 50 years later.
It took so much money and so many resources that we don't have. Better started going to other things. And that's why they have to. Why should they go back? They went there. They understand. They can prove they went there because there's laser reflectors on the moon that they can shoot lasers at, and they will bounce off and show you that there's a laser reflector on the moon.
Well, that's not an argument either, because in 1958, according to Scientific American magazine, they were bouncing lasers off the moon without any man-made reflectors of their own. All they had to do was choose a landing site and have their service. Additionally, Russia put an unbanned on the
Yes,
that is a proven.
that's the argument.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
That is the argument. Yeah, and so the argument is the laser reflectors prove. Another, like, one of the goofiest ones was when they used the reconnaissance imagery. And they showed, look, we can see the landing site. Like, what are you
Well, yeah, I mean,
pointing at?
you have to understand, they already faked a full body picture of an astronaut standing on the surface of the moon, which is about as close as New Mexico, according to an eyewitness. Okay? So, you're asking the Fox for further proof that they didn't steal a ticket? You're saying after faking a full body image that was shot in Air Force Base and pretending it's on the moon,
My client, Mr. Fox, is an upstanding citizen, and my client refutes all allegations.
well, the same fraudulent organization has a little shadow from alleged lunar satellite that says this is the lunar lander.
Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness. Another bit of weirdness that is fun to watch people do mental gymnastics explain away is the flag blowing in the breeze. So, yeah. Yeah. Nice. What does it show? No, what does it show, the image? What do you say? I can just tell you any one of those spots is a landing site. You don't see much. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't prove nor disprove. It's not clear enough to say what that is, right? It's not clear. I don't see any objects that look like they're definitively a lunar rover. I don't see anything that makes me think that that's what that is, but it could be because it's not that clear. So it's neither proof nor, it doesn't prove or disprove those images, in my opinion.
Well, here's another interesting. You have Neil Armstrong said he personally picked out a particular road, put it in his pocket, and saved it for the Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Who he gave to, right? And they put it in a hermetically sealed box. The curator saw my phone, says, oh, I wonder about that. He, in the middle of the night, they expected no one would open it up. He opens it up, puts the rock under a microscope, and it's specified wood. Kind of this eerie out of the
Yes, that's a fact.
So unless there are trees growing on Earth, on the moon, then it's a fake. In fact, there's a story that says moon rock proves to be fake. That Neil Armstrong picked up and personally delivered, but no reporter has it.
Okay, to steel man that, you would say, what was the chain of custody between Neil Armstrong and this Prime Minister?
And he personally gave it to him. And he said, I picked this up off the surface of the moon. This is the rock. I remember it. Here you go. They put it in a box. It's not much chain of command to get messed up.
The thing is, like, who's got it after that? And is it possible it's not stolen? Possible. Yeah, I think it's possible.
I don't think it's possible.
Again, I'm with you. I don't think it's possible. I mean, it seems highly likely that they gave him a fake moon rock. But you have to leave the door open to someone who's involved, who's fraudulent, knew there was a moon rock there, and so I said,
Another interesting point is 6 weeks before they're allegedly doing the moon for the very first time, somehow, Von Braun, former Nazi, takes a leisurely vacation in Antarctica. That's where he picks up, dozens of pounds of lunar meteorites. Everybody is those.
Let's explain that too. That Antarctica is one of the best places to find meteorites, because the fact that it's completely white, it's all frozen snow, and the meteorites will stand out. They'll stand out in the snow.
Yeah, and it hardly ever snows there, so they cover them up. And maybe the orbit goes how it's more prone to meteorites.
Right. So it's very well known that you can get meteorites in Antarctica. A lot of times they can conclusively prove. Correct? Yeah, it's true. Okay. So Werner von Braun, maybe we needed to know what he was looking at when he got those moon rocks back. And so it's like, well, we have any on Earth? Well, yes, sir, we do. We have some lunar meteorites we can find in Antarctica. Let's take a trip. Didn't he have a broken arm at the time? I believe he did. There's one picture of him, I think, right after he was captured, where his arm is broken. I was just talking. Oh, it's right after he was captured? Because I thought it was in Antarctica.
No. It was, he's in his Nazi. And it's right after he got captured and brought over to Operation Paperclip. That's how I was wondering how he broke his arm. It's like either he was being sassy during an interrogation, or he got, bombed and, got a whole lot of rubble.
It could have been he loved Hitler so much he fainted.
Yeah, or maybe he got tunnel syndrome from doing the salute too many times.
So he was a legitimate Nazi, and this is important too, because this is a thing that I know a lot of people deny. Operation Paperclip was an operation that took place right after the end of World War II, where we acquired a bunch of Nazi scientists that went on to do the above. Werner von Braun was one of them. Simon Wiesenthal Center had said while he was alive, that if he was alive, they would prosecute him for crimes against humanity. Right? He was a legitimate Nazi. They hung the 5 slowest workers, 5 slowest Jews in a rocket factory in Berlin. So if you walked in, you could see the 5 slowest workers hanging. And this is eyewitness accounts from people who were in that rocket. This is not the speed stuff. You can say he was just a rocket maker, he had nothing to do with that, but he was and
in charge of
and not just
some moon thinking.
and not just one head.
He also said before he died that the government is planning on an alien invasion. So the guy who faked the moon landing, he said that. And the next evidence of that was his secretary testimony.
Oh, make the stories up. She might be a
She
scammer.
seems sincere to me.
She might try.
He said there's going to be an asteroid threat next, followed by a faking invasion. And keep in mind, these fellow astronauts have spent their whole life lying, saying the moon landings are real. Most of the key people are saying. And so there's not Robert
Edgar Mitchell.
Yeah, and Robert Emmemaker made films, propaganda films, concerning the scene that he was real, and he was at Camp Air Force Base.
Okay, can I assume then what you're saying you don't think UFOs are real?
No, they are real, but they're not from outer space.
Okay, what about the ones in California also? In the 1950s?
I don't know that.
So this is the first.
I think UFOs are real,
description.
but they're not from outer space, according to the UFO research. I have a book coming out, hopefully in time with this podcast, Aliens from Planet X, that talks about their origin and future appearance. And UFOs are real, and aliens are real, but they're not from outer space. And that's according to the top 2 UFO researchers that have decades-long research. So go to Sabro.com and
So
see
where do they
it's out there
from?
at
They're
time.
not from outer space.
They're interdimensional and potentially disguising themselves because they're players of something like you said, can't go through or disprove from this galaxy 300 light years away.
This is kind of a cross the lines. He thinks there's a spiritual element to it. He thinks they've always been here. He thinks this is what's kind of documented in the Bible.
That's it exactly. I mean, that's what's going on. I mean, the top 2 UFO researchers said UFOs are real, number 1. Number 2, they're not from outer space. And number 3, they're not. And that's what I talked about.
We're talking about fallen angels breeding with humans. We're talking about in Genesis 6 and creating a race of Nephilim who are men up and down. Could you interpret that as when you say interbreeding with humans? Now imagine if what they are is a form of artificial intelligence, or I should say instead of artificial is a word that's got a lot attached to it already, maybe digital intelligence, or human created intelligence that's not of biological origin, but it is a living thing. It's just living in a different kind of way. Now, if that is something that human beings are eventually going to, we're going to have some symbiotic relationship with electronic that's biological. You're seeing it already with Neuralink. You're seeing how this guy was paralyzed to now utilize computer and manipulate everything with his mind. He can move the cursor around. You're seeing artificial intelligence come to the forefront where people are realizing the power that it has and how quickly it's developing. It's happening very rapidly within this year. When better artificial technology comes along and better interfaces come along, and we start realizing the only way that we are going to survive is if we integrate. Isn't that kind of the same as something coming down and interbreeding with human beings? If these things, if this is the path of progress, that's how it goes in intelligent life forms on complicated plans, when they have complicated technology. They develop internal combustion engines or some other source of power. They start manipulating their environment, and they eventually get to the point where they can make an artificial life form. And that artificial life form is far superior intellectually to the biological life form. And the only way the biological life form can survive is if it integrates with the artificial intelligence. And people start to do it initially. Those people have access to tremendous resources that biological people don't have. And it will be required, just like it's almost required for everyone to have a cell phone. Everyone's going to integrate. In case, over time, what would that look like? It would probably look like aliens. It would probably look like some weird sort of creature that's not really biological, so it doesn't have all the flaws of our primate DNA. It doesn't have all the, but it doesn't have a soul. Like, are we creating a thing without a soul that has a mandate and has it has plans for the universe and for life forms? And would that kind of be demonic? It seems like that's demonic. I mean, if you want to be real simple, about demons, you think they live in hell and they got pitchforks, but what kind of force would a demonic force be? Something that would overpower the human race and render it non-existent. Well, wouldn't it, one way to do that would be to integrate with humans to the point where it makes biological reproduction a thing of the past. All reproduction is done through either some sort of complicated gene splicing program or life and consciousness gets integrated with technology inextricably, so where everybody is some sort of a hybrid system.
Well, there's a spiritual component. I mean, you've seen a funny thing happen on the way to the moon. Right. It opens up with the Tower of Babel, which was built simply to follow the campus. And then we showed the Titanic, that's the ship that God. And we know what happened there. Tower of Babel never finished. Titanic never made it. The richer Nixon knew they were not on the moon. Putting a man on the moon is the greatest event. You see, mankind's greatest accomplishment and the one leading place. How ironic, but I popped in that tape of the window shot and realized that they really did things.
So that was the first one that really cemented it. Absolutely.
I gave them the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, I want to go to the flag, because the flag is a piece of contentious debate. The flag waving on surface. So the moon has almost no atmosphere, correct? Right. Okay, and it has 1/6 Earth gravity. So when you're watching these people plant this flag on the moon is supposedly doesn't have any wind, or doesn't have the kind of wind that blows around the flag. Now the flag had a rod at the top of it, and the rod at the top of it kept it in place, and it kept it stiff so it stayed horizontal. And when you watch the video footage, the flag is waving around in what looks like a breeze. And so a lot of people have tried to kind of explain it away and say, see if you can find a video of the flag itself waving. Yeah, there's one. So here we go. So they're planting the flag. Now, you do have to take into consideration that there's very little gravity. So it's 1/6 Earth gravity. So things definitely in an 1/6 gravity environment, they move differently. The problem is when the flag gets ultimately planted and then they back away from it and no one's touching it anymore, then it seems to like independently be moving in the breeze.
Well, in my opinion, they had a lot of air conditioning in their backpacks that was working as removed. Very hot in there. They got lots of air conditioning.
There's better footage, Jamie, where you can just see.
And a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. As the there's a clip of the flag blowing on it.
Here's another thing to take into consideration. This, what you're looking at, is not a direct feed that was offered to the news organization. So what this is a projector that's projecting on a screen, and then the news organizations then point their camera at that screen, correct?
Well, actually, NASA pointed a camera at the screen. So they took the footage, right, put it on a big screen. You got to understand, 1969 projection technology, very low.
It looks like this.
Then they put a camera on it. They ran that to a monitor, and then they had people film. So it's deliberately fourth generation. So they're intentionally aggregating the quality of the signal. The networks wanted a live feed, and they gave it fourth generation instead.
But this is important to know that wasn't, I mean, if you can get someone on the moon, you can get better footage. In terms of
Gilligan's Island went to color
what we know
in 1965. Why didn't they have color? Right? I mean, this is
let's just say it's easier to do it in black and white. Let's just say that. If they did it in black and white, there's no reason why they can't get a clear feed directly to the news organizations and to television. There's no reason to be filming it on monitor. There's no reason to do that.
Well, there is to cover up the fact that it's done in the TV studio.
But if you can overcome the technological hurdles to get people to the moon, you can overcome the technological hurdles to allow people to have clear access, clear footage with the signals instead of fifth generations, right?
Yeah, like I said, I think if Gilligan's Island went from black and white to color in 1965, NASA could a color camera on the moon. After all, it is the most technologically advanced event. Why wouldn't they want a high resolution color camera? They didn't because it might show that it's a scene, which it was. That's why they aggregated the signal with generations.
Do we have better footage of the flag waving around the moon? Because there's some footage of it where you're just like, this is weird.
Yeah, there's something a funny thing happened on the way to the moon about halfway through.
Okay, let's see that one. Just Google flag blowing in the wind on the moon.
So if you Google it, you may not want to show it. So
It's in your movie. If you put it on YouTube as a YouTube search, it'll show it. There's one, Apollo 5, that's me.
this one's pretty good. I think
Apollo 15. Click on that one. Apollo 15, no, Jimmy, back. Where it says, no, I said the one that says Apollo 15, right there, that's it, yeah. Okay. So this one, this is color. He plants it. It still looks shitty, but he plants it. And it's gonna be so this thing's kind of just waving on its own. Not even touching it. And it looks like it's waving in a breeze. And so it stops moving and then it starts moving again. Now, again, there's one
that shows it even more so than that.
Yeah.
An astronaut walking past it, creating the breeze and the flag was without it. That's a good
Yeah, I'd like to see that. So how much further is this going? So scoot ahead. I think this is actually a long way to go. Let's see. Here it goes. Does it show it where the ball's flying? There it is. It's back there, as you see his image. There he is. Right there. Okay. There. See that? So watch that again. So this is the one. He hops by, and as he hops by, the reason makes the flag.
Because he's in a pure environment.
Right. That is a weird one. Doing it. Look at this. As he hops by, he doesn't touch the flag.
Now, can I do devil's advocate when he calls it steel what? Okay, the reason why he's doing that is really on the moon is because there's micrometeorites hitting him and they're bouncing off of him.
What? Is that real? I thought they were trying.
I was trying to come up with an excuse as to why the moon landings are real. You like that one?
Micrometeors.
Well, actually, Von Braun, we found publications. Mind you, Mike Stone cost $1 million. It was financed by a board member of an aerospace company who built that project for NASA. He goes, it's fake. He gave me $1 million to produce these films as his patriotic duty to expose it. He found documentation from Von Braun that says every 24 hours on the moon, there's a 50% chance of a catastrophic deadly error because of decompression from a micrometeor. So they were there 3 days. 150% chance they would have been killed from a micrometeor. A grain of sand traveling through space at 25,000 miles. And he said you would have to immediately go into a cave. They never did that. He also said in writing, in order to go to the moon in one rocket, he says that cannot happen. We need 3 rockets, each weighing, each being 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, so 800,000 tons each in order to go to the moon. And the Saturn V was 2,500 tons, not 800,000. We have that in writing.
That was from his book, right?
No,
What year was that?
I think that came out in 1959, and then he recanted on his math shortly thereafter by 30,000%. And now Elon Musk wants to quote, return to the moon. And he says to return to the moon, we need to make 9 fuel trips first to ferry the fuel necessary to be able to go to the moon from there. That's exactly what Von Braun said on microdistance.com. You have to make multiple fuel trips to go to the moon first to the space station, and then from there you can go. Elon Musk said the same thing. But how did they do it? With a rocket that contains 1/30,000th of a percent of the amount of fuel Von Braun said. They can write a river.
Camera pans. Let's show. What year was that? Which
I think that was one of the last missions. And I think you're talking about where the camera perfectly tilts up with the little model going up.
Yes.
And of course, with the delay, how could you synchronize that? Of course, you could.
Well, you could, because you know it's 4 seconds, right? Just like it's radio waves.
But it'd probably be more than that because
Right, but you could time it. You could say you could have a 5-second delay. So this is it. This is watching.
Perfectly filling up with it in real time. It's just with the remote control from NASA with the radio delay that I suspect would be more like 12 seconds. But also, because today, if you say someone in Atlanta talking to someone in Iraq, how's it going? Hey, I'm doing fine. That's just a halfway around the world.
You can say the panning is interesting, but you can put time on it. The thing looking so crazy. Like that thing is supposed to get off 1/6 Earth's gravity and fly like that. How? What's it doing? It looks so fucking fake. It looks like it's being pulled by strings. Look, it might be real. I'm certainly not an astronaut. I don't know what I'm talking about. But if you had to guess, if you showed this to me and said, hey, do you think this is real or fake? And you didn't give me any context, I'd be like, what is this? It's science fiction. And here it goes, like, that's leaving a planet out. This new space technology. How's it doing? I mean, it just, it might be real. It might be one of those things that is real that looks fake. Right? Could he have guessed? I have no idea what he was using. I guess he could guess if you say, I'm going to launch in 5, and so then you count 10. because he's gonna, you got like 5 second delay. So when he gets to, like, if every counts down from 10, he gets to 5, you hit it.
Well, there's a 3-second delay today, halfway around modern equipment, talking from like the land to right. 3 seconds. Only halfway around the world with modern equipment.
He has to say it. So the guy on the moon has to say, I'm launching now. He has to wait 5
It
seconds.
would be at least a 12-second delay, I think. Probably more than that. The delay itself, the radio, if they're very close on that analog equipment.
But it is not impossible to do a 12-second delay. It's only 12 seconds. If you have a stopwatch and you counted it, and you had a far enough vision where you can see the basic lunar module, you can see it detach, and then you kind of got it, as long as you got enough of a field of view and the footage. It also looks fake in the way it's moving up. Watch it again, Jim, because it's moving up like it's being pulled by strings.
Well, it looks fake because it is fake.
But most things that look fake are fake. Not all of them, but the vast majority of things that look fake are fake. Now watch how this goes up. Here it goes. It detaches. It's like, what is that? Now here's the question. Did they practice this at all on Earth? Did they practice taking off on one of those things? Because they could
practice for landing.
But here's the question. They couldn't, right? Because it wouldn't have the same amount of thrust on Earth because the gravity's so strong. So that thing wouldn't have been operational, right?
But they had a lunar lander simulation that Neil Armstrong almost got killed in 6 weeks before he couldn't fly on Earth. It was safety, like tried and true environment. That was 6 weeks.
Right, but also, again, the gravity of Earth is much greater than the gravity of the
Well, they
Moon.
took that into account. This was supposed to be a simulation.
So it was more powerful to overcome Earth's gravity and trainers. Yeah. So then you're doing a totally different machine. You're doing totally factors. Maybe it would be easy. Going 6 of this gravity. Maybe easily beat the way.
Apparently it was.
1/6. I would like to know, like, how much thrust do you need to get off of the gravity of the moon? If it's 1/6 Earth's gravity versus what it takes to get off. Like, what are those calculations? How is that amount of force being generated by that thing? And is it? Because that would be a really good question. Because if you can't prove that you can do that, like, how do you do that?
Well, this is one reason why NASA destroyed all the schematics, all the electrons on the diagram of the equipment, because you could later prove that the lunar module, they claimed that the lunar module was powering air conditioning on a bank of water and competed against 250 degrees outside and got it down to 72 for 3 or 4 days. I mean, you tried that at home, with your car batteries.
Also, batteries of today, like my Tesla only goes 350 miles if I drive real slow.
And so they're saying they powered air conditioning much more primitive batteries, 24 hours, 3 or 4 days in a row, against 250 degrees outside. So this is an indirect proof. If you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, you would never destroy the technology. But one of the clips we have is them saying that they intentionally destroyed all of the equipment to go to the moon. All the diagrams, all the hardware, all the schematics, all the original telemetry of where the rocket was at the time, and all the original videotapes. Ron Howard's grandfather warned him, landing for fake, he didn't listen. He wanted to make an IMAX movie. He went to NASA, said, give me all the originals so I can transfer it to HD, and projected it 120 feet wide. He said, give us a couple of days. And in those days, every single original videotape from every single Apollo mission. Now, if you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, the last thing you would do is destroy that technology. Perpetrating a fraud. That's exactly what you do.
So was this Jimmy? So is this landing? Is that there's Neil Armstrong? So this is the one that he was practicing on. Look at that thing. Wow, that's crazy.
All right, we've got about 2.5 minutes here.
So it was a tiny thing. So several second delay. Here goes. The cameras were very successful capturing images of numerous EVAs, but while they could be controlled from Houston, it was felt that several second delay between Earth and Moon made capturing the modules set impossible, so the plan was to pre-program the camera and hope the NASA camera operator in Houston, Ed Fendell, got his timing just right when Apollo 15, the tilt mechanism malfunctioned, and the cameras never panned upwards. Thus, the lunar module rapidly accelerated upwards out of the picture. On Apollo 16 mission, the astronauts actually parked the rover in the wrong place while the cameras were perfectly. It was too close to the module, and again, once it lit up the engines, it accelerated swiftly out of the picture. Happily, Apollo 17 got everything right. What is perhaps most remarkable about looking back on it was that no one realized the significance of the liftoff at the time. Persistent rumors suggest that NASA had to pay the networks to cover Apollo 17 mission at all. And when final liftoff of humanity from the moon took place, it barely raised a mention on that evening's news report. That's a really important point, too, because people were really tired of it. Like, they were mad that it was interrupting my dream of genie.
I would lose it.
Oh, that's what it was. I didn't lose it. Yeah.
Well, that's for Wikipedia that continually defends the moon landing. If you type in moon landing fraud, you don't get anything about the fraud. You get 1,000 videos defending, the supposed moon missions. Now, if the moon missions are real, then anyone who says otherwise is an idiot.
Okay, so
So
how did they defend?
if I were going around saying George Washington was not the first president, I don't really think he knows. I think there'd be 1,000 videos to reassure me that George Washington was the first president. There's 1,000 videos out there. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hours were produced. So all these things that speak for themselves. It has to be continually supported.
So the lunar module leaving the surface of the moon, how did they practice that? It was the first time they ever pulled that off, or the first time they ever tried it?
I think they used this simulation.
But did they do that on the moon?
Well, they could have practiced.
Right, so did they,
the first time.
Did
They did it. They
have the
obviously every
ability,
single time.
did they have the ability to land something on the moon and have it take off remotely? Did they have that kind of control back then? Probably not, right? So if they did, if Apollo 11 did happen and they did take off, but that time they did it was the first time anybody had ever tried to use one of those things to get off the surface. No. So they every time saw it. One person, with two people in it. Three. No, two. Two people in it, one person in the lunar orbiter.
Let's talk about the aces.
Yeah, Ray, you know about that. So, so the first two were in America? And so, is there footage of them trying that thing? No, just how you launch on Earth. I'd be fascinated to see what it looks like. How that thing gets into the air. Because if they were able to make a lunar lander that Neil Armstrong tried, that thing was very different. But that thing, if he's doing that to try to overcome the 6 times gravity that Earth has on the moon, what does that look like when they're testing that thing? Like, how much thrust does it have? Where's the engine? Where's the rockets that propel that thing in space? Like, where do you fit those? This is my question. And so how did they explain that away? Like, what is the conventional explanation as to how that thing had the amount of power that was required to get off of the moon's gravity, get away from the moon, and fly to Earth?
How did they do it with 130,000 as a fuel consumption they had to? Why is it today, what we heard of the moon, you have to make 9 fuel trips to be able to go to the moon and return? How do they do it? Right?
Oh, okay. Let's do this. So this is one they did on Earth? Right. So you certainly could make something that obviously is not first. That's small. That's different. I think that's it. Okay.
They had an AI conference in November. They have all these conferences, field conferences, video equipment conferences, shoot conferences, and they had the latest AI conference in November in Moscow. And just like at these conventions, you can travel the car driving around the track at 150 miles an hour in markets. Well, Google had its most advanced AI. A bunch of AIs just got together called the Neural Net. And they let people play around with it for 3 days. One group had it write a symphony, one group had it write a novel, another group tested its deep fake detection program, which has never been wrong. It can tell you in 1 second of video whether a video of Biden or Trump is real or deep fake. It's never been wrong. First, they sent a picture from the moon surface from the unmanned Chinese drone a few years ago. That we're real. And then they said it's pictures from the fake background, fake foreground. He even pointed out that one picture was not even a real picture. The AI detected that the footprints were not the way a human would walk stand in with the image. And that entire set was a real, was a miniature set. Where's that AI conclusion? On GoToShipRel.com, I wrote an article about it with a video of it himself being shown the results that the latest AI has the latest range. And then when I tried to track down the original article, it warned you if you click to proceed, all the data on the computer will be stolen and I have GoToShipRel.com, there's a clip of it, it's a screenshot. That's how desperate they are, because the latest AI says the moon landings are fake. You think that story is on our team? Their president was there. This is the latest AI looking for all of a sudden. Well, I don't know that they showed it that footage, but they showed it still pictures from the Apollo mission. And they showed us still pictures from the surface of the moon from the unmanned Chinese probe. And says the Chinese probe pictures are real. Smartest man in the world with a deep fake detection program. How is that not public? How is that not mainstream? Exactly, right? Why is it that Fox News canceled their #1 program? They're in business to make money. You know, we had the former director of the Russian space agency a little over a year ago. He said the moon missions were fake. Fox News called me up the next day. They said, Bart, we want to do an hour-long special about whether the moon landings are real or not. And we just want to be honest with you. We haven't read your book. We haven't seen your film. And regardless of what's in there, we will conclude that the moon landings are real. So it is to reassure the public. And then, during that hour-long program that I saw after the fact, I had a quote from one scientist in 1969 that said, congratulations, therefore they said, thank you. I'm like, well, what about the former director of the Russian space program who said 6 weeks ago that it was fake? They deliberately don't. You think RT is out of space? Well, the former director of the Russian space station, his name is Dmitry wrote his book, and he said that the Apollo mission and Fox News called me up. They had to put out there. See that? And they said we will conclude without investigating it, without reading your book. And if your book is going to prove that it was fake, we're still going to conclude that it was real. Of course, it's Fox. And then, well, yeah, and then are they really anti-corruption? No, they're not. And there it is right there. It's the neural network thinks almost everything in this photo is fake. Meanwhile, it breaks. Back up again. This neural network thinks almost everything in this photo is fake. It is the moon effect. So meanwhile, it raises no particular questions about this photo taken by a Chinese lunar probe. So this is someone explaining this to people, and they're looking at it. It believes this one's fake. It's pointing at columns. Yes, look at the red. This is what Google's neural network thinks, not ours. So there will be no bias. It's surprising, but it does believe so.
neural network has analyzed a lot of data, including light and dark contrast, etc. And then it believes the photo is synthetic. Very interesting.
Now, he's not surprised, so he knows already that it's fake. Let me tell you something, Joe. I know somebody who works for the Chinese Space Agency. Okay? I just did an interview with him for my YouTube channel. And he says everybody there knows they're fake.
So why don't they like publicly broadcast that?
Exactly right. He says they're blackmailing NASA. NASA is giving them illegally, according to the old federal law, secret space technology in exchange for China. And that's the alleged reason why it must be real. The Russians would have found out, the Chinese would have found out it was real. Let's say I had a picture of a world leader in front of me. I could upload it to the internet and take them down. And that would be it. Year after year. And that's what that source in the command center of the space station and China Space Agency. He says they know, everyone knows it's fake. They're blackmailing NASA for technology. So the federal government is violating their own espionage act. See that? Russia knows. The guy's not surprised. In fact, my interpretation of his emotion. You see, and then Archie doesn't cover that story. They don't cover it. And I saw another AI story on RT, so I put it in the comments. I leave about 2 or 3 comments a year in there. I've never had one taken down in 3 or 4 months. I leave a comment, hey guys, why didn't you cover that the latest AI Google there says that the munitions are fake? They took down. There won't let you go to the original link. You see, Fox News is covering up for the federal government. You see, it's a great embarrassment. I showed that footage that we talked about for quite a while to the news director in D.C. He said it's absolutely true they didn't go to work. I did a broadcast. I don't want to go down in history as the crime and constant memory. 10 years later, the new director at NBC News takes the footage and thinks they're all known. I would go to work. Put me up on the local history of the town. They pay me thousands of dollars for the exclusive access to that footage. And they said, Bart, I'm sorry to tell you this, you can keep the money, but we're going to have to cancel the program. I'm like, why is that? See? So people see that footage, it convinced me. And I was a big believer. You know, pride is a thing. Here's something I wanted to say. I talked to a guy who teaches aerospace at a major university, and he said even if he saw Buzz Aldrin confess on national TV that the balloon was the fake, pride is simply the unwillingness the humility to be wrong. I was willing to be wrong. It is what it is. The ineffective alleging government is bad.
Okay, let's go over some of this. One thing I wanted to go over is the photographs and the shadows. Because this has been disputed and this has been refuted by some people who are photographic experts. They built this and said this is actually possible to get these kind of different angles. It's debatable. So let's talk about it.
Okay, so here we have on the right-hand side a picture taken from the alleged last You'll see on the left-hand side is sunlight. Try it yourself. Go out in your front yard or your parking lot at work on a cloudless day. 2 people, 2 telephone poles, 2 trees. They will always run parallel. They will never intersect. It's impossible for sunlight shadows to intersect. Over here on the right, they claim it was taken in sunlight. That's all the atmosphere is 20 times brighter on the moon than on Earth. The last thing we need is an electrical light. And they have to run shadows from at 12 o'clock and a rock. Shadows going at 10 o'clock. A 90-degree intersection, proving that was taken with an electrical light really close and probably behind the astronaut. And when you go to the right of it, it's going to throw the angle. That proves it in a quarter of a month. Take a jury out, they'll see the picture picture on the left. Turn off the lights in the courtroom, bring in the spotlight, and you will prove that it's clear law that that picture was taken with an electrical light, which proves they are on Earth and not on the moon.
Now, what is the conventional explanation as to why the shadows move? Well, when people try to debunk it, I'm sure you've seen them try to debunk it. What is their opinion?
I've never heard it before, to tell you the truth. They've ignored it. In fact, the reporter from National Mechanical Magazine, Popular Mechanics interviewed me. And they said, I can't explain. I talked to the Washington Post about the footage mission. He was doing a story about, isn't it interesting that the 37 people now on the moon? And I said, well, what about that footage? And he said, well, it looks to me like they didn't go to the moon. And I said, well, why didn't you do this for real? I did that's what I want you to do.
Okay. Jamie, what are your thoughts? Yeah.
So do I go? Well, what about the one side by side?
Yeah, this photo was not as interesting. That's one.
Go to the side by side one. What's your opinion of that? Sunlight on the left, electrical lighting on the right.
Sure. Well, let's take a look at the image.
Well, my book, which is interactive, has 7 clips. One of the clips, if you want to find it, is National Geographic did a special just to refute myself. And what they did was, you can find that clip that's under Sabrel.com, Moonlight Video, and they go to a desert at night. They dress up in an astronaut costume. They bring out the spotlight, and they have people stand next to the astronaut, and the shadows intersect. And you know what they say, Joe? They say that proves that the moon missions are real. I said, well, wait a minute. It proves that they were taken by electrical light. Why didn't you go out to a desert during the day? You see, they brought in a spotlight. The shadows diverge, and instead it proves that the moon landings are real.
That's a light that's a close source, right?
Yeah, but my point is, what they actually did is they proved that the moon missions were taken with an electrical light. Because they what's that? They moved to the day, what doesn't matter? The shadows are still going to run parallel. It doesn't matter. That's what I was trying to get at. From the photo here, which is very similar to the photo, it looks like the sun is probably behind it, or the brightest source that they have around them. You've already admitted that without adding extra laser reflectors, that the moon surface is reflective, so there's going to be reflection off of that. And you're going to probably have the Earth, which is also now a second source of light, coming from a different angle that the sun does, to create potentially, without knowing exactly everything, some math scientists know where the sun and Earth are in this particular day. They could create just different shapes. So not really, because the sun, why not? So I'll tell you, because the sun is 1 million times bigger in volume than the Earth. And that would be like on a bright, sunny day at noon, shining a flashlight on the ground. You think you're going to see, if you would give it multiple light sources, you're going to look.
Right, wait a minute. The difference in the amount of light that gets emitted by the Earth and the amount of light that gets emitted by the sun is substantial.
Right, that would be like shining a flashlight on the ground at high noon on a cloud night. You're not going to see that.
The thing is, though,
and the surface, take it from the filmmaker, that's called reflective light. It's not going to cast a distinctive shadow.
Yes, but here's my point. It's still that rock on the upper right-hand corner, even if it was getting light from the Earth that made that shadow that underneath it to the left that goes in the wrong direction, you would still get the same kind of shadow that you get off the astronaut behind the rock. There's no reason why that would blast out that shadow. That shadow would be significantly stronger. That's why this is the reason I want to go with a different photo, because that's what you said. Other stuff so this one is not nearly as convincing. It just has shadows going in different directions all over.
That's because it's taken with electrical light.
Well, it does seem that they're going in different directions.
Right.
Well, Apollo 11, they're saying was taken with electrical light. What are you saying?
Well, he's saying it's from electrical light. But here, right now, look, the sunlight behind the guy's head, right over here on the left, sunlight.
Right,
That's your assumption.
If you had electrical light,
If it were sunlight, the shadows would be parallel. You're actually proving it's an electrical light because it's parallel.
Yeah, but hold on, JB, don't stop. You guys are fighting against the things that I'm saying as a photographer, as a filmmaker, and like we're not fighting
But you're
against
assuming
anything.
you're assuming it's sunlight.
I said it could be 4 different lights. It also could be a reflector of the actual lunar lander. That thing is made of giant shiny metal and is also light reflecting in multiple ways. Where's the lunar lander relation? Maybe. We don't know. That's part of the problem. Where all the light sources are. I wasn't there. Right, that's part of the problem with analyzing each individual short little photograph like this. But if I'm looking at this, I see one very distinct shadow. It's going to be from the person.
One at the bottom right there that goes where it shadows in 2 different angles.
That's going to be
That means an electrical light.
well,
Why? Because I just showed you what a picture looks like.
I didn't see an electrical light. There's lots of light sources. It's true. It's true. But there's also a hot spot.
They either filmed it on the moon or they filmed it on Earth.
And that's where
If it's on the moon, the shadows are parallel in sunlight. If the shadows intersect, it's an electrical light, which means they're actually on Earth, and they're trying to fake
So
it out.
what you're saying is that if it's electrical light, it's more than one source of light that they have like suspended. And so these are going to cast light in different directions. It's going to create shadows that come at different angles, as opposed to the enormous sun, which bathes everything in a fairly even distribution.
Yeah, if there's 2 light sources, like 2 electrical lights, they run in different directions,
Right.
or if there's 1 light, because it's close. The sun is 93 million miles away. That electrical light is probably like 10 feet away. So if you're behind it, it's going to cast a shadow, or in front of it, it's going to cast a shadow straight ahead. And if you're to the side of it, it's going to cast an angle and the light in a different angle, and the shadow in a different angle.
And so this one is just.
I mean, look at this picture on the right. This is the most famous picture. It's the original off of eBay. They color corrected this. The soil and the original picture around his feet is caramel brown. Look at the pictures from the Chinese probes that the AI said was real. Those are caramel brown color. And they had the background grayish blue. And they said, oh, we can see the fake background too easily. So they color corrected that. Go to eBay, go to your library, find a publication from 1970, and you'll see that all the lunar pictures, the originals, there's one there. There's the brown one there. Go back. There's one picture of the original print of the soil being brown right there. That's the color. All that set of pictures that I have, those 20 pictures I got from my dad, all of them had the soil that color, including the famous one of Buzz Aldrin, right? They all had a caramel brown, and in the Chinese probes, the soil is caramel brown. Does that
Right,
really
yeah,
is?
right. But if you landed a probe in the desert of California versus you landed a probe in Boston, you're going to get different color ground, right? Wouldn't we assume that the moon, when we look at the sun, there's a bunch of different shades of the moon, right? That's the man moon. There's like
Well, and all the NASA pictures and the original prints, they're all the same shade.
right, because they're in that spot where it's that
But
color.
you have to see there's a before and after of that same picture. The original picture, we have to find it on eBay. The original picture,
Don't you think it's online?
could be, but you have to go to eBay and type in Apollo 11 photographs.
eBay is the most trusted source.
Well,
There's no way.
what we need is the original prints that came out in 1969. And those, the soil is brown, and yet in this most recent picture, they put up these corrections.
Now, why do you think they did that?
Because the soil was brown and the background was grayish blue, and they didn't match. And you could see the fake background so much easier.
Now, there's another point of contention that the same background is used in different photographs that were supposed to be nowhere near each other.
That's true. That is true.
Okay, what are what's the instances of that you can show?
Well, I don't have them queued up, but that proves that they're.
You must know what they are, though, right?
Well, I've seen them with other people that put them in films, and it's true that they claim they're in 2 different locations, but the backgrounds line up exactly.
Right.
So,
Yeah, it's supposedly Damon's part, and yet the background's the same.
yeah, the AI said the picture they had of an astronaut on this vast background was So either Google spent billions of dollars and 10 years or more developing this AI that ended up being a piece of junk, or which well, or photographs. This brings me back to the things you're saying. They did, but the Hasselblad cameras that they used to photograph things. One of the things that people would always say is, oh, they were special cameras. They were different. They protected against radiation. They did a bunch of things. They could operate at the incredible temperature. But they were the same cameras, right? They weren't really special cameras. Right, and someone sent me a link recently. They have, according to Eugene Cernan, he left a picture, a family picture, there on the surface of the moon. And he took a picture of the photograph that was left on the surface of the moon. And then someone said, okay, so what temperature does photographic print take Kodak paper for that time? You know, what temperature is something like the first 45 degrees? Well, that's 100 degrees hotter than that.
Right, but how long does it take?
Oh, it would be immediately. Yes. And so the AI said that. And then it says, okay, well, this is a picture of Kodak film on the moon. You know, it says, yes, it's supposed to be. But how can it be there just leisurely laying around when it's 100 degrees hotter than what it's talking about?
What was different about the cameras that were used on the moon, and what protection was in place supposedly to protect them from radiation and temperature?
Nothing. When my film came out, and that's about the time that you and I met for the first time.
Here it goes. Hasselblad engineers gave it a coat of heat-resistant aluminum paint and removed the mirror and focus screen to save weight and allow the camera to be operated close to the head as opposed to the waist. To aid in the photo composition, they attached a bracket used for mounting camera accessories called a cold shoe to the side. It also held the astronauts' checklist when they were on the lunar surface. Inside the camera, highly precise motors allowed astronauts to scroll through a roll of film without using a hard crank. Rice knew that recreating the perfect replica of the Apollo 11 Hasselblad camera was going to be more difficult because there wasn't much accurate information available about it.
Right. Right. Okay, but the most significant part about this, when my film came out, Fox was going to air it as is. And right beforehand, their lawyers reached out and said, well, we didn't show the story. I argued with you during the break. I've heard their side of the story. Correct. You know, Amy was going to give us. Yeah, but wait a minute, they said. So they made a special where they interviewed me. It was conspiracy theory, did we go to the moon? Aired 3 times by popular demand. One of the most convincing parts is they interviewed the representative from Hasselblad cameras. They showed him a picture of allegedly a guy on the surface of the moon in sunlight. And he said, where is his employee? Like that. Like he's standing under an electrical spot.
And it's also
that's right. So the guy who made the camera said that pretty cool. That the pictures are fake. He doesn't look like an electrical light.
And again, that could be because it was almost impossible to recreate those forms.
Well, they showed simulation so many times during the 1969 television pictures. You know, they didn't have that much actual. I don't think they would have a problem saying, well, we just, look like the pictures. We have TV.
It is really crazy.
And they destroyed all the pictures. I really went to the moon, or I was in charge of a mission. I really went to the moon. And someone said, well, we got to put in fake pictures like this. Because people are already saying that we're and the never fake footage to be shown in a real mission. If they really went, it would jeopardize the credibility of the mission.
If you have sex, but also you have to take into consideration the people that back then, there was no easier. They would hear this once, in their minds, that would be it. No one anticipated VCRs, no one anticipated DVDs, and certainly no one anticipated No one anticipated someone being able to analyze and look at these things. No one anticipated AI being able to look at the images and of course.
I haven't heard your devil's advocate excuse yet, Joe, for why why they intentionally destroyed a $2 billion.
That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would destroy the footage. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would not have their military data. It doesn't make any sense. I can't think of a reason why other than gross incompetence.
So they said they intentionally destroyed it, not accidentally. I mean, if there was any technology you might intentionally destroy, maybe the atomic bomb. We used it to inventory, now it's destroyed.
Yeah, but they did.
Well, the point is, 10 years later, so why would they destroy that technology unless they're covering their tracks?
Now, one of the things about this is that this subject is connected instantaneously with idiocy. If you believe the moon landings are fake, you are and it's something that is pushed heavily, especially by people that have a cursory understanding of the moon landing itself. And their argument is it would actually be more difficult to fake this than it would be to actually go.
No, that's not true. Was the film The Martian shot on location in Mars?
That was much later.
Well, but the point is,
You know what I'm saying? When 1969
that saying, Occam's razor, that the simplest explanation is true, is true. But they've got it backwards. The film The Martian wasn't shot on location on Mars. It was done in a TV studio. It's easier to fake a moon mission than it is to go to the moon, obviously. And yet they're so desperate to say that the moon landings are real. They say it's upside down. They say it's easier to go than to fake.
So they say it's easier to go than to fake it and keep it secret.
They did. Only a handful of people knew the truth. Right? The guy in the command center can't tell the difference between real and fake. Right? There's only 3 eyewitnesses and no independent press coverage.
Everything's compartmentalized.
So they did fake it. We have the fact that you can't have 1,000 times greater technology in the past than in the future, right? We have the footage of the faking being halfway to the moon. We have shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which can only be done with electrical light. We have an eyewitness of an IRCG. And then there's another clip. I think it's clip 7, James. I interviewed Edgar Mitchell at his house for my second follow-up film, Astronaut Scott Wild. I showed him the fake footage that we just looked at. He turned beet red, got mad. Where did you get this? Get out of my house. Started cursing at me. Kicked me from behind. And in the commotion, we left him. And in the commotion, I came from later church. So while the camera is in the back seat of the river, in the guy's driveway, he's in his house with the door closed, and we're recording this private conversation with his son. And you'll hear them say, "You want to call the CIA?" Now, if they really went to the moon, and I'm some idiot who thinks it was done in a TV studio, why would they care? Why would the CIA care? And why would a civilian astronaut have the CIA control of this? Do you see? That's interesting that they didn't go to the moon. Because why would they be talking about having me killed by the CIA if they really went? It's the only person who thinks they might. You see, listen. Yeah. I gave them the time to go there. And then so my book goes into all these things that are not in the film.
So here's you running into the car.
And there it is.
So that's the son's name.
That's right.
Okay. How old is this son?
Well, he was about, I guess, 23 years old.
Okay, but the 23-year-old.
Well,
You get a 23-year-old kid, they're dumbass, they're mad, their dad just got whole thing's happening, and dad kicks this guy, fuck this guy,
Well, I don't know if you read the book. One chapter is called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to CNN." Okay, when I found that tape of that fake part of the movie in my home studio, and just quietly left, oh my gosh, I really did think I'm going to freak out. I said, oh my gosh, I had a clue that the moon landings are fake in my house with a blind roommate and a my Bill, you're not going to believe what I found. They really did told you. I'm like, no, you don't understand. They really didn't do it. Like, well, I told you. And as I'm telling him about the footage, it's interrupted by this scream. I can't hear him. He can't hear me. I go to church that night to get advice from the elders what to do. They say, drive like a man in hell. Just see it in. I already made a copy of it, put it in Big House. As I'm leaving church, one of the last hours late at night, a van backed into a circle that is close to 3 hours. I pulled out immediately when I go by. I pull over to the side of the road and I'm going to go there. I was just like, he got caught. He practically followed him. He gets on the parkway going for town. I get in the parkway going for town. I'm like, I don't see this guy. I look at him in the eye. He looks like a great white shark. Kill me. Elbow and a great guy. We connect. And the car shuts up. Engine. Everything shuts up. He meets up with another year. This is 1999. I had a Toyota Rothschild. And he meets up with another car on the other side. They start literally looping around as I'm running inside. I flag down a cab. Takes me to stand in. And it led where I have a friend who works there. And I'm literally trying to give them the tape of the back door. That's all in my book. They didn't let me read the book. And I'm abducted by witnesses and this unmarked white van who handcuffed me. And I can hear them behind me say, we're all the same. That's how you mentioned it. He's got the thing. We're all wearing rubber gloves. I put something on my wrist that looks like something gets me going to the hospital. And within 1 minute, I feel like I'm on the point where they put me in a van, they start interrogating me. How to read the book. It's a long story. I make my way back to Nashville. I pee in a cup. I'm going to show my news director at NBC that I've been brought by this exotic producer. I told him everything. And I take it to a lab. I get it to a friend. I put it in the lab at Disney. Tried to help with the CIA, right? I checked back with him a few days later. Said the mark was a problem. Well, we had a drink in over the weekend. So what is the only thing stolen was a urine sample. So the people at the lab are like, we don't know who you are, but take your business elsewhere. And so all of this is in my book. Never talked about it because I'm already trying to convince people of it's very difficult. They really did take the defense. And how do you know they're supposed to trust people? Well, they're the ones who monitored my phones, who followed me from church, who followed me to CNN, who stopped me from getting the tape there, who drugged me with something supposed to be growing up and hallucinating. And then they're so afraid that I'm going to prove that I was drugged, they break into the lab. You know, in the middle of the night, hey, only thing stolen was my ears had gone the next day. I didn't with you. That was 1999. Yeah, the truth. You're allergic to truth? No. Okay. So everything your hair and yeah. Alfalfa tablets. I mean, you gotta take like 4 or 5 a day. So this is 1999, and this is when you first get hold of that. That's right. And did they ask you where you got it? Do you remember anything they asked you? I remember like the first 2 questions. I was really concerned about the safety of it. I always think, what would I do if I were him? Right. And so I was concerned if they would kidnap him and say, if him, you give us a date. So the very first question out of our mouth, very first question. And then the next question is something about copies of the tape. And, literally, at the middle of the night, running away from these people. X-Files type of thing that someday found. And just unreal what I went through. And they're still keeping up with it. You gotta remember what St. Brown did. He wrote that book, Deadly at Any Speed. And what was his GM simply didn't want to spend $200 on cars to put it in your back. See what they did? The route leader was trying to get them to put it on the trapped him with prostitutes or drugs to discredit him. Only to not put $200 in that court and had to arrest to a reporter and now the book that just came out, we have an eyewitness who says he saw them take them away and cannon Air Force Base and even admitted he's killing them.
Okay, let's go over some of the things that people would say to try to demonize us. Let's go over specifically the Van Allen radiation. So what is the explanation, the official explanation of how the astronauts were able to get through the Van Allen radiation belt safely? Because I know that people have disputed this, and this talk all the time.
Well, they're contradictory themselves because we just showed Kelly Smith who said the field of radiation is dangerous, that we need to develop shielding. We send people to this space. So the shielding to send people through it so they don't die has not been invented as of 2014. No, he said people. No. We must develop this technology before we send people. And we did.
Yeah,
Well, that too.
right, but that was when we were talking about
Regardless, he says the technology to do that has not been invented yet. No, he says we must first solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. So the challenges have not been solved as of 2014.
Right.
So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the idea is that they did solve them, and then that technology was lost when they were created.
Really, they invented the automobile and threw it in the ocean, and now they have to reinvent the automobile.
I'm just like,
Yeah, but the point is that doesn't make any sense.
it doesn't make a lot of sense. No, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
So you said you were going to share your opinion about what you think about it.
What do you think? Well, there's no way I know, right? We're all speculating. There's no way I know. But all this shit looks very suspicious. Like, mostly suspicious. Like, not a lot of it makes sense. Just logically, if you look at the timeline between 1969 and 2020, and the amount of progress that has taken place in actual outside of Earth's orbit space travel, it's not existent by human beings. Another question is, did they ever manage to get anything alive through the Van Allen radiation belts and never come back to Earth? Or they tried out people? Did they do it with a monkey? Did they do it with a chicken? Did they send anything in space and never come back to Earth?
Not officially. They may have done it unofficially and not reported it just to see outcomes.
When they did Operation Starfish Prime, and they
Realize that's rare. There are people that feel the same way. There's some that are, but why do you think they do?
Didn't it make the Van Allen radiation belts worse in that time?
That's what I heard, that it added to the radiation.
Here it says, some people believe that the Apollo moon missions were a hoax because astronauts would have been instantly killed with radiation belts. The U.S. Occupational Safety and Health Agency, OSHA, a lethal radiation dosage is 300 rads in 1 hour. What is your answer to the moon landing hoax believers? Okay. Total dosage for the trip is only 16 rad in 68.1 minutes, because 68.1 minutes is equal to 1.13 hours. This is equal to a dosage of 16 rad in 1.13 hours equals 14 rad in 1 hour, which is below the 300 rads in 1 hour that is considered to be lethal. All Also, this radiation exposure would be for an astronaut outside the spacecraft during the transit through the belts. Radiation shielding inside the spacecraft cuts down to 14 rads per hour exposure so that it's completely harmless. Well, I would live with the Rothschild where they talked about the shows in the 1950s where they said pro Geiger counters, and they say it's 100 times lethal dose and broke the Geiger counter because it vibrated so much. So where again, these numbers of the amount of radiation and the amount of radiation belts are from the moon landing. So what kind of proof is that? So this is their saying that the total dosage for the trip is 16 rad. That's correct. Okay, how do we know that? Because the people who think the moon landing system. Sources. Yeah. Yeah, but let's do that. Let's find out a source. Yeah, that's a good question. Why don't you Google how lethal? So there's a clip from my book. Yeah, it's 3 bad allegations. Right. There's a clip from my book that has scientists showing the radiation talking about how it's a barrier. Now, what's causing that radiation? Well, this magnetic field of the Earth causes this magnetic area which collects however old the Earth is, all those years, radiation that comes over here, so it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It also shields us from cosmic hyperradiation and it keeps us against the sun. And you have to have it to have life on Earth, but paradoxically, so it says the numbers along the horizontal axis give the distance from Earth in multiples of the Earth's radius. The inner Van Allen belt is located at about 1.6 RE. The outer Van Allen belt is located at 4.0. The distance of 2.2. There's a gap region between these belts. Satellites such as the Global Positioning System orbit in this gap region where the radiation effects are minimal. There's a gap in between the two belts. It says the International Space Station and Space Shuttle, this scale orbit very near the edge of the blue disk. Figures are well below NL radiation. So most of the space station, that's space shuttle travel, all that stuff is in that area. But below, they're at 250 miles. The radiation begins at 1,000 miles. Right. I think in 1996, the space shuttle went up to 365 miles. CNN reported this word for word. The radiation belt surrounding the Earth is more dangerous than previously. So how is it that astronauts 600 miles away from it know more about it than astronauts through it in the moon effect? You see that? That's not possible. We have article after article that says that the radiation belts are an obstacle to going to the moon. We have Rothschild Jr. saying we're going to return to the moon in 10 years. He said that 20 years ago. And he says, but first, we need to learn how to protect the astronauts from radiation. That's the way that works so well on the Apollo mission. So, what kind of protection how thick was the aluminum shield? 1/8 of an inch. And was there anything, a coating on the inside of it that protected them from the sun? Just 1/8 of an inch of aluminum. And how much of protection would 1/8 of an inch of aluminum provide? Well, half as much as the dental X-ray. And that's more or less than that. But they would experience much more radiation. Now, if this is saying that it's well below the lethal threshold, is there anything that disputes that? Is there anything that you point to that shows that now radiation belts are significantly more powerful than others? Like this article that you said was from CNN that was a 365-mile trip. Let's find that. That's in the film. That's in the film of everything happens on the way to the moon. I've read that. Just look for that part in the film that shows the animation and out there. And then those books that I said my book is interactive. One of those books has 2 or 3 links underneath it, including documentation from I think it's called Scientific American from a 1958 publication that says that the radiation is 100 times on lethal dose.
have an article to that linked in one of the video descriptions. 100 times the link talks about the rat, based on pros they sent up in the late 50s, and it's the Packer County Pro because they migrated. They said it was 100 times the link. When Von Braun said it was just 3 rockets weighing 30,000% more than the Saturn V rocket. But all that stuff is fair. Now they're rewriting history to falsify the movies.
So one of the problems is that if they did fake it in order to redo it, even if the technology exists today to be able to shield the craft to get through the radiation belts and fuel it adequately to get to the moon, to pursue that and to pursue that transparently, where you have to explain the protection that you're putting in place because of the dangerous measurements. Because we did send, Ryan did send different probes up there to figure out how much radiation. That would throw into question whether or not your original emissions were true. So if it was, even if we are capable of doing it today, if those were fake, it would stop us from doing it today. So, is that fair to say? Yeah. And it's one of those things like I talked about with UFOs, like you see with Charlie Brown in football. You always think you're going to get that football, but nope, they pull it away from you. It's like this, if they do want to actually go to the moon, go to Mars, and if you have the technology, they're going to have to publicly address what precautions that they're going through in order to shield people from radiation if they're being accurate and honest.
Yeah, Kelly Steph made an attempt to do that. I don't know if it's intentional, but he said technology necessary to protect astronauts from the radiation to the moon has not been invented. So if it's not been invented yet, as of 2014, today, certainly wasn't around in 1959. On this explains footage of Wagner space movies halfway to the moon, and they can't even go halfway. They can't leave Earth orbit unless it's 54 years later. They still cannot leave Earth orbit. That's why partial panic is pretty low because of the radiation.
Also, it's cheaper.
Well, they said they were going to send people in 2018, and now it's 100% high schedule. They can only send mannequins. So if they can send people, they would. The fact that they didn't, they can't.
Well, that seems to be the most logical path.
Well, and the fuel. Because Elon Musk is a smart guy. He says it's going to take 9 fuel trips.
See if you can find him saying
I'm sorry, 8 fuel trips.
pull up him saying that.
I think he's made it more efficient now. He's made bigger containers.
So what do people that are confronted by this information that what do they say?
Well, the college professor I talked to said even a concession from Buzz Aldrin, who was fake, would persuade him from the glorious moon landing. He would still think they were real.
Elon Musk says it would take 8 Starship launches to handle the same launch. Elon Musk is entirely sure how many starships.
Yeah, he said the moon landings were an historical anomaly, meaning they're out of place and have had greater technology in the past and the future. I believe he knows the missiles are fake, but he needs cooperation with NASA to build his drones. And he claims that I will probably do something to do with drones.
Yeah. That makes sense. This, again, this is one of those subjects, and this is why some people if you even talk about many things, or entertain a person like yourself that says this, you're automatically put in the category of being.
Isn't that interesting? If you believe the lie, you're intelligent, and if you believe the truth, you're a fool.
Not just that it's self-policed, and it's policed by a large percentage of the population that are certainly attacking weapons of video. try to sit down and because I'm inviting someone to do that. Because once this comes out, I know there's going to be a lot of people outraged. The best way to stop it would be for someone to sit down and go over in every detail why you're wrong. And has anybody ever done that?
I've never debated anybody.
Nobody ever wanted to?
No one ever asked me to debate them. I know that they were fake. I used to not only believe they're real, I worship them. And if I
I mean, you were a child.
through teenager and admitted that I was wrong, and still, when I had all this evidence indicating I'm wrong, they still gave me the benefit of the doubt. That $1 million film that was financed by someone who built rockets for NASA, who knows who was fake. Okay, that took 7 years to edit that movie. That's 45 minutes long. Took me 4,000 minutes. And yeah, I mean that's not a real debate. It's like a 1-minute interview. But that film took 7 years to produce. 3.5 years into it, I talked to the tape that Rothschild. I guess fast forward, it's the same shit over and over again. Allegedly bouncing around. I'm like, well, let me look at that from the time. You never think away. I hear a third track of audio prompting them to make a 4-second radio delay. And I'm like, that's not good. And then it dawned on me, they really did. So before that, you were on the fence. Well, originally I thought they read and thought it was the greatest thing. I was just having pictures on my room for many years.
And it was just Bill Casey.
That and looking at the pictures as a filmmaker, I become a filmmaker whose job is to make things real. And I just got on the intersect background, I got on the intersect film. That's not enough proof for me to say such a thing. When I found that footage that's taking me halfway to the middle, I heard your eyes, third track of audio, CIA, the two NBC news directors read and approve they did not. And the weird thing is, this is the linchpin. This is the figure out. You know, the JFK witness list, they say it's 200 people they know about this show. 9/11 freaked out. Maybe it killed 20 people. Even though it killed the fewest number of people, because they waved their flags, they got down on their knees and prayed. They gave them medals of honor. They printed it on stamps and coins, and they taught it in so glorious fillet. This is what the NBC news director tried to get me to understand, trying to get me to understand. The truth comes out, it will bring down corruption. It's the linchpin. The moonlighting fraud comes out as happened. It will never happen. Let's look at the Apollo 11 post-flight test. Because this is weird. Because these guys just returned from the moon. And they look like they're in a hostage video. But they look like they're at the funeral of their mother. It does not seem like these are happy guys who just returned from the moon. Scooch your head a little bit. So I'm nervous, good luck. Look at Michael Collins fidgeting. But obviously you wouldn't be nervous. You address all these people. But it's the tone in which Neil Armstrong takes. And then after this, we're going to show the 25th anniversary speech, which is one of the most bizarre.
The standard of God is judging yourself against God. So, whereas you may look and say, well, this little kid stole the can of water. That's not as bad as somebody who burglarized the apartment building. But the reality is,
Yeah, go to him talking.
and they both come from the same selfish attitude that I can take whatever.
Go back a little bit. Go back a little bit. So
God's looking at a bigger picture.
Here we go.
Therefore, the judgment is different. So, for instance, you judging yourself against another person and seeing who is better is one thing. When you compare it to God, it's the equivalent in the analogy is you standing on the southernmost part of Texas, throwing rocks, trying to reach Canada, and judging the guy next to you to see who's closer. You're both so far from reaching Canada that you can't comparison is silly. So if you're trying No, but Tom, I understand that, but God is the definer of what's good and evil. So this brings me back to a very bigger point. That it's not about whether someone's evil in your eyes, whether they do bad things. It's about their acceptance or rejection of God. There is nothing you can do evil enough that is outside of the cleansing power of God. And there's nothing you can do good enough that is going to somehow win you favor with God. I can understand that. Okay. We will use burger, whatever, the whole life, which most of you have seen. It's not that easy, but can a person be forgiven on their deathbed? Absolutely. Can a person be forgiven on their deathbed no matter how his acts they've done? Yes. Because again, it's about the goodness of God, not the badness of man. Just that's a good perspective. That you look at it and say, oh, it's easy. But God doesn't fall for lies. Man tends to look at this question like a relationship, like somehow God can beat the woman or cheat on her and comes back and goes, babe. And Saturday was I love you. I don't do that. And her going and somehow God is the woman in this equation going, okay, that's not what it is. That is not what it is. It is not that man looks at this question and says, oh, so is there three magic words I can say, I'm sorry, God. And then it's all great. Absolutely not. However, if somebody is on their deathbed and they have lived a life of horrible evil, but have true repentance, but keep in mind, a deathbed repentance is difficult because what you turn away from, you don't have an opportunity. And if it's just because you're dying, God knows the difference. So you're not going to somehow woo God and have to go, oh wow, this is really sad. This is probably back on the deathbed. You're coughing up blood. This is really touching. Choose a violin. I mean, okay, that's good. That's not what it's about. That's how man thinks. Man thinks somehow that
This is going to go on for a long time. Yeah, but there's so many things that work there. You see the two teleprompters there in the desk? These are the only guys on earth who know what it was like. It's good too. It looks very odd. Another odd thing is my also you get to go to this next. And also he never that's right. And also when he's asked about stars, we'll learn this information of them. And then Michael Collins, they were all three orbiting the Earth, so they had the same experience. And he gives them written transcripts. I don't remember seeing anything change. They lightning strikes twice. As Les said it, instead of like video. And it gets the truth. Well, because they didn't have YouTube videos back then, people got the transcript that we can correct it. My knowledge wasn't there. They're covering for it. Let's spend the 25th. Because here's another reason. Neil Armstrong, first man on the moon, doesn't give it. Doesn't talk about it. Doesn't want to give on the lake. And you would imagine a guy who didn't want fame, and all of a sudden started to look at life. That would be a real problem. Probably didn't enjoy being the center of attention. Or you could look at it like if you have a guy from a relationship perspective, he's one of the most valuable people. He's the first man. Just from a PR standpoint, kind of forced that. It's the most incredible.
Worried about Mayor Bass's proposed budget.
So give us a speech at the 25th NASA. He's giving this speech to is it American valedictorians, high school valedictorians, some of the best brightest high school kids? Yeah, and so the speech is so I've never seen anybody give a rational explanation as to what the hell he's saying, other than he's trying to tell you something.
The Lakers will again try to avoid playoff elimination when their NBA West Conference first round series shifts back to Denver. That game will happen tomorrow night. Last night, the Lakers won 119-108 over the Denver Nuggets at Crypto.com Arena. None of the previous 151 NBA teams that have lost the first games of a best-of-7 series has gone on to win the series. The Special Olympics in Southern California is holding its annual Dream Home Rival to raise money for special needs athletes. Tickets are $150 and the grand prize is a luxury home or $1 million in cash. You could also win cars, vacations, and more cash. Looks like there's double trouble on the 101.
Listen, I think he's trying to say something. You know, that is one of the most cryptic things I've ever heard. You can also notice that he was looking down, like set that part. Perhaps someday he'll be here. You know how many pictures there are of him on the surface of the moon? You don't suppose he didn't first get them. Still picture. I went to the archives. I had the employees take the picture of the surface of the moon. Still picture. It's been in and out and down. Scratching their head. He used to give interviews. Single picture. You don't want to have anything to do with it. I believe they asked him to participate in the fraud, and that's what they said. Guys that testified, they corrected his life. Or you could say, if you do this, it's professional security. There's a reason to do this. Very clear. So I think he was designed special. So I think they had the threat. I think they would have the precedent speculation. That's right. It's my speculation. But this year's of research, this video is not speculation. That's right. I think they threatened. I think they threatened his families. Perhaps we were just speculating. Yeah, right. But this video again, that's not speculation. Has anybody ever? Anybody ever Neil deGrasse Tyson? Another thing was that you could track the trip the entire way, and then people were tracking. The only people who had the capability of tracking the American government and the Soviets and the Black So that's just speculation too, right? It's like, how were they black? Is there any evidence? Well, they obviously know that the movers were fake. Putin was not surprised. It was around that time that we reigned in the Soviet enemy, and around the same after Richard Nixon China as an enemy, that he went to China, which is generally the inferior person, visits the superior person. And so he would, I think they just have and we know they are black. They're technology. You know that. I interviewed a guy from right, but that's just his. It's not
That's his eyewitness. That's what I understand. I was talking to people.
Well, I understand. But it's still, it's a guy's head. You gotta get work for the judge. Right. But if you're not like, we might have to, we don't have to prove. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you have to judge. I mean, people are convicted. That's the problem. Based on the testimony of people.
Right, but this is one guy saying something extraordinary, and extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Not that extraordinary. That China would find out about the woman instead of the more valuable tools of the information. I think another good reason for the truth to come out. So we will see what
What do you think will happen if definitive proof came out, if Trump opened up all files, if everybody started talking about it, definitive proof? We got to a point technologically we are ready to travel to other planets and realize, hey, this impediment could not have possibly been true.
Well, if the truth came out, no, I the government that would be a beautiful, beautiful. Because the faking of the missile is so much worse than it made shows the it would be like throwing a glass of water up in space. They wake up, they realize they've been sleeping, they look down, it would be minutes. Not just as a nation,
Wouldn't the problem then be we would have to revamp the entirety of government? If that's the case, and Trump agencies have done this. They really did kill Kennedy, they really did take the money, they really did all the things that they did. Like, no one would have faith in it.
That's right. And maybe that'll be and so be it. You know, the stock market could crash, the dollar could crash. It could ruin the reputation of the United States of America. Have an angry William Benny, you know, the NSA, he said, you know, there's something to get dirt on them, come back to build them. And of course, bold, dangerous situations are that they can be in. There needs to be a major I'm not even sure what happened. Let's say the whole federal government ran on electricity, unplug it off and go plug your life. Sure, what would happen to you and me and everyone else is hiding. We unplug the federal government. I don't know why we can't just have the independent states of America and manage our own affairs because they are so corrupt. They're killing their own president. They're starting war after war based on the right? We have so many murders with people that they have done themselves. The federal government is killing their own people and funding it. What they're doing is really wrong. Our leaders are monsters.
What are we missing? What have we not covered? We've basically done this right now. We're at 3 hours plus talking. What have we not?
I think we covered most of it. We have the fact that shadows can't intersect because that's a light show. We have footage of them faking being halfway to the moon. We have the deathbed testimony that eyewitnesses saw them killing the public in space. And we have the fact that you can't travel 1,000 times further into space. 1969 on the first attempt, on this 85% of that, than you can 50 years later. Technology has never been better in the past. If it were a sweet line, so I want to give you people love, don't want to give up. People would see the true source of it.
That's an interesting thing too that you said it's not like that.
It is.
It's not a lie like us to our personal instance.
JFK is dead, and all the people in either are dead.
So,
this is taking candy. They're just sending the candy.
that my name is accompanied by
Would you be willing to debate if I get someone to come on here
it's not
and
like
prepare?
JESUS culture.
Okay, so we'll put that out there. Because I would like to see. I would like to see how someone describes it. Because I'm sure there's eyeballs rolling and fingers in the keyboards right now. People are getting very outraged. But I don't think the right way to handle this is to not talk about both sides. I think if you're wrong, the right way is to let you lay out your best argument and have someone refute that best argument. So I hope that at least is down. Tired of talking about the moon landing? Well, you could have this for it. It's historic important because the thinking of the moon landing for mankind is more significant than anything else. That they lie to the world as of money, and doing something. And not know that truth is like having cancer. So we have to know. We can have a great awakening about everything else. Still, are deceived about the greatest accomplishment of mankind. That there is no great awakening. It's a spiritual issue. It's a spiritual battle that it's ironic. You know, there was a famous writer who said about the Tower of Babel, the monument to their pride became a memorial. And it comes out. Do you think that this is a subject that even intelligent people that get this information it resonates with them, that they're worth trying? Because it's so controversial that you instantly get labeled cool. The problem with intelligence is people can be smart, but what is their like I asked my doctor, what do you know about natural medicine? They said, all I know is what pills prescribed by this illness that I was using. They're intelligent enough here, but they can't critically think. Universities are thinking those forbidden by the University of Pittsburgh after having a contract to speak to student bodyguards about God is the free speech, free expression of the United States of America. You see, this is a major problem. People are emotional about this. They're so arrogant. I mean, a college professor teaching aerospace says it was already confessed on national TV that it was fake, filmed at Canada Air Force Base, just like Martin said. He doesn't know like he was. That's what this is about. His wife is the God of science is having a man. But John is not here. This is together as a believer that is used to work brand all of his heart. I really believe why God one country will not work well. The arguments are very compelling. The actual raw facts are very possible. The whole thing is very all the stuff people can investigate for themselves. Just go to Cerebral.com. There's 17 clips that you can watch for free in the design. Graduation, maybe that answer. It doesn't cover everything because now it doesn't cover self-esteem. Kind of like her around. Of course. But there's never going to be.
And the more I learned, the more I realized I was lied to. We're taught to go to school, to get a degree, to get a job, so we can then get a job and climb the corporate ladder. But wealthy people don't do that. Wealthy people are not working to climb the corporate ladder. They're working to.
What is the big thing that you wish everyone knew about money before they started making it?
Oh man, well, it goes back to, I guess, just the basics. Because most of us, myself included, are never taught a thing about money. We're told, go to school, get a degree, get a job, and help you figure it out. And then what happens for the majority of people is you end up broke, you end up struggling financially, and you can never figure out why. So the first thing is, what is it that you want to achieve in your life financially? And then you have to go out and figure it out yourself because unfortunately school will never teach you this stuff.
So you didn't learn this in high school or University of Michigan or
No, never.
law school? They didn't teach you any of this
I
stuff?
went through high school, I went through college, I went through 1 year grad school, and then I went through law school, and I never once learned a thing about money. Never once learned a thing about budgeting, never once learned a thing about building wealth, never once learned a thing about investing my money, and never once learned a thing about passive income. Yet here I am today with a law degree, and I haven't worked a single day as an attorney.
Why not?
Well, it doesn't make sense for me financially, and it's not my purpose. So, I grew up in a traditional Indian house.
Doctor, lawyer?
Well, for me, I had two options: doctor or failure. Those are the two options that I had. My parents are immigrants in the state in India called Punjab, and my parents came to the country with very little. And so, I saw my parents work their butt off every single day. If my dad got a Saturday and a Sunday off, it was considered a long weekend. And so I didn't get to spend a lot of time with my parents growing up, and they would always tell me that you have to go out and become successful. And I completely agreed because I wanted to give back to my parents. I wanted to help support them. And I figured, okay, if I want to become successful, I should follow the steps that we're told to become successful. What are those steps? Go to school, get a good degree, get a good job. For me, in my case, it was become a doctor. And along that way, it was in college, I realized that something is wrong. Something's not adding up. And it actually happened. I was studying to get into medical school. And as I was studying, I started reading other business books and financial books. And I remember this. I was in the library studying, and I went on to Google. And I searched the richest people in America. And then you see people like Steve Jobs, Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg. And I was like, none of these people are doctors. None of these people went down that traditional route of getting a degree, doing a good job. Am I missing something? Because I thought that if you go to school, get a good degree, you can make a lot of money. And if you work harder in school, get better grades, you'll make even more money. So I thought it was just directly correlated. Your grades, your income. And that's when I started questioning things. And I realized, maybe this isn't right. And as you start to go down deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole, you start to realize, oh my God, everything that I've been told is a lie. And so that kind of pushed me into this whole painful, emotional journey of learning about money, learning about entrepreneurship, learning about what does it mean to become wealthy and how do you actually do it. So that was kind of the initial phase for me, and then I had to go out and actually start learning.
Yeah.
And the first real experience of that for me was I had this event planning company that I started in college. And the reason why I started it was because when I was in high school, I worked at Indian weddings. So I got to know a lot of the DJs. And when I was in high school, these DJs were like, hey man, you know a lot of people in high school. How about we host a teen party with your friends in high school? I was like, all right, that's fine. Why not? Started this little teen party business in high school and go to college. Don't know what to expect. My parents didn't go to university here. I think everybody goes to college to study hard and become this big thing in college. I get to college and everybody is partying. They're blowing their money that they don't have on alcohol. They're drinking. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I'm not into that party scene, but I need something to do on Friday nights. So I was like, why don't I just take this teen party business that I had in high school, bring it to college? And that's what I did. Freshman year, I was 17 years old. I started knocking on the door of every club, venue, bar, restaurant, asking if I could host a party here. Some would say, yeah, it's going to cost you $10,000. Some would say, yeah, it's going to cost you $20,000. I don't have that money.
Right.
But then one or two said, you can do it here. We're not going to charge you a penny. Just give us half the cover charge, half of the money that you bring in. And I said, okay, now I'm in business. So I started making a little bit of money doing this. And I had some cash saved up. And I started to read these business books. And every business book said, wealthy people invest in real estate. I don't know what that means. I don't know any real estate investors. My parents aren't investors. And so I was like, okay, if wealthy people invest in real estate, maybe I should invest in real estate. And this was right after the 2008 crash in Michigan, where real estate was hit extremely hard. So I was like, all right, I would like to invest in real estate. I'm studying from the medical college admission test. I start going to Google because I'm bored while I'm studying for this exam. I'm reading about the Forbes richest people. None of them are doctors. None of them are people that work the traditional path. And I have this idea to start investing in real estate. So I started looking at real estate in between my study sessions. And on August 22nd, I took the medical college admission test, the MCAT. August 23rd, I closed on my first real estate investment property.
Wow. How old were you?
I was 19.
Holy cow.
It was $8,000.
What was the investment?
Was the price of the condo.
The condo was $8 grand.
$8 grand.
How'd you get a condo for $8 grand?
It's right after the 2008 crash. It was
You got
on
a foreclosure.
It was on foreclosure. That same condo was selling for about 150 grand just a few years prior.
Come on.
Yeah, and so I came in. It was actually listed on sale for $8,400. I made an offer for $4,000. They came down to $7,000, and I was still trying to push them lower. But then they said they had another offer on the table. I didn't want to lose it, so I said, I'll give you $8 grand, right? So I bought it for $8 grand, put in a few $1,000s worth of work, and then leased it for $600 a month. And now all of a sudden, my mind was blown because I kind of had this idea of what entrepreneurship was. I had never heard that term until I came to college, but I was running this web planning company. I'm starting to learn about this thing called entrepreneurship. And now I have this condo that's generating me this like almost passive income. I say almost because I was making a lot of mistakes in the beginning. But now I'm like, wow, this investment thing is very unique because I never learned this in school. My teachers never taught me this. But why am I working so hard in school? I mean, I want to become a doctor so I can ultimately make money. Now I start having this, I talked about an emotional dilemma. Why am I becoming a doctor? Okay, I want to make my parents happy. Check. I want to be successful. Check. Do I really want to be a doctor? Maybe. And now I'm starting to question my actual beliefs. Because if I become a doctor, how do you make money? You treat people. I kind of have this entrepreneurial mind. I want to become successful. How do you make more money? You treat more people. So it's like, this kind of runs into a dilemma because if I'm trying to maximize my income as a doctor, I got to maximize how many patients I see. Maybe that means I don't need to give the best value to each individual patient. But as a human, I want to provide the most value possible. So I started to kind of face this dilemma where maybe I'm becoming a doctor for the wrong reasons.
Interesting.
And then I run this idea by my parents. I don't want to be a doctor.
They're like,
absolutely not. My dad was angry. My mom was furious. It took my mom about a year and a half to believe that her son was not going to be a doctor.
oh man.
And when I say it was tough. Like my parents would tell all their friends, just pretending to become a doctor.
Oh wow. You're not becoming.
I'm not going to become one. Now I'm getting calls from my family in India. I'm
man.
getting calls from my family across
What are
the
you
states.
doing? You're a disgrace to your family.
Exactly. I hear that again and again and again. But I was like, this is not for me. And I started to realize that there's more to this thing. So now I'm starting to go down this financial education journey. And the more I learned, the more I realized I was lied to. Like, we're taught to go to school, to get a degree, to get a job, so we can then get a job and climb the corporate ladder. But wealthy people don't do that. Wealthy people are not working to climb the corporate ladder. They're working to own the corporate ladder. I didn't even realize that you could do that. Now, you can climb the corporate ladder and look to own the corporate ladder at the same time, but it's a different mindset, right? Most of us are taught to get that degree so we can do one thing. Climb the corporate ladder and earn a bigger salary. But if you only work on your salary, you're just one step away from being broke. Because if you lose your job, something happens to you, you can't work where your company goes down. You lost your salary and now you have no income coming in, and now what? You're scrambling for a job. Maybe you have some savings to help take care of you.
Or if you haven't been saving and you just spend on things all the time and you have no savings, then you're
doing credit card debt. And now you're trying to figure out how do you make things work. And by then it's too late. This is where you got to be proactive. And now I'm just like, this is crazy. Why was I never taught this? I was never taught about wealth. I was never taught about investing. I was never taught about this sort of financial education. But why aren't we taught this? And that's when I realized it's very profitable to keep people financially uneducated. It's profitable to keep people poor.
Interesting. What would you say is the main system that keeps people poor?
It goes down to so many different things. The banks profit when you're financially uneducated because they will keep you saving money in the bank. They'll keep you in consumer debt. If the banks lived by their own advice, which is save money, the banks would be losing money. When you go and deposit $1,000 in the bank, that cash that you deposited is a liability for the bank. An asset is something that puts money in your pocket. A liability is something that takes money away from you. So when the bank has your cash, it's a liability for them. They want to get rid of it as fast as possible. And the way they do that is by lending it out because it's an investment for the bank. They don't want to hold on to cash, but they want you to save your money.
They want you to give them cash, right? And just leave it there.
Leave it there. And what's happening to your cash while it's there is losing value to inflation each and every day. Every day that you keep your cash in the bank, you're becoming poorer. Each and every day. Now it's funny, I made a video on this in 2016. It was my first video to go viral. It was called "You Guaranteed to Go Broke If You Do This." And I was talking about inflation at 2 to 3%. If you keep your cash in the bank, you're going broke every single day. And here we are, 8.5%. And now people are starting to realize, wow, this inflation is a real problem. And so now when you keep your cash in the bank is paying you 0.01%, maybe 0.5% if you're lucky. And they're turning around lending it for 5%, 6%. And so the bank does not want to keep the cash in savings because it's a liability for them. They want to keep you spending money on their credit card because now they'll get to earn 18 to 25% of interest every time you spend a dollar. Governments want you to be financially uneducated because when you're financially uneducated, guess what? You are an employee and you're a consumer. Who pays the highest taxes? Employees and consumers. Everybody knows that rich people don't pay taxes. It makes people angry. But a lot of times we don't understand why. Right. And we get angry at the wrong things and the wrong reasons.
Yeah. But the more you make as a business owner, until you're like uber rich, I feel like you're spending a lot of taxes.
You are. And you know what? And there's a lot of things that you can do, right, legally to pay less money in taxes. And there's different ways that you can invest your money and pay less money in taxes. So I'll give you a couple of examples. Yeah. Let's start with this. Tax avoidance and tax evading are two similar words with two very different outcomes. One of the first things that you learn in law school. Tax evading is illegal.
Yes.
You go to jail.
Yes.
Tax avoiding is legal, and then you get hated for doing that. But this is the way it works.
But you're playing within the rules of the system.
And if you learn the IRS code, it's a rule book. Mm-hmm. And the people who understand the rule book are the people who have the money to hire the good accountants and the good attorneys.
But you're not an accountant, and have you studied the law?
I studied a lot of tax law. Really? Yeah. And so what happens is wealthy people will understand how this works, play within that system, and pay little to no money in taxes.
What are 3 things that people who are making $500,000 and above should be doing to avoid taxes?
So let's start with, let's assume that you have either some sort of your own income, you're a side hustler, or you are a business owner.
Yes.
So if you make $500,000, let's assume that's profit. You are taxed on income. So if you take out a salary, that's going to be taxed. Now the question is, what is a tax deduction? Or the better question is, how can you make something a tax deduction? Because anything can be a tax deduction if you know how to make it a deduction. So that's the question that you have to ask yourself, because if you don't have an income, you don't have any tax. So this is what wealthy people are doing. So I'll give you an example of it being done, then I'll show you how people can do it on a potentially smaller scale. Elon Musk, he's probably the biggest example of this. He never got paid a salary running and owning Tesla. He got paid in stock options. So these stock options were
even before it was public.
This is, I think it was around the time that it was public, or maybe a little bit before. But he's been getting stock options for a long time. Sure. But the stock options that he gets, or originally got, were at $6 a share. So when the stock went up to $1,000 a share, and he was given millions of these stock options. Now, he has on paper a lot of money, but that money isn't in his bank account. So what he does is, instead of selling it and having an income, he goes to the bank and says, hey, I have these stock options which are worth billions of dollars. How about you give me a loan at 5% interest? No bank is going to say no to that, because the value of this is so much, billions of dollars, and we can make the number smaller, but no bank is going to say no. He takes that loan, pays 3 to 4 to 5% interest on it, and if this company grows, the stock value grows by 6%. He just made a profit on that. He doesn't have to take any money out, never took an income. He doesn't pay any taxes, and is able to now spend his money, live free, buy whatever he wants, live rich, and not pay any tax.
So he didn't have to sell any of the stock, because if he sold it, he'd pay income tax wherever he sell it. Instead, you get a loan out from the bank. You don't have to pay tax on that loan.
when you go and get a mortgage, you're gonna have debt. It's debt. It's not taxes. It's not income. If you go to finance, it's not income. It's cash that you have in your pocket, but it's not income. Your tax is not income. So now your job now as a business owner is strategically, how do you not have an income? Now you might say, well, I need money to spend. Sure, of course you do. But how can you now strategically use your income to pay for your lifestyle? Now, again, it's got to be within the rules, so talk to a tax advisor. But right now, after the pandemic, one of the things that the presidential administration wants to do is encourage people to eat out, eat at restaurants, because restaurants were hit so hard by the pandemic. So what they do, they created a 100% reduction on food through 2022. So if you go to eat with your team, 100% reduction. So right, I'm here in San Diego. Well, we're in LA right now, but I'm here on a 2-month business trip to San Diego with a business partner. I have to rent a car. I actually got a Ford Mustang because I was a Ford Mustang when I was a kid. That was like my dream car, so I got one here with a convertible.
Nice.
And we have to go to business meetings. We have to go out and explore San Diego, do these things. My business partner is my wife. We're staying in an Airbnb in beautiful San Diego. Guess what? These things are tax deductions against my business. I'm here working. When you're an entrepreneur, everything is work.
Yeah.
But the question is, how do you spend your money in a way that's going to give you a tax write-off? But you have to be smart here, because you don't want to just blow $500,000 so you don't have to pay $150,000 in taxes, right? Like my accountant called me up last year and said, "Justin, you need to go out and buy a G-Wagon." I was like, "Buy a G-Wagon? Why?" He said, there's this tax deduction going on, saying if you go out and buy a heavy car, it's still going on right now. If you go out and buy a heavy car, you can deduct up to 100% of that value of that vehicle right now.
Really?
And because you're an influencer, you can potentially claim that as an influencer, you need a G-Wagon to help you support your lifestyle. The tax code allows this. And I'm saying, well, I don't want to go out and spend $150,000 for a car that I don't necessarily need, just so I can save, let's just say, $50,000 on those taxes. So you have to be smart here and know what's right for you, and not just spend your money. Just spend $1 to save 25 cents.
Right.
So you just need to know the right strategies that can work for you. And these things change over time, which is why the best thing that you can do is go out and hire a tax accountant, a tax advisor, somebody that isn't just going to file your taxes, but somebody that's going to help guide you and say, all right, here are some things that you can potentially spend your money on. Here are where there are more benefits coming this year, next year, things that you want to do. And so there's going to be times where it's going to be more beneficial for you to spend money. There's going to be times where it's going to be more beneficial for you to take in money. And, it's all a game. Yeah. And this is what wealthy people understand. It's all a game. And a lot of people hate that, this person's not paying taxes, that person's not paying taxes. But at the end of the day, what you have to remember is somebody else wrote the tax code. Yeah. All that people are doing is they're trying to learn, okay, this is what the tax code is, what do I do? And, and then you kind of get into the other philosophical questions. Who's going to do better with $100,000, the government or me? If I have $100,000 in my pocket, I can go hire an employee or two. The government's going to, spend that money wherever they spend it. And pennies will end up actually going to help people. I'm all for helping people. I think that's very important. As soon as we hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube, what we did was took my team, we went out to a teacher store, and essentially asked them, hey, can we buy everything in your store? Because, the whole, after the pandemic, people weren't going to class in person. And so a lot of these businesses were hurt. I said, can I buy everything? And she said, well, we need some of this stuff for our teachers. I said, what can we buy? So I went out and bought a big chunk of the store. Took it, Mr. B stuff. Mr. B stuff. It was a fun video. I took the team out, kind of a celebration. We bought a big chunk, took it out to a school in Detroit, gave it to them for free. And then I asked the principal there, as a friend of mine, how many teachers do you have? Okay. And I gave every one of the teachers a $500 check. I helped them support their students. Giving is important. But, it goes back to the tax question of who does a better job with their money, right? Entrepreneurs who are working to create more jobs, who are working to produce more value, or the government, which, may not be so good with their money.
Absolutely, yeah. So you started doing the real estate thing early. Are you still a massive investor in real estate? That's your approach on it.
Yeah. So this is an interesting question that you asked, especially right after the tax question. So real estate is one of the best tax games for investors. That's one of the reasons why wealthy people love investing in real estate, because not only can you get cash flow, but you also get tax benefits. I started investing in real estate when I was 19 on tax. I went through a lot of pain. I remember when I told my dad first, hey dad, I want to invest in real estate. He was like, you're stupid, go study, go become a doctor. So I started investing in real estate then, and I continued to buy homes. And I remember, because remember this is right after the 2008 crash, I was buying homes for like 30 grand in good areas. I remember home prices went up to $50,000, and I was like, that's a lot of money for a home. I didn't know anything else, right? That's all I saw. And so to me, I was like, that's expensive. But I continued buying. And I still am buying, but not as much as I was before, because now I've been working on a couple other businesses. And so what I'm realizing is, okay, when I invest my money in real estate, my goal is to get a 7% cash on cash return on money. Meaning for every dollar I invest, I want to get 7 cents back in cash flow, positive cash flow every year. If I invest 100 grand, I want $7,000 in profit every single year. Well, I'm an entrepreneur, right? So I'm working on a couple of different companies, one of which is market groups. And so now I'm in this position where, what do I do with this cash? I can take this money, put it in real estate, get these 7-8% return on my money, or I can put it in market groups, which would be a bigger tax deduction, because now, if I spend money on advertising, I spend money on marketing, I hire more employees, we have a smaller profit, but then I can grow the company significantly faster than 7% a year. So what I've been doing now is investing more of my money into market briefs, because it's something that I'm super passionate about. Like, I love real estate. I love revitalizing homes and buildings and really helping to build neighborhoods through that. But market briefs have such a different value in the sense that we're making financial news accessible, because I didn't grow up learning about money.
Right.
And CNBC looked cool, but I never understood anything that was happening there. They have all these confusing terms that are going on. So it's the way to make financial education and what's going on with money more accessible to people, because I'm realizing how important that is to me, because the more and more I talk to people, the more that people listen to what I say, the more I hear, oh my God, I wish I would have learned this when I was younger. Yeah, me too. And so it's like, it's important for me to help get that message out there, because it is so needed. We talk about, especially Detroit, food deserts, where there's areas people can't get access to healthy food. But this money desert, this financial education desert, it's so widespread where none of us are talking anything about money, and it makes me angry, because if I didn't accidentally start reading these business books, if I didn't accidentally start investing in real estate, I would be somewhere completely different. I have a lot of friends who are doctors now. They're working their butt off. They're also paying the highest taxes. They're also trying to figure out how to afford my lifestyle, because when you go and become a doctor, you make a good salary. But guess what? I have big student loans you got to pay back.
Yeah.
And now, a lot of times you want to live that doctor lifestyle. You want to have the G-Wagon, you want to have the Range Rover, you want to have the nice car, you want to have the nice home. So now you graduate, you're 28, 29 years old, you have $500,000 in student loans, you got to pay back, you're making a few $100 grand a year, but you're working your butt off. It's very stressful, and now you have all these new expenses, your homes, your cars.
And how much does that $500,000 in student loan actually become after 30 years of paying off?
Oh man, over $1 million.
Really? Yeah. So it's not $500,000 in loans; it's $1 million in loans that you're paying off for 30 years.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
With the interest.
And I want to add on that one, because the thing about student loans, we talked about, who do you trust? Where do you get your information? Right? Everybody, the system says, go to school, get a degree. If you don't have money to get a degree, what do? Get student loans. I started looking deeper, right? I started asking the question, why? The number one liability for young people nowadays are student loans. And the government always talks about how we have this huge student loan epidemic, this huge student loan problem. But the number one asset on the United States balance sheet are student loans.
Really?
This blew my mind. You go to Google, search this. The assets on the United States balance sheet, number one asset. You'll see student loans are their number one asset. So on one hand, we have people talking about the importance of higher education, the importance of going into debt to get your degree. And then at the same time, that's your number one asset. It's holding so many people back from buying a home, from living their lives, doing things, investing their money. Yet at the same time, it's keeping the government rich. This is where, that mindset, you have to start thinking a little bit differently and start asking questions to the status quo, to the system, to the way things are done. And if you're like me, you're gonna get a little angry. You're gonna get frustrated because you're gonna realize, what the heck? Why are people not taught this? Why are we not taught how to use our money? Because nowadays, people are paying $50,000 a year to get a good college degree, but at the same time now, YouTube is decentralizing education for free. And you can learn from anybody you want. If you don't like the way that I sound, hit the X button, go to somebody else, right?
Exactly.
And it doesn't cost you a penny. You can learn from anybody. People who are actually doing what they teach, and you can learn from their home.
And just Pete, your channel's really inspiring, and you've interviewed and also just done your own research individually on a lot of these different topics about money. You've interviewed the top people on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, investing in gold and stock trading and real estate and starting your own business, all these different things. With all the information that you've run into your life, all the mistakes around money, the successes around money, the wisdom you've learned, the things you've tried, maybe things you haven't tried yet. If you could share 5 things you wish we all taught when we were younger about money.
Yes.
With all this information, it seems a little overwhelming and confusing, especially today with the NFT world and the crypto and all these different things. And what do you wish we taught everyone from the ages of 10 to 20? Just 5 different things around money.
First thing would be, what is money? Because money, as we know it, is fake. Our dollars are just pieces of paper. I grew up thinking that our paper dollars are like the holy grail. You want to save this money because it is the most valuable thing there is. As I became older, I started to realize that that's not the case. Our paper dollars are just pieces of paper. It's fiat currency, which means it's issued by the government, and the value is backed through the strength of the government. Now, we're lucky here that the United States is the world's superpower. We have the world's strongest military, we have the world's strongest economy, but we can't stay on top forever. And inflation is when the value of a dollar goes down. So these dollars, which many of us think that if we hoard this, we'll become wealthy, saving money to wealth, is actually keeping you poor, and it's making you poor each and every day. So the first thing you have to understand is what is money. The second thing you have to understand is what do wealthy people work for? And most of us, the majority of us, are taught to work to get a job and climb that corporate ladder. So wealthy people are doing something completely different. They're working to own the corporate ladder. They're working for something called equity. And this thing really blew my mind because wealthy people are not working for that paycheck. They're working to own a piece of the company. That way they can get a piece of the profits. So the best way to understand this is, a lot of times people complain about how much money I'm making. I wish my boss paid me more. And this is where, if you start to understand the system, you'll start to ask the right questions. See, a big company, you have to ask the question, who are they working for? Are they working to take care of their employees? Are they working to take care of their customers? Neither. They're working to take care of one person, their shareholders. It's this concept called fiduciary duty.
Right.
I learned this in law school. The executives of a company have a fiduciary duty, not towards the employees, not towards the customers, but towards the shareholders, the owners of the company. Now, what that means, an easy example of this is you're going out to dinner with your girlfriend or your wife, and you're on a date, and you get a text from one of your good friends saying, hey, let's go play Fortnite right now. Your fiduciary duty at the moment is to be with your girlfriend, to be with your wife, to be with your partner, to spend time with him or her. If you go out and leave, you're going to get in trouble, right? So it's who is your alliance to? And the shareholders, the executives, CEO and the executives company, their fiduciary duty is to the shareholders, owners of the company. So what are they trying to do? They're working to drive up the valuation of the company. So once you start to understand that, you'll realize why this big discrepancy between what people are paid and what people want to be paid. And when you start to understand that, you're going to change what you do with your money. That's why I said a minute ago or a little bit ago, wealthy people are working to not climb the corporate ladder, but own the corporate ladder. So how do you get that equity, that ownership? You can own a piece of the corporate ladder. Now, if you work for a public company, that means that you can take some of your income and you can buy stock in the company. Maybe they pay you with equity. Maybe they give you some sort of revenue share. That's what we do with our companies. Or if your company doesn't do that, then you have to start taking this money that you're earning and you have to start investing it into a place where you're getting equity. Maybe that means stocks, maybe that means real estate. It could be a number of different investments, but you have to work towards that equity. The third thing is that you have to think bigger. I know I grew up thinking that somebody who looks like me, somebody who's brown, somebody who wears a turban, somebody who didn't have entrepreneur investor parents could go up and do this. Because when you think that somebody like me can't do this, my parents also told me that I couldn't do it. I didn't know anybody doing it. I didn't know any investors. But you have to be the one to take that first step. And once you start to take the first step, you're going to learn and see the second step. And you take the second step and you're like, oh, I can start $100 investment here. You don't have to start with hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. Start with $100. Apps on the internet make it so much more accessible. Right? Anything is possible. If you live in America, you speak English, you have more opportunities than really anybody else in the world. People will literally risk their lives to come to this country because there's an opportunity. And so if you're here, you have the ability to understand what you and I are saying, and you have that technology to do it, you're blessed. Now, what do you do with this, right? You have to go out and start learning. You have to go out and start doing it. And then the next thing you have to do, number four, is you have to understand the concept of debt. Because we live in this consumer culture. And it's interesting where we want to live this flex lifestyle. I want to show off on Instagram. I want to show off my new car, my new Chanel Gucci purse. And we kind of get caught up where I need to live a certain lifestyle. That way people can think that I'm rich. But what you're doing now is you're living broke. Right. Making everybody else rich, so people think you're rich. You're product rich. You have a lot of nice stuff, but you're broke. And so when you live that type of lifestyle, you are the reason why Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Chanel are making so much money, but it's keeping you broke. The richest person in the world, sometimes he's the second, sometimes he's the third, is the CEO of Louis Vuitton. No, really? Yeah, Bernard Arnault. And why? How did he get there? Because everybody wants to look rich. Everybody wants the Louis Vuitton. And I saw this in the pandemic, especially. We were in a recession in 2021, but luxury sale of products were breaking new records. Really? They're breaking records in 2021. Stimulus checks went up, people had cash. And some people use that money to save, some people use that money to pay down debt, some people invested that money. But a big chunk of people took that money to places like Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and now you go spend it.
You would think when the economy is, well, I guess when people are losing their jobs and there's financial uncertainty of the future, you think people will be saving or investing, not spending on luxury goods. Especially if you can't even go outside to flex it. You can only do it on social media.
You don't need to go outside anymore. You need to do it on social media. Yeah. And so if you don't have the cash to do it, people are going into debt. And buying is becoming easier and easier because of now things like buy now pay later. It is one of the fastest growing industries in fintech. I love financial technology, but it breaks my heart. I mean, it rips my heartstrings when I see the growth of this buy now pay later. Because what does that mean? I can go up and buy anything I want, not pay for it today, pay it off over 3 months, and then if I don't, I get slapped with 25% interest. And if you are 18, let's just say 21, I give you $6,500. You never invest another penny, but you invested with $6,500, and you could get an 18% return on that money. And you retire at 65, and look at this investment portfolio, you would have over $11 million. Now, everyone watching is saying, where the heck am I going to get 18% on my money? Exactly. But your credit card company is doing every single day. $6,500 is what the average American household has in credit card debt right now. And you turn around paying these companies 18, 20, 25% a year, and they're the ones that are getting rich, not you. So what's happening? You're going into debt to buy liabilities, which are things that lose you money, and then you pay interest on top of that, which is making everybody else rich, which leaves no money in your pocket to make yourself rich. And you have to break out of that mindset.
So what do we need to know about debt then? How do people get comfortable understanding about debt, either using it in the right ways and eliminating the debts that don't support our financial goals?
Yeah, so the first thing is Never finance anything that isn't gonna pay you. Okay, so
Give me an example.
Gucci, your vacations, your car, stop financing these things that aren't paying you. And people are gonna get upset when I say your car because they're gonna say, wait, how am I supposed to buy a car without a car payment?
Don't buy a $100,000 car unless you got the money in the bank to buy it. And plus more. Buy a used car for $6,000.
Exactly. Go buy a used car, good working condition car.
Yeah. Ride it for 10 years.
Exactly. The first time I made $1 million a year, my car was $5.
Dude,
My employees had better cars than I did.
I had a $4,000 car for the first 5 years living in Los Angeles. $4,000 car, used car, 1997.
I love it.
Was the car, was when it was made. And that thing was great. It was comfortable, got me from A to B. It didn't break down.
Exactly.
I didn't need to be flashy.
Exactly. I still have the $500.
That's great.
You know, and it's one of those things where, you know, I fell into this trap where the first time I started making money, you know, in my culture, cars are a big thing. And the young country, people really want to put money in their cars, they want to look cool, right? So when I was 16, 17, I started making a little bit of money because I was doing my side hustles. First thing I did was I put new rims on my car. Then I put tints on my car. Then I put HIDs on my car. I had 2 subwoofers in my trunk, right? I put the tints on. I put a new sound system in there.
Lights around, glow in the dark.
Yeah. I had a Toyota, right? And the next thing I was going to do was I called up my cousin and I said, guess what? I got $3,000 in the bank. I'm about to put Lamborghini doors on my Toyota. And he's like, Justin, you're stupid. Don't do that. And so he sat on the phone with me for like 20 minutes convincing me not to do it. Luckily, I didn't. I'm really glad that I didn't. But that's where all my money was going. I looked cool. My car was cool. And that's where all my money was going. I had $1,000 in the bank, and I went out and I bought a $1,000 watch. I was 18 years old, right? So it's like I was in that industry and ignorance, you know, a little cool. And then, you know, I started to read these money books in my mindset and start to shit. And now all of a sudden, it's like I went from one polar extreme to the other polar extreme. I don't want to spend anything on anything.
Unless it's making me money.
Exactly. I don't want to spend anything unless it's making money. So I'm saving as much money as I can. I'm investing my money as much as I can. I'm trying to build my business. And I'm talking like I'm running my shoes into the ground. They have holes in them. I put a piece of tape, wrap it up. I'm going to school. I got rental properties, but I got my shoes that are taped up, right? And it's like, I realize that I'm going to go, I'm not going to make the same mistakes again. And you have to break out of that mindset. The first time I made $100,000 a year, I was in school. And I was living in an apartment at $400 a month, including my water, my electricity, my cable, my gas, my internet, everything. And the reason was because I didn't have a room. I slept on the living room floor. I had a little mattress. I used to pull that into the living room, put that down, go to sleep at night, wake up, fold up the sheets, put them away, drag the mattress back into the hallway because I realized that the power of compounding your money. I realized the power of putting your money into the right assets, and I'm like, this is my time to build. I've been blowing this money that I'm earning on things that are making everybody else rich.
Right.
I'll spend money on that stuff a little bit later. Right now, I want to make myself rich.
Yeah.
And so, you have to just first understand what it is that's worth spending money on and what's not. And then, if you do have that debt, you've got to come up with a strategy to pay down as fast as possible. First thing you can do, if you have a lot of credit card debt, call up the companies. See if they're going to be willing to just give you a lower amount. See if they're willing to work with you. Say, look, I got $10,000 worth of debt. I'm never going to pay this off. It's not going to happen. How about you work with me and give me $5,000, and I will work to pay that off. Right? You start to work with them, see if you can do something. Then you can consider moving some of that money to a 0% APR card if you have 12 to 18 months to do that. That way now you can aggressively. You got to do this smart, because if you're just going to keep doing the same things you were before, don't do it. But you have to start aggressively paying it down. You stop spending money. That way now you can pay down this debt as fast as possible. Then you want to earn more money. And the money has to go somewhere as you're earning more money. You live the same lifestyle, if not smaller, and you take all this extra money and you use it to pay down your debt. Now you can start building. Right? You got to lay that foundation. You got to start working to grow upwards. But you have to get aggressive.
Is there ever a time where people should go into debt? The right type of debt? We have the credit card debt, student loan debt, buying a car and going in debt on that. Those things that we're standing is not helping your financial future.
Yeah.
when isn't the right time, or is there a right time in your mind to take money out and spend interest on that money?
Depends, right? If there's something that's going to make you income and you can manage the debt, then yes. But it's not for everyone. Some people don't have it in them to manage the debt. Some people don't have it in them to manage investments. Some people don't have it in them to run a business. If you're not the entrepreneurial investor type and you don't like looking at numbers, you don't like managing money, you don't like trying to grow this, stay away from that. Now you go, maybe you can get debt to buy a home, but that's it. But if you are more the entrepreneurial type, you have it in you that you want to grow. Now, if you're using debt, you should only be using debt to buy something that's paying you an income, something that's going to make you more money.
Do you have any debt out right now?
Right now, I do not. I have people paying me loans, but I personally don't have any debt right now. And I kind of went through this phase where I have all this real estate, but I have no debt on it. And the reason is because I'm waiting for the right opportunity. I will have no debt.
Really?
Yeah, it's waiting for the right opportunity because right now all my real estate is paid off.
You paid off all the real estate. How many properties do you have?
Units in the dozens, number of units, but now I'm just waiting for the right opportunity.
So it's all paid off. So now it's just cash coming in.
It's cash coming in. And you know,
You still have that
I still got that. That's rented for $850 a month.
That $8,000 place.
$8,000 place.
That's just bringing in $800 a month.
$850 a month.
Clear and free. Just
Yeah, you got to pay your expenses, your property taxes, insurance, your maintenance, and management fees. But right now I have no debt on it, and so now what I'm waiting for is.
and how much could you sell it for now?
Probably 100,000, 120. I mean, I don't know the exact percentage range.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because when I buy real estate, I never look at what can I sell this property for. I'm looking for one thing, cash for cash. And so this is a big mistake that leads people into a lot of problems in real estate because when you start buying real estate, hoping that you'll be able to sell it for a higher price in the future, and things don't go as planned, then you're screwed. So, for me, I look at monthly cash flow, and will I be able to see more growth in this area? So I look for businesses that are moving, where's the money moving to? And then that's where I want to invest because I know if property prices go up, hey, it's icing. Property prices go down, it's okay. That's like I'm a rent, which is covering my costs.
So what's your goal, right? With the dozens of units for the opportunity for something bigger, or what's the plan?
Something, it could be anything. Something bigger in real estate, and I'm looking for the right opportunity. But again, my focus now isn't in real estate like it was before. A few years ago, I was heavy in real estate. I was doing everything that I can there, and a lot more opportunities were there. I bought a property in 2021. I haven't bought anything in 2022 yet. But my focus now is building my business because I see a bigger opportunity there for me than real estate. That's why I'm still involved in real estate, but not the way that I was years ago.
Because you can earn more with your business, and if you put the attention, the energy, and the money into building the team and the resources and technology and those
And
things.
it's more fun because it's a lot more active for me.
Yeah.
And then, once this gets bigger, then I'll go back to real estate. But right now, like for the last few years, I've been kind of phasing slowly away from real estate as I can transition more into the business because it's just more fun.
Yeah. Okay, so understanding debt was the fourth thing. What was the fifth thing you wish people learned from 10, 20 years old about money?
You have to be willing to make mistakes, take risks, and start. And this one is hard, and it sounds simple, but a lot of people that I know, they are so hesitant to making that first investment because what if I do something wrong? What if I make a mistake? What if my investment goes down? And so the simple thing
That's happened to me multiple times.
yeah, but you learn every time, right? It's your tuition. It's your real tuition. And you have to be willing to try things because if you don't, you're going to get stuck in the game of what if. What if I lose one? What if it doesn't work out? Well, what if it goes up? What if you learn? I have made a lot of mistakes. I made a video on my YouTube channel where I went through my worst real estate deals ever. It was my third property that I ever bought. It was a home in the city of Detroit. And I made every mistake possible. I'm still in college, right? I don't know what's going on exactly in real estate investing. And I bought the property, and I bought it because my contractor at the time told me that we could make a lot of money. I was dealing with rent it out, we could flip it if I wanted to. And he was like, don't even worry about getting a home inspection. So when I buy a property now, first thing I do is I get a property inspection where somebody walks through the deal, make sure a third party, an independent person, and they tell me anything wrong with the property, with the foundation, and the plumbing, and really anything with the property, so I know what I'm getting myself into. And so he told me don't do that. He said, don't worry, I already lost the music contractor. So I figured he knows what he's talking about. All you have to do is spend $5,500 and all the mission is property ready to go. So I said, okay, let's do it. So I bought the home. I gave him a check for half, maybe $2,500 or $3,000, something around there, $3,000. And a week goes by, nothing starts. 2 weeks go by, nothing starts. And I called him and said, what's going on? Like, I thought we were going to have this done in 2 weeks. Here we are 2 weeks later, and you haven't even brought your materials here. So I got caught up with something's going wrong. And so now 2 more weeks go by, he brought some materials there, he started painting one wall, and that was it. And so I'm getting upset because I was like, every day that this property is now leased out is costing money. And still nothing's getting done. Another 2 weeks go by, and now I'm like, okay, look, what's going on? We got to get this taken care of because now we're 6 weeks into this deal. You haven't done a single thing. You keep putting me off. You took my money and nothing's happened. And so, long story short on that, he ran away. He was having financial difficulties. That's why he wanted me to close on this deal because he needed some cash. And now he's gone. So now I have another property that somebody was working on, a manager, and he was having some issues at my property. He was causing some problems. So I figured, he's causing problems there. How about you come work at this property, and you need a home. You can live in this home for free. Just fix it up. And so he said, okay. So now I found a good deal here. I got somebody who will fix it up, who will live there, take care of it, and it's going to cost me less money. And so now he's living in this property. And he's like, how about this? How about you just open up a charge account at Home Depot, and I'll just go buy stuff and take care of it at home. I said, okay. So I go open up the charge account. He starts buying materials, not to work on my home, but to work on other people's properties. So now I'm like, dude, like you're spending my money to go work on other people's properties so you can make double profits over there. You haven't started any work on my home. You're not paying me rent. You have a dog that you're not taking care of who's pooping everywhere on the property, and it's not being taken care of. And so now, how do I get somebody out of this home? I got to evict him out of my own property. There's no lease in place. So now, as we got into all these legal issues of how do we get this person out of the home, we get him out of the home. It took me months to get him out. The property now is destroyed. There's little crap all over the home. He damaged the place, did not take care of it, and now it's like we have to start all over from negative to start fixing this property up. So now we start fixing it. I get a licensed and insured contractor. We're months into the deal. And he wants, I don't know, like a lot more money, at least 10 grand, if not more, to start doing the renovations. And we start digging deep, and we start to see problem after problem after problem. So now every cost keeps adding up. Now the home is ready to go. And I'm like, all right, fine. And everybody told me, don't license this home with the city of Detroit as a rental because nobody does it. And this is, again, after the 2008 crash, Detroit went through its bankruptcy. They were having their own issues, but I don't like to play games. I want to play by the rules. So I said, I'm going to get a license for rental. When you get a license for rental, they're going to send their own property inspectors out to the property, and they're going to inspect it and make sure that it's okay. So now the property inspectors come out, and they say, I need to lift up the home. What do you mean, lift up the home? They're like, we need to raise the home. I don't even know that you can do that. Apparently you can. It's very expensive. So I lift up the home. And then we start running the water in the property, and it turns out that the water is not draining to the main city line. Apparently, somebody previously living in this property had poured cement down the main drain. Now, in order to get this property working, we have to bust out the cement in the basement, take out this pipe, put in a new pipe, re-pour the cement, and then these property inspectors start disagreeing with one another. One person says that you need a 10-foot electrical riser, so we make it 10 feet. The next one comes and says, why is it 10 feet? It needs to be 13 feet. Like the first person said 10, and now they start fighting with each other, and we have to keep paying for the inspectors to come back. They keep charging me permit fees for everything. If I want to paint the windowsills, it's a $100 permit fee. Change the smoke detectors, $75 permit fee. So this goes on and on and on and on for months. Finally, now we're approved for rental. I was like, oh my god, like this is the biggest headache of my life. We get a tenant in the property, we get licensed. The tenant's in the property, and now we have the license, and the property inspectors just decides to go back to the property. They don't tell us. They just go back there, even though we're fully licensed. They had no reason to go there. They knock on the door, and apparently we didn't know this. The tenant was having a babysitting operation in her property. So now the inspector sees this, that this tenant is running an illegal babysitting operation. He tells us, he fines us, tells us we need to evict the tenant, and now we have to start this process all over again. So after that point, I was like, you know what, just sell this property. Because this is the biggest headache. And it was the only deal I ever lost money on. But I learned a lot. It was my tuition. So you have to be willing to learn, be willing to make mistakes, and then be willing to grow from those mistakes, go on and keep willing to go. Because the thing that I kept telling myself is, there's a lot of good businesses out there that have thousands of units. There's no way they're dealing with this with every single one. They have a team. I just gotta figure out how to do it. So that's the only way that I can get through that.
I also don't think people understand that investing can feel like a full contact sport at times. Can feel like you get punched in the gut, in the face, and the ribs over and over again, like you did for almost a year. It sounds like with this one property. What if that was your first property? You might have said, "Screw this real estate investing thing. I'm never doing this again. I lost all my money. I'm just going to go back to doing something that is safe and secure that I know is not going to punch me in the mouth every day with another fine and fee and penalty, whatever it might be." So I think people also need to understand this is a risky thing. I've lost a lot of money. I've made a lot of money. Lost a lot of money. It never feels good to lose money. It's emotionally charging. It's psychologically can mess with you if you're not mentally and spiritually prepared to understand, okay, it doesn't feel good to go from a few $100,000 to zero. In weeks like some people did with the stock market or something in the last year, or real estate, whatever it might be, or crypto going up and coming down, it's a big psychological high and low if you're not prepared for it. And so what have you done psychologically, mentally, and emotionally to prepare for the big swings when you see, oh, my money has just went up 10x in the last 3 months. Oh, I'm negative hundreds of thousands in a few weeks, or millions. What have you done to prepare for that mentally and spiritually and psychologically?
I brought that up because one of the things that I say is that the psychology of investing is just as, if not more important, the actual how-tos of investing. And that's especially true when it comes to something like the stock market. In real estate, it's tough. But the difference between real estate and the stock market is if you buy a, say, $200,000 home, it's not going to go to zero next week, next month, or really ever because you have some land, you have a physical property. In the stock market, it can happen. And so there's a couple things that you
invest in stocks too.
And that's how that's $1 million business. Real estate, stocks, startups, cryptocurrency, and physical gold.
So in that descending order of value from the most to the least?
Yeah, I would say so. And then, if you want to put my business in there, that would be number one.
Startups number one. Your business and startups.
Yeah. But I also invest in other startups as well. But kind of, I would say in that order, yes. But in the stock market particularly, it is a liquid investment, meaning you can easily buy, you can easily sell. And that's what becomes a big psychological game because every day people are watching the ticker.
I just made money. I just lost money.
What's Tesla doing today? Tesla's up $2, Tesla's down $4. And it can really drain you. And I think most people who start off investing their money, they get sucked into that rat race. I did too. Because when I first started investing in the stock market, I was like, wow, this is fun. This is exciting. Oh my God, it becomes like a drug. You become addicted to it because I was waking up every morning. I was like, I'm a day trader. I got it. And so, I took a summer of when I was in college, and that's all I did. I would wake up before the market, and I would read these stock charts, and I would trade these penny stocks. And some days I would make $1,000. Other days I would lose $1,000. And by the end of the summer, I don't think I made any money. Just spent all this time. I spent all my time, and I realized this is not for me. Like I became so addicted to it. All you're doing is watching the numbers up and down, and ticker symbols, and reading these forums. So the first thing is you have to understand that your psychology is important. What I do is I understand I'm not a trader. I don't trade. I don't flip. So real estate, really, any of my investments. I invest long term. So what does that mean? So I have two strategies when it comes to investing. I have an active strategy and I have a passive strategy. I'll start with the passive strategy because that's easy to understand. Every month, I passively invest my money into stocks, physical gold, and cryptocurrency. And so what that means is it's automatic, consistent, all the time. So
you do an index fund with stocks?
With stocks, I do ETFs, low-cost ETFs. And I have ETFs that give me exposure to the S&P 500. That's kind of your safe, your value. S&P 500 are the biggest 500 companies in the stock market. So that's kind of the safe value play. I have some ETFs that give me exposure to innovation, startups, growth, because I like that space. Much more risky, but you can see the potential upside. Risk means you can also see where downside. And then I also have ETFs that give me exposure to emerging markets. These are countries that are overseas, countries like China, India, Korea, Brazil, countries that are up and coming to give you some diversification, not just in companies, but also in dollars, right? Diversifying outward in dollars so kind of gives me that protection. So every week I have money that's leaving my account and being invested into these different ETFs. I don't care whether the market's up or down, it happens every week. In physical gold, every month, I use an app for this. There's a lot of apps allow you to do this. I have money that's withdrawn out of my bank account that buys me physical gold. People are going to say, why gold? For me, it's real money. It's another way of saving real money because now if I have 50 grand of cash, would I rather save and bury that 50 grand of cash in my backyard or bury 50 grand of gold in my backyard? I'd rather bury the gold because I know that 50 grand of cash is guaranteed to lose value every single day. Gold is a store of value because it takes time, effort, and labor to mine physical gold. And that time, effort, and labor is represented through the physical piece of gold. So that's why I own it. It's not a huge piece of a portfolio, but it's kind of that insurance. That's the way I look at it. It's protection in case everything else goes wrong, that I have some physical gold. So I have that. And then I have cryptocurrencies. Now, I'm mainly in Bitcoin. I have some Ethereum and a couple other coins, but mainly Bitcoin, and every day I buy a little bit of cryptocurrency. Again, I know it's volatile. I know you can see big swings up, big swings down. I don't care. I'm buying it every single day. So that's my passive strategy, where it doesn't matter what's going on in the market. I'm just going to keep buying no matter what's going on. Then the active strategy is now where I do more of the fundamental analysis, where I understand where am I actually investing my money. So this requires much more time and more effort on my end. So on the real estate side, I'm looking for deals that are paying me the 7% cash on cash return. And so I'm going to be analyzing the numbers, looking at properties, walk through a lot of deals, and I'll find something called what I buy. In the stock market, rather similar, I'm looking for companies that I believe are good fundamentally. Fundamentally means looking at the numbers, right? What are the revenues look like? Have the revenues been growing? How fast are they growing? 10% a year, 12% a year? What about the profits? But you also have to look a little bit deeper than just the profits, because you want to see what's going on with the expenses. Where are they investing? Are their expenses going up because the cost of business is becoming more expensive? Or are the expenses rising because they're investing more in their company? So you got to do a little bit of digging in there. And then in startups, obviously invest in my own companies. But I also invest in startup companies. I love entrepreneurship. I am a huge fan of entrepreneurs. I love supporting other entrepreneurs because I never had that support when I was getting started as an entrepreneur. So one of the ways I can provide the support is through money, through investing in some of these entrepreneurs. So I invest in these startups for cryptocurrency. If a big cryptocurrency crash happens, well, I already know what I want to own. I'll just go and buy more. And with gold, I don't really actively buy gold, but that's the 4 ways that I actively invest in gold.
Sure. Where are the 3 biggest revenue streams coming from?
Well, obviously business, that's across different businesses. And then the second one I would say is real estate. That gives me that passive cash flow. And that also makes me, when I talk about income, cash in my pocket, it comes from my business. That's where the cash is. Yeah, it's pretty simple.
What's the number 1 revenue generator in your business? Is it from YouTube? Is it from newsletter? Is it from some other course?
Yeah. So the business is divided up. I have a personal brand, which is Minority Mindset. Right? That's me on YouTube. That's my blog. And then I have marketplace and market insights. So number 1 would probably be my personal brand. And now I don't think it's going to last very long. My personal brand is doing well because I built up this big volume of YouTube videos. It's accidental. I never wanted to be a celebrity. I never wanted to be famous. I never wanted to be famous. I started YouTube on accident. I was, you talk about risks, making mistakes. I wasn't an entrepreneur. And look at the business business. And one idea that I had, it was the year of my grad school. I was taking a class on my friend Bruno. I watched the show called Shark Tank. Okay, I don't watch TV, so they watch the show called Shark Tank. And it's all about people pitching business ideas. And this class that I was taking, we had a project where I was supposed to pitch a product to the class, kind of like Shark Tank. I was like, that's easy. I do this like with my friends all day and night long. That can't be hard. So I kept putting it off. You know, I'm a procrastinator, especially when it came to school, because my mind was always somewhere else. And so now, one day I was in class, pick up my backpack. I started running because I was I'm coming to sleep. And it's raining this day. And as I'm running to my class, I step in a pothole, filled with water, and my foot is soaked. I sit down, wet, my socks are wet, and uncomfortable, and teacher's clothes, dust me. It's your day. Your day for what? It's your day to present. Oh my God, I forgot. And so, you know, I was like, how did this? I go stand in front of the class. It doesn't think of something, anything, think of something. And so the first thing that comes to my mind were my wet socks. So I go up in front of the class, I'll practice no preparation, and I pitch this idea of water-resistant socks. That way now you can be athlete, you can walk around and not have to worry about stepping in puddles. I sit down and I was like, nice job, Joseph. That's a good idea. I go home and I start going into the water-resistant socks. And they had this like really thick, uncomfortable looking things that people wear in fishing and stuff. But nothing made for like athletes, people that wear in their regular life. Maybe I want something. So that has been a lot of time trying to develop this technology, working with textile repairs, working with sock manufacturers, and I created a water-resistant sock. And now I want to launch this company. And I got approached by a marketing company, and they said they're going to do all my sales and help me do all this stuff and help me make all this money. And I was really skeptical. And then they said, don't worry, we have a 100% money back guarantee. If you're not completely satisfied, or if we don't make our money back, you can get all of your money back. Okay, that sounds pretty good. So I gave her money, it was $100,000, $35, which is a lot of money. And the next day, I gave them I had a bad feeling. I was like, you know, I'm a marketer. I like the way I can promote products. I just something doesn't seem right. So I called up the guy and I said, hey man, I know that you haven't started yet. Look, I just want to have my money back. You know, I want to end this in amicable terms before you guys spend any money. Let's just end it now. And he said, okay, no problem. Let's get hold. And I was in the gym at the time, and I was really frustrated because I was between sets. And he just went hold for a long time. And then all of a sudden, the whole line goes. So then I called them and I had them. So now I'm here to launch the company. We had an amazing part. I don't remember exactly. In the first 30 days, we did over either $17,000 or $20,000 in sales right off of the gate. And I had this like kind of chip on my shoulder. I was like, that's not cool. Like, nobody supported me as an entrepreneur. Nobody wanted me to do this, especially when it came to the sock business. I mean, there were so many jokes thrown at me because of, oh, you left medicine to go sell socks. Right. Like, you know, I just so frustrated by it. And I was like, you know, people don't see what I see. They don't have my vision. I want to do something to help other people like me. So I brought this course on Udemy, $7, on how to launch a business without getting screwed over. I don't really care about making money. I just wanted to help people because I was so angry. And people loved it. They were like, dude, can you please start a social media page? Start an Instagram page. And I did it under the alias minority mindset. The whole idea of being just thinking differently than the majority of people, because that's what I thought I always did. From the point where I started hosting parties instead of going to the parties to then buying real estate and everybody was out blowing their money they didn't have in college to now starting this company. I was like, I have this minority mindset, so I called it that. And then I said, okay, I'll start an Instagram page. Just posting the same stuff, like just here and there, like things that I wish I would have learned about starting a business and about investing and money that somebody, I wish someone would tell me. And then everyone says, Justin, I like this. Can you make long form content? Can you create a blog? I was like, well, English is my second language. You're not going to like my writing. So, no, I can't start a blog, but I don't mind talking. So I'll start a YouTube channel. So then I started this YouTube channel called Minority Mindset. And that slowly, organically started to grow. And I never started it with the intention of making money. And you know, it's funny, I tell that to people now, and they're like, there's no way that's true. Like, you have to have some idea of trying to make money. And I really did it. I was recording the videos off my phone, so I had really no expenses. I think I spent like $30 on a tripod. And that was it. Like, I had no lights, I had no fancy equipment. And then I think we were close to 10,000 subscribers, and my buddy comes up to me. He says, how much money are you making from Minority Mindset? Is it from your YouTube advertisements? I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, you know, you can have advertisements on your YouTube channel? I said, I have no idea what you're talking about. So he goes onto my YouTube channel with me, goes into the back end of settings, and he's like, dude,
Click the one button.
turn your monetization on. I said, I don't even know that you can do that. This is before that there was even monetization requirements. Anybody could monetize any videos, no matter how many subscribers, how many videos you have. So I was like, well, I didn't know that I could do this. So, you know, I really started it just kind of with that goal of, I want to put out that information that I wish someone would have told me, kind of just like that helping hand that, hey, it's okay. You're not the only one that thinks like this. It's okay to think a little bit different. It's okay to try something different. So that was my whole goal, and then it started to grow. And then it became this bigger thing. And around 500,000 or 600,000 subscribers, I was like, I can actually like turn this into a business. So I went through this like, you know, I'm an entrepreneur. I was like, okay, minority mindset, I'm sure that's a business. So I started these other products under minority mindset. I started this newsletter under minority mindset. I started these other education things, and it started to get really confusing to me because I was like, what is minority mindset? I've been walking by the street, and people will come up to me and say, dude, your minority mindset, man, really helped me out. You saved my life. You put me out of debt. And make me feel really good. Like, I could not believe I knew who I was. I remember one time I was with my dad. We were in Arizona, and we were getting acai bowls. They're absolutely delicious. But, and we're in line, and this guy sees me walk into the store. He's riding his bicycle, and he raises across the street beside me, and he goes, just me, minority mindset that you know. I was like, yeah, my dad's right there. And he just puts his arms around me, hugs me, and he's like, dude, you changed my life. You helped me out so much. You got me out of this position. And I was like, and my dad looks at me.
You're not a doctor, that's okay.
Yeah, and so it's like, that was like that realization that, oh my God, people are actually taking attention. You know, obviously, you know, you see the comments, you see the subscribers.
You meet people first, and you really don't know.
Exactly. And that, like,
It's crazy good.
and, you know, that time, especially because, you know, my son, my dad, and he was like, I can't, like, he was shocked. And that's when I was feeling, I can actually do something with this. So I was creating these products under it, but I was getting confused because what is minority mindset? Is it a company or is it me? And, you know, as an entrepreneur, I was going to build a company. I'm interested in something different. Everybody assumed I'm a minority mindset, which made it very hard to build a company out of it. And so this was 2021 in December. I decided to go on a big trip. I never done this. And I really recommend this to anybody who can do this. I went to Boca Raton, Florida. And I was there for about a week. And I separated myself from technology, people, everything. And I lived in this like really tiny little apartment. And all I had was a bicycle and my notebook.
I've done this before, it's a game changer.
And so what I was, I ride the bike to the beach in the morning. I sat there a couple hours in the night and started writing my thoughts. And from everything, this was, you know, like mental health, spiritually, what I want out of life, what's important, what's happiness, just started writing things down. And now I'll get to my business, financial stuff. And I started asking about minority mindset questions. What is it? Who is it? And that week I realized I am minority mindset. That's what everybody identifies about. And it makes sense because that is who I'm always been. But these companies, they're getting intertwined into something they're being overshadowed and they're taking the attention that they want. So after that, I came back to the office complete end of 2022. I tell the team, sorry, 2021, I tell the team, as soon as we come back in 2022, we're going to change some things around. Well, the first week of 2022, we have an all-hands meeting. I was like, here's what we're going to do. We're changing everything. We're going to take our newsletter, turn it into market briefs. We're going to launch this app, Market Insiders. We're going to do all this stuff. And everyone's like, where did this come from, right? And so we implemented all that. And then it's now early 2022. It took some time to get going. Market briefs now become so popular. So we're providing financial news that's accessible. I talk about accessibility of financial education. For me, that is the biggest thing because, you know, I never understood those big terms. What is the 10-year yield going up 40 basis points? That doesn't make any sense to somebody who's getting started. So I want to make this accessible. So that's why we break it down in a fun, reading email that you're actually going to want to read. And you're going to look forward to reading this email that's completely free. And so we're going to take this to our own company. We went through a lot of, it was a painful transition because we had issues with people service providers. We had a company saying that, yeah, it'll work. We just had months transition over. The first week they're working with this company, they say, oh, sorry, you're promoting financial content. We don't allow financial education. We don't allow stock market. We don't allow cryptocurrency. We don't allow anything related to finance on the platform. So you've been working with us for 2 months. I've talked to 5 people on your team. They know exactly what we're doing. And now you're telling us this. So we start the whole process. So it was a big, part of an entrepreneur. Sure. Big mess. We go off somewhere else. And now, it was April of 2022 where things finally went, all right, we got it situated. Now we're going all in. So, you asked where is most of the revenue coming from? It was YouTube, and it is, but I won't go on because I talk about how YouTube funded this business. I take the revenue from YouTube, invest in all of it back into the company. Direct marketing is something because it is needed. It's so important because if you're an investor, you need to know what's happening. And you want to be aware of what's happening. You don't got time to go to Yahoo Finance, Wall Street Journal, Forbes, CNBC, all these different companies. And then you have to parse through all these headlines, see what's important. Then you have to dissect what's actually happening. We break it down in 5 minutes or less. We have really smart people working on this. That and then also just making it aware to people who were never given this financial education.
In terms of the financial education side, what do you think is the difference between an abundance mindset and a poor mindset?
I'll give you an example. Okay, when I was first real estate, right after that, I want to be able to look at my deals. You have to use a real estate agent to go look at property. So right after that, I was 20 years old. I got my real estate sales license in college. So now I started helping people buy and sell homes. And I had this one company that I did with. They were looking for between $400,000 and $500,000 homes. And so I helped them for months go property to property to property. They were very patient. So I spent months just going through this. We finally found a property. So it was somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000. Within their budget, had everything they wanted. It was facing the right direction. It had the right color door. The rooms were the right sizes. It was perfect. So now they're like, oh, Dusty, you did it. You found the property. Let's enter into a contract. And I remember this because they sat me down in one of the bedrooms and said, we want to talk. So we want to put an offer on this property. We're ready to go forward. But there's only one condition. We want you to put half of the commission in the deal. I said, why? They said, well, you're 20 years old. And, if I get typically you get 3% on the buyer side. So if it's a $15, right, $500 property, that's $15,000 in commission, between $12,000 and $15,000. And so they were like, we don't think that you should, $12,000 to $15,000 is worth it for just signing the papers and help us buy this home. Plus you're only in college. And I was like, okay. And I'm a hardhead, right? Especially 20 years old. I was like, okay. So they're like, yeah, we think if you just put $6,000 into the deal, we'll before the property, we're ready to buy it. And I was like, no, I'm not doing it. I can do it with somebody else. I walked away. And a month later, they were not able to get the home because they weren't able to do the paper fast enough. They called me back up. The wife calls me. She says, Justin, we weren't able to make it work, but we found another property. Would you be willing to show it to us? So that was, what a limiting mindset is. The first thing is, you're looking at what somebody else is making. Instead of looking at what you could get, you're counting someone else's money instead of seeing what you can get for yourself. So you're jumping over dollars to pick up pennies. And that's the first idea is you're so worried about this world around you, so you should be focused on what value do you get. The second part of that is the growth mindset. So now I talk about living brilliance, which is important, especially when you're in the early phases of trying to build your wealth, where you need to be saving your money, investing your money out. You want to. We're kind of extreme, right? Where it's like every penny you have is going to be invested, it's going to be put back into this because it's our time to grow. But you don't have to be super extreme. But let's just say you put this out for 35%. So if you make a $40,000 a year, that's $10,000 for the savings and investments. Now, what happens to most people is you say, okay, I realize this whole financial education thing, I'm learning about this investing, I want to get more aggressive, I want to do more of this. How can I do more? But that's when you're trying to now squeeze more things out. You try to get them saving and investing 25%, 30%, 35%. But there's a limited time, right? So what you should be doing is thinking, okay, I think this first thing, so Say that you was actually maybe you can just learn, if you're into that, like, I'm going to do whatever it takes to achieve, right? It's fine. The bigger thing is, how do I go from 40 grand to 400 grand and keep doing what I'm doing now? Because now, if we get to 40 to 400, and you say that that's 25%, that's $100,000. A lot more than the 10 that you had before. You're still only living off of 75%. You have the same percentage. When it's doing this bigger, it's bigger. And now everyone's going to say, here's this. How am I supposed to go from 40 to 400? The first step is understanding this. So you start learning. You start doing. You start making mistakes. And you learn from mistakes and you fix them. But until you break through that mindset, you realize that it is possible. I can do this. No matter where I come from, what I look like, what my background is, it's possible. But I need the right education. YouTube has made it so much more accessible. Read books. Start learning. And then start taking steps. It's not going to happen overnight. But just start taking steps. And so this is building a growth mindset.
I love this, man. So much good information here. Lots more questions I could ask about these things, but you've also got so many great topics that you cover over on YouTube, Minority Mindset, over on YouTube at minoritymindset.com. Also, marketbriefs.com is the newsletter for people who want to sign up and learn more about these things. Making complex ideas interesting and accessible, which is something we all want. We got a couple final questions for you. This one is something I asked him at the end. It's called the 3 truths. So imagine a hypothetical scenario. It's your last day on earth. You've actually made your parents proud, even though you weren't a doctor, but you've been doing the thing that you love doing for the rest of your life. But eventually, it's the last day for you, many years ago. And you're going to take all of your information, all your content, your newsletter, your YouTube, anything you create, try to go with it. So no one has access to your information, your written words, your video, your audio message. But you have 3 lessons you can share for them. This is all we have for them. 3 truths. What would you say would be those for you?
First of all, my parents are very happy now.
Sure.
My mom actually wants to get on too.
That's great.
But getting on to that,
I can brag about
yeah,
it.
exactly. The first thing is think big. And the reason why I say that is because sometimes you hear that think big. But when you think big, you're probably 99% not thinking big enough. You can think bigger. I'll start thinking bigger. When I started YouTube, I never thought that we would hit 10,000 subscribers, let alone 100,000 subscribers, let alone a million subscribers. I used to joke around with my friends, making that we hit 100,000 subscribers and I made it. If I hit 1 million subscribers, I'm gonna shut the channel down. This is not possible that 1 million people are gonna watch this weirdo on YouTube talking about guacamole, talking about financial education. There's not too many people that want to do that. I'm a big thinker. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm always not big. And here I am with these limiting beliefs of myself. And I think of this person who thinks crazy, thinks big. So if you're thinking big, you're not thinking big enough. Because that's going to be your own limiting beliefs. Second, learn the rules of the game. The reason why so many people stop working is because and this is what they get so angry when other people cheat. They get so angry when everything is wrong. What you need to do, the best thing to do is learn the system. Talk about how rich people are taxes and how people go to corporate matter. It makes it confusing. The reality is, this is the thing you need to figure out. How can you do it for yourself? This is what the system is. You can gain it, you can play, you can gain it, you can play. That's what I used to do. I thought it was horrible. Money was a taboo topic when I was growing up. And I was like, it's unfair that people are doing this. You know what? First, I learned it. Then you can apply it to yourself. And third, anything is possible. You have to learn to find mental mistakes and keep getting better.
Just for you to acknowledge you for a moment, man, for taking this mission on. I think a lot of people are scared to think about money, to talk about money, to save, invest. I think people are just scared of money in general. And the fact that you're diving into this, making this part of your mission to educate, to entertain, to inspire, to inform people through many different formats, again, from YouTube to social media to your newsletter and everything else you'll be creating in the future. I think it's really inspiring to see someone, again, from your background, who maybe someone who people didn't think would be talking about these business, and you're diving in and you're making it accessible with your unique perspective and personality. So I acknowledge you for making the minority mindset really something that people can grasp and understand and start applying small steps and hopefully making it bigger over time.
And you know, and the thing is, it's really a taboo topic. That's my culture. The reason why it's so taboo is because there is some shit out there. These are these Muslims like they had everything all over. And if you don't think that's true, tell your bosses that people think. But the thing that you have to understand is how money is going to come. I'm not saying money is the most important thing or everything. It's one factor. Yeah, physically healthy, mentally healthy, spiritually healthy. When you have these things, that's going to be financially healthy and financially have the biggest impact. And it kind of goes in the favor. Because if you are physically accumulating debt that you're overused to imagine $10 million in the bank, if you are mentally depressed, you're anxious, you're struggling with these mental issues, more money is going to make you more miserable. You got to do whatever it takes. Go into a meeting, do whatever it takes and whatever it costs. Because more money is not going to fix that. And people try to think that I'm struggling with these mental health issues. If I go make $1 million, I'll be happy. People will like me. It's a big lie. And you have to spiritually help. Spiritual health does not mean that you have and that's what will drive you to look to like whether it's for $2 grand or $1 million or $10 million, it doesn't matter. Once you have those three things, that's what you're financially wealthy has the biggest impact and the biggest power. Because now you can live this full and happy life. And it's just icing, man. It's just icing on the cake. The cake is everything else. You can't take good icing, put it on a crappy cake, and expect the cake to taste good. You gotta put the good cake first, and then the icing makes it happen.
It's a good principle. It's a good foundation.
Love that. All about food. I love food.
Okay, final question for you. What's your definition of greatness?
Always strive.
Trust Pete. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Good stuff. One, I would scrape off if you don't know anything. Two, I would invest everything you can to tax deductible. You never lose. So a person's personal appreciation will always be bigger than any other asset. Bitcoin can't match it. Real estate can't match it. My personal asset appreciation will always. It is infinite. What does he do? He was the consistent patterns of what he invested in. All companies that had been around a long time. He did not buy the cheapest company. He never looked for the high for the low. He didn't buy low to sell high. So someone's got between 1,000 and 10,000, and they're trying to multiply to 100,000. What would be the steps they would take? How long do you think it would take them to go from 1,000 to 10,000 to multiply? And would you say put that all in your own personal investment? Would you put it invest in the business that you're in? Would you invest it in other things that cash flow appreciate by tax shelters? What would you do? If you got $1,000, I would like just keep investing in yourself until you got 100,000. Okay. And then invest in yourself. Now you got 2,000 invested. You should start making money faster. At some point, you should start every time you make an investment in yourself, about the fuel in my car is supposed to take me up. Right. So if I invest in myself, then there's things I bought that I didn't get a return on right away. But I didn't put investing in a course or a workshop or a training or education because it didn't work, or your health. Or I spent 17 years going to school. None of it was investing. But it did teach me. It did teach me how to go to school. How to study, how to go there, how to complete a course. Like I completed college. I'm not proud of that. You're not proud of completed it? Why not? No, because it was stupid. It was ridiculous. I should have dropped out. I knew it was a bad thing. I just wanted to major in accounting. It's a good degree. It's not like just some business degree, right? But you should have dropped out of it. I should have 100% because I would
Well, I'd have a 5-year jump on my career. But the problem is I was on drugs. So you know, actual drugs. I wouldn't have been on drugs. I would have put college. Because I would have had enough confidence in myself. When you're on drugs, you can't have confidence. Because you know your drug. So everything is second guess. Because like my self-esteem was like through the basement. And so I'm like, I need to quit college. But everybody around me is like, no, you got to finish college. You got to finish college. I'm like, what do I know? I'm a drug addict. And if I drop out, I don't have a degree, then I got to hire me. And I didn't really worry about any of that. Because, you know, I didn't worry about that. I just didn't have the confidence to follow my intuition. You can't when you're on drugs. When you're not yourself. And so what do you do with $1,000, right? I think you just got to keep investing in you until you're like, oh, now I'm making $3,000. Okay, reinvest all that. What we do is we start taking it off the table, right? And say, I don't invest that. So I think people just need to get on that cycle of like, okay, I'm going to keep repeating this activity. I'm going to reinvest some money in myself, go to the workshops or whatever. Monday, I got to be hustling. Until, okay, now I got $4,000. Okay, now I got $5,000. Now the income's starting to pick up. Income has to pick up. The income should be an indication that whatever you're learning is helping you. Until one day you're like, okay, I have more money here than I can actually invest in myself. There's nothing I can go to get rid of this money. You need to get rid of that money. All my free time is going to my workshops. I want to have free time to invest in me. I'm developing skills. I'm working. I'm earning more. Now, what's the next? And now it would be, okay, I got to spend money on marketing. I wouldn't go look for an investment right now. I'm going to spend money on marketing. Now I'm going to spend money on marketing to get me more leads. And I would, the big mistake I made in my career was not spending more money on marketing. You turned 50 when we really started investing. I was 51 when we started playing the social media game, and I was probably 55 or 56 when we started spending money on marketing. 51 when we started doing social media. And I should have been spending money. I should have been spending money when I was 25 years old. When I was selling cars, I should have been spending money on cars. But I was scared. So when you're not scared 25 years later, 6 years later, at 51, I started studying, hey, what are all these successful people at now? Whether it was a mattress dealer, the car dealer, the furniture dealer, or they spend money. They spend a lot of money. And they don't worry about money the way I was worried about it. They used money. They used it. They didn't save it. They didn't put it around. And the greatest companies on this planet today, the ones that are just like, some of these companies have lost money for 25 years. We invest 1.7 million employees. When I started, I remember I looked at Rothschild and I said, what money you work at Rothschild? 240,000. Wow. And I'm worried about 10 people. I'm thinking. So when I quit studying individuals and started studying people, everything shifted. When I quit trying to be, when I quit worrying about what Bob was doing or Pete or whoever, instead of saying, hey man, what is this thing? Because that also for me being competitive with this guy, Pete, and instead of saying, okay, I'm going to go do this. What about that? Yeah. How were you in love? I was 50, maybe 55. I studied the Coca-Cola. They've all planes. I said, why are they not planes? Oh, then I learned how they ride them off. And then I learned how they train them every 3 weeks. So notice every 3 years I'm driving one. You get rid of it and tell them in the house. Well, what are they using it for? They don't use it for pleasure. They're not using it for instrument products. They're using it to go and set up headquarters in other countries. So that's when I wrote, if you're not virtual last, because when I started studying these companies, I'm like, you can't go any place else. And I was like this big. I was always thinking about what can I keep. And they were thinking about how many shells can we get on? How many eyeballs can we see? So that's when it all clicked for me. And then that goes back to that thing about the financial misinformation, right? It's like, who am I studying? And that's when we started opening up the funds. I went to New York City to go walking Goldman Sachs and JP multi-hundred billion president, you know. And I walked in, I was like, oh my God, it just all hit me the second. They do everything. What are they doing different? They own the building. They own renting the They own the building. But they don't care about that. They can rent, so they own the elevators will get into your studio. One elevator. And 60 people got in that elevator and went to the 120th floor. And then there was six of these elevators. People going up and down. Everybody told me, don't take people's money. Do not let investors invest. Keep the whole deal for yourself. The second I walked into Goldman Sachs, because all they're doing is getting investor money. That's all they did. Okay? And the difference is, what I do is I could go to Goldman Sachs. I was there, they would give me money. And I'm like, I'm not going to get money from them. I'm going to do what they do. For individuals. Exactly, from my friends, from people that follow me, from people that support me, okay? Goldman Sachs will give money to anybody. Okay, they don't know how to go to these people. They're not on Instagram or Facebook or LinkedIn or TikTok. So I'm going to create a fund where I can tell my audience, hey, what you can invest in. I'm going to kick Goldman out of the deal, or JP, or whoever. There's a bunch of these guys. You know? It's not that they're doing a bad thing or anything. I'm not saying they're the devil, but they're close. Okay? Because they're not going to call you and say, how are you doing that? You know, without saying, hey, you ain't money to invest. It's just not, you know, that's not what they do. Their job is to make money, period. So anyway, when I saw that, I'm like, okay, these are the richest institutions on the planet. They fund everything that happens. The company BlackRock's going to be BlackRock and Vanguard. These are probably going to be worth $20 trillion each in the next 4 years. They say they'll own 99% of all the assets on the planet. How are they able to do that? Because they scale, right? Because they think big, so they're funding everything. Everything that happens on this planet, from media to pharmaceutical, is going to be funded by this people. So it just, when you're studying your rich uncle or the neighbor down the street, the thing is always so good. I mean, when I started studying these other companies, I was like, hey, this is you want to create that kind of legacy and really help a lot of people. Because they are in a position to help a lot of people. That's the scale of it. It took you really 25 years to get to start thinking that way. Is that right? Because you weren't able to see yourself spending money for 25 years. You were just trying to figure it out. Yeah, because I was just trying to, because I was, the grind was such a low level grind. Let's say we had the right information. You just say you got a original. Give what these people did, and you got the witnesses. Yeah. Do you think that you would have been able to get there faster? Or do you feel like money only comes to you when you're ready? Yeah, when you're ready to make it, and you're ready to take on the risk or the responsibility. Serena will never make the mistakes I made, okay? Because she won't get in the wrong car. I got in the wrong vehicle. I didn't know the vehicle I got in when I was 28 years old. I could actually make $100,000 a year doing this. My daughters will never get that. What will they do? They'll be like, I'm not getting a $100,000 ride. If they can't bring me, they're going to be like, hey, if this is going to have $1 billion possibility, they're going to pick this. This is the wealthy. They put their kids see things differently if they're not ruined. Right. You know, if they're not completely ruined and scathed by having whatever they want, they'll see opportunities different. You know, and when you see the possibilities, then you're like, I'm not gonna get that car. I'm gonna get the spaceship. So if I was 28 again today, I mean, I would know what industries to pick, top 3 industries to pick. Hedge funds have to be one of them. Advertising and marketing is got to be a space station. And probably something to do with healthcare. If I can scale healthcare. If I can scale the organic alternative medicines. So those are 3 massive spaces. Maybe financial too. The financial world. In the next 30 years, we're probably going to have the disruption of the
the way money's maybe more efficient currency, environment. Yeah. So any of that's going to happen, But the reason I'm go there is like Jeff Bezos. When I saw the first interview with Jeff, and he was saying he was studying algorithms. I think he was at one of the big firms, selling stocks before Amazon. Yeah, before Amazon. And then he saw something came across his desk where there was a spike in internet activity. Eyeballs going to the internet. That's what he said. I'm going to go do that. And he followed traffic. I didn't ever follow traffic. He followed scale. He followed scaling possibilities. And then what did he do? He followed the traffic, the possibility. Then he invested in the possibility. And then he went into debt on the possibility. And then he was willing to not get paid any money. What did I do? I need money today. I gotta have money this week. I need to have a little more money next week. And if I get a little more money after that, I'm gonna save it all. And then I'm gonna go do that again. And I'm gonna feed the bank. And I'm gonna keep feeding the bank. I don't even know how much money the bank's made off of me for 20 years. We don't know anybody that works harder than Grandpa. And as soon as he gets a bag, he brings it to us. What do they do? Hey, y'all want to borrow this money? Now repeat that $300 million. That's it. What about a family that's thinking, I really feel comfortable having 6 months to a year of savings because I got kids, I got the rent, I got the bills. Yeah. What do you say to someone who's like, I see where you're coming from, but maybe I'll go back to my yeah. Well, then keep, money. If you think money's going to save you, you're just again they're stacking information on top of bad information. Okay, the money that you have saved in the last 6 months is probably dropped 11%. So the money that you got $100,000. I got to have 6 months of savings, and 4,000. My bills are $4,000 or $5,000 a month. I got to have 30 grand. Got to have 30, but they really have 180. So first of all, I guarantee they have more than 6 months, and they don't even know it because they're living out of terror. This is not logic. You say it's logic. I mean 6 months, but you got 3 times more than me. Sure. Number one. Number two, you've never had an emergency that cost you 30 grand in your lifetime. Very few people ever have that. Everybody hears about, I got to buy this happened, blah, 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 whatever. But if you had assets, if you didn't investing in assets, you can always use those assets for collateral. So if you just loan your cancer surgery, you get a loan out from the bank, 100%. Or if you just took the money that you earn and keep reinvesting in assets that pay you, not assets that you wish one day will pay you, but assets that pay you every month. If you keep investing in that asset class, one day your cash flow will be your emergency account. My emergency account last month paid me $1.6 million. My cash flow, that's regular cash flow. That's no work involved. That is not 1 second of one day. Okay, and that happens every single month in my life. But that's been because I made a bunch of investments for the last 25 years. So end of every year, I dump all my cash out every year. I'm like, you need to get as close to zero as you can and replace it with assets. Then in January, if I dump out in December, January, I won't pay them. It doesn't have to be a big payment. It just needs to be a trip off that asset. So I'm not going to buy a cup because the cup won't pay me. So in December, I had a bunch of money. Boom. I'm like, make it real. You ready? Yes. Let's go. Take that house, take that cash, that garbage that you have. I already have a surplus in it. So if I can't buy 2 of these, I'm not going to buy one. If I can't write off some portion of it, I'm not going to buy it. If I can't do it out of passive income, I'm not going to touch it. So those are my criteria for making investments, right? And it needs to cash flow. So I took a bunch of this cash that was sitting here, just deteriorating, not providing you a safe, and took it and put it into this asset. And people are like, hey, you're ridiculous. You paid that much money for that thing. Okay. We'll see. So I buy this thing. This thing will provide rental income. I think this year I'll make $3 million off of this in cash flow. And I wish you had to put down and buy a whole lot. I think cash flow. So the reason I did it is not because this is a great deal, but this is a terrible deal. Keeping the cash. Keeping the cash is garbage. This Malibu house is probably one of the worst investments I've ever made. Okay. But I had a bunch of surplus cash. I had already bought in December. We bought
almost 2,000 apartments. If I could have got another apartment deal, I'd have bought another apartment deal with 40 years. But I couldn't. You couldn't find one. I couldn't find another deal. Okay, I still had this money left over. At the end of the year, it's just a thing that I did. End of the year, dump out. Literally like flush the toilet on your savings. So every day I look at my savings account. Okay, it's not because I'm worried about any more money. I know for sure the money's going down in value. Everybody knows that this year. Your money is depreciating, right? It's dropping down in value. What you were told that is 100 grand is not 100 grand. The bank's not even telling you the truth. It's 100 less 11,000. It's 11%, and that would be 34% less. Some people think it's going down 34%, but you're going to still see 100 because this is invisible taxing, right? It's inflation. So I know that. I know it's not 100. So when you guys look at your saying, I got 108,000, you're lying to yourself because you're not doing all the math on 100. This is why Mike Saylor went and took all that money he had and invested in Bitcoin because he's doing the research. So I would listen to him, and I'm not saying you guys should go buy Bitcoin, but I'm not buying Bitcoin. Get that with those levels. Okay, I'm buying assets that can provide me with more cash, with more income. Maybe I should be buying Bitcoin. But anyway, so I dumped this out. I dumped this for now. I've been shopping this piece of real estate for 19 months. I've been working this deal for 19 months. So I'm not being like, okay, I just got to go buy something. I'm not going to do that. But I'm trying to get rid of this cash to go into an asset that has the potential to go up in value over time. I dumped out in January. Okay, I do 3 webinars. That's why everybody wants to know, man, what's the rush to make more money? Because I'm broke. And I got a new house, right? You got bills to pay now, you got expenses. So January 1st comes, I've done 3 webinars already to start filling this up again. Right now, if I walked into January 1st with $40 million sitting in a bank account, what's the rush, man? Yeah, let's plan. Let's do some planning this year. So what I do is I jump out. So every year, for the last 15 years, every January, I end up with more assets. I go broke over here and I go up over here. So what is ready to be rich? How much are we talking about? Because just money. Yeah. I think you probably need 20 million. Then you're rich. You need 20 million. Probably. Now, the problem is, okay, this is where everybody else podcasts. See, the problem is nobody wants to confront the real magnitude of the mathematics. And that's why people buy that ridiculous. What you're saying is you can't imagine how to get to 20 million. See, I wish somebody told me this in accounting. I went to accounting for us for 5 years getting an accounting degree. I only went there for one reason. I thought they were going to teach me how to account. I thought it was a freaking money course. Okay? I'm thinking in the 5th year, dude, it took me 5 years to get out of this course. I'm thinking this year they're going to teach me about it's not. And the only reason I went to that course was to figure out, dude, how do you make money? How do you keep money? How do you help money? The basic money class. So, if you just do the math, you got guys like, oh man, 80 grand, I'm good. 80. Another guy's like, 100 grand and I'm good. They haven't done the math. Another person says, if I just have $1 million, but you haven't done the math, the actual math. How much money is that really? That's 100 grand in Los Angeles. 13,000 goes to this thing. You have 87,000. Okay. Now if that goes to the federal government, you're 42,000. I've done that. Okay, you're 42,000. You go to Whole Foods once a week just to take care of your little baby girl and your wife. You're broke. Okay. So you're broke. You're broke. Okay. And we hadn't handled the healthcare issues. Right. Trump care, Obamacare. You don't care if you don't get your money right. I mean, that's the facts. Yeah. So most people never done the math. There's no school. There's no class. Why is that? Why, man? It's so frustrating. But do you know how many people the middle class is really? How many bad, awful years? Yeah. I mean, just think about it, man. If the middle class is 215 million people in America, and they want to sit there and say, well, look at my 2 boys. Look at my 2 little girls I got dressed for. People in Ethiopia, they're struggling. You know that. Their situation is horrible. Everybody here is rich, including the guy on the street corner who's panhandling. Right? So why is the great question? Why have so many people been living in smell? That is who determines who's the president. Right. But what happened these last
class election. Okay? And middle class is starting to get a little edgy right now. They're starting to be like, I hadn't had a good job. I hadn't had a freaking pay raise. We keep talking about unemployment going down. Where's my money? Okay, I don't get anything at the bank. 1.5%. Right? But your mom, my mom, I watched my mom earn 12%. She earns 1%. So the battle cry back then was save your money. Because you can earn something, right? Save your money today when you get not lose it. You lose money. Okay? So don't take a risk. Don't take a chance to put something. Why rich people do not do this? They get the wealthiest people on this planet. When they went into trains, they went all in on the trains. When Henry Ford went into cars, he didn't diversify. He went all in on cars. Elon Musk, he's going all in on solar. Right? That's how you make hits. But the middle class is on what? A little here, a little here, a little here, a little here. There are 27 different things out there. Why? Who benefits from 27 investments? Those people. Yeah. Okay. Start early. Start early. Okay. Get a Keto account. Get an IRA. Who benefits? All of that money gets pushed over there. So,
Where do you put your money?
let me just say this.
Yeah.
If they offer it to you, okay, it's like insurance in Vegas. You got an ace up. They're like, you want insurance? Dude, if they offer it to you in Vegas, it's $1. Like if they offer it to you, okay. So Wall Street offers something to you. So where do I put my money? I put it on my number one guy. Number two, where it is indestructible. Like the investment has to be indestructible. So I'm indestructible, right? I can invest in it, and I'm in control of that. That's the first thing I would tell everybody, like, don't even invest. Don't even think about financial investment until you have 100 grand set aside. Until then, you got 5, you got 10, you got 22, you got 50. Just keep reinvesting that money in yourself, courses, classes, whatever. And until you're taking the action necessary, the money will show you that. If you keep investing in the view. And then the second thing is where the money goes, okay? The money's got to go into something indestructible. No technology can wipe it out. And it's very simple. So it's simple. What's up, Bitcoin? Because I can't get my head back around that cryptocurrency, and most people can't explain it to me.
If you're receiving payments,
I will take your crypto. I'll take it, but I'm not going to invest in it. I'll take anything. I'll take $1.
yeah, sure.
So, my office feels differently about that. We have this phone call. Hey, will you take 50,000 to Bitcoin? Sherry's like, no. Sherry's like, no. If it's that or that thing, take it, man. Don't tell me that. Figure out how to make it all right to say yes. So, what was your question? You said,
So what are you putting it in?
yeah, I love that. Everybody knows that. I love so the simple thing is, I buy a place where somebody has to live. They rent it. They're going to rent it for me for years. And that's going to pay down the debt. Like, I don't own houses. I don't buy houses. I buy rental property. People try to live. They want to live there because they're great properties. They're really nice properties. And it's affordable living. It's not this $5,000 a month, stuff that you live. It's affordable, $1,100 a month, great neighborhoods, great properties, safe environments. We don't have to fix them up, happy with them, take care of them. We don't abuse anybody. I don't do any government programs. There's a lot of money in it. And I know that money will be there for 30 years. That money will be there 100 years.
Put 100% of your investments in that, or either in yourself, or
in my business, myself, my business. Every surplus penny, twice a year I go broke. Twice a year I put it all in real estate. And then it's I gotta go back and I gotta go literally like real estate guys. There's a saying with real estate guys, don't live in Venezuela because they never have any cash on them. I'm broke right now. Really, we're going all in right now. So
I could find a big unit or a big unit.
I exhaust my reserves, and then we got to go back out. Okay, let's go. Let's go sell a book. Let's go
get a millionaire book out there in the marketplace. Because there's nobody that I know in our space that will push as hard for a $9 product as I will. Right? Nobody. I'll go from one.
Maybe you know Tim Sykes.
Yeah.
He pushes pretty hard.
He won't drop down to like a $40 product. I mean, you come to one of my seminars, you'll see me at the back table. We can sell like $2. So why is that? Because it's a flow. It keeps the flow up. Okay, it's about money's about what is this? It's a circulation. This has to happen for you to have money. And the bigger the circulation, I was in Australia, I was on this diet. It was a 9-day diet. Look, we didn't see land for 8 days. I saw us protecting 80 feet. It was economies without any money. Tremendous economies where they're trading foods, right? I mean, there's all this activity. Giant tubes. A group bigger than this wall right here. And there's this food, right? There's just a cycle of food ecosystem. And that's what the economy is. The economy is basically an ecosystem of people that either have confidence or don't have confidence. Scream and yell. That's why I like New York. I love New York. I feel that energy. I like the circus because, you got the guy hawking. Ed McMahon, you remember Ed McMahon? Okay, Johnny Carson. He was the opening Johnny Carson. Yeah, so you probably don't know who Ed McMahon was. Ed McMahon, he was the opener for Johnny Carson. Johnny Carson preceded Jay Leno and the other two.
Late show, right?
Yeah, exactly. He was the show. Yeah. Well, Ed McMahon was his opener. And I hyped him up. Yeah, good. Here's Johnny. Yeah. Right? That went on for 30 years. I grew up with that mindset. Right? So, black and white. And Ed McMahon, his first job was a barber in a circus. Right over here. You see him in the Home Depots, right? To the Vitamix machine. Ladies and gentlemen, come on over, okay? Have something right there pitching. They're dragging audiences, which is such a powerful thing. And so many people today are unwilling to do that. Like, look at the actors and actresses in this town that wait for the audition. Wait for the phone to ring rather than show up to an audition and say, I don't know this. They have to see it. Dude, that takes big time.
So you're selling $2 stickers, $200,000 programs, and anything in between.
And in November, we raised $15 million for Rothschild. So on, right? Yeah. So, who do you know that can go from $1 to $15? That fast. One thing is because I'm an ethical person. Like, I think people need that sticker. I think people need that book. I think people need investment. I am in control. Somebody asked me to do that. So, to the degree that you are a person, I believe, who's ethically, like, clean hands, is to the degree that they can pitch you can sell hardcore as you want. Yeah. And if you can't, there's something either in your present or in your past. You're still so,
do you feel like you're too pitchy ever? Do you feel like I'm going to go too aggressive?
I've heard that.
Maybe
I've heard that from people that didn't buy from me. And only from people that didn't buy from me. People that buy from me are never complain about me.
What do you think about the people that never buy from you that are following you?
I just either hadn't pitched the right time, found the right time to pitch it, or I haven't seen that. Or maybe they're never going to buy from me.
And how did you sell your wife?
Well,
Sure, that's great. It was really powerful.
I took 13 months. I had to pitch her for 13 months. I'll tell you how I sold her the wagon. I just couldn't. I don't know. Which has much more work out. People, they have commit to something. That's what they're saying. That's a bad.
commit to the right things. Don't just commit to something. I was committed to drugs for 5 years. At one point, it had me. I didn't have it. I couldn't even make the commitment. I didn't have a choice. So, Elena, I was in San Diego, California. Nobody leaves La Jolla to come to LA. Right. Nobody goes north like that. Okay, so I'm living in La Jolla. I'm in an oceanfront house. It was beautiful. It's a playhouse mansion. No woman ever walked in this house with her virginity or her sexuality or anything. Because they all left feeling good about themselves. But you could come with as much resistance as you wanted in this house. This house had a magical spell around it. And so one day I just got to say, I need to lose it. I wanted to get married. I was 35 years old, and I desperately wanted to get married. And I had met enough women in San Diego to know that she wasn't there. Okay? And so I'm like, I'm going to start now. That's how I did it. I'll do it all. So she's like, well, how much money? So I like it. But I want to sell it. Where are you going? So you're going to I had this idea that my wife was going to initially up there. That's all I could do. She's not there. She's in there. So, sold the house. Got all and left Hawaii. I knew everybody in Los Angeles. Every restaurant I walked in, said, yeah, you're like the and which was one of the reasons I had. So it's comfortable. Yeah, totally. Drove up here, had all the stuff in the car, everything was true. Didn't know where I was going to stay. Had no clue where I was going to stay. Never been here, never met anybody. Even know one person. Didn't make a phone call, didn't check it out. Didn't even Google it. I just followed it, like, and met her the first time I was there. Met her in a RV. She was on a shoot for the TV commercial. And got her number from the director. I said, it's wet, it's rare. Now, just think so why you can't. He gave it to me, I called her, nothing. She didn't even meet me. She didn't read at all. We met, she didn't see me. You got to look at it. Yeah. I saw her, she didn't see me. So I called her the next day. Zero. Less than zero. Did she pick up? Well, yeah, I talked to her. Okay. I said, I can tell. You know? And so, called my mom right after she wrote me and said, my wife was around like, that's a beautiful thing about parents. They can teach you good stuff. You got to know this. Your parents have no idea. Just know what they're bad at. My mom was a good mom. She was terrible. Because when she said, it takes two, I'm not going to say thanks, but I said, I know she one person's got to be good. Not just satisfaction. Called her for 26 times. Literally write it down. 14 days to come back. It's call day.
Were you dating other girls or?
Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was taking practice. I gotta keep it.
Sure.
So, but now that being said, 26 phone calls. Okay. 13 months. And 26 phone calls. I'm like, hey, look, I'm gonna rent a shooting room. And I'm gonna rent the whole place for me and you. I like to shoot. I heard you like to shoot. Stupid. They didn't ask what you like. So, trying to knock the door. Okay. So she calls me right back. You're gonna go shooting? You like to shoot? I said, yeah. This was on a Thursday. Yeah. You got to rent it for Saturday. She's like, I'll go with you. I said, great, I'll pick you up. I hang up And some of that means giving up something.
So up with something really good to get something really great.
Yeah, exactly. So you got, and I think a lot of people right now, they're talking, they're reading stuff, they're looking at books, they gotta find something in them about that's so deep. That it's not about money, but that the commitment's so deep that you should be rewarded. And you know that. LeBron should be rewarded. Okay? And Steph Curry should be rewarded big time, right? I mean, like if you're going to get that kind of contract, you should be rewarded. You should literally have gold thrown at your foot. Which is freedom, basically. Like so much money that you get. Somebody said once, they said, look, when money can solve your problems, and that's the purpose of time. Right?
You feel like people can make money, a lot of money, without being fully committed, without mastering skills, to innovate, grow, and
I think they're going to lose it. They couldn't do that for a while.
what do you think people struggle with most?
I think they're trying to find what they love. Everybody's love for what they love. The love thing. This is another misnomer in our society.
About money doing something different.
Exactly. Everybody's like, find something you like. The money will. Tom told that to somebody yesterday at Starbucks. Tom worked for me. Some dude just got off the shift, on a 12-hour shift. And then I got Tom, who helps us run the family. He's giving this guy Chevron advice about, dude, don't take that job. Go do something you love. You know how much you shit. You got no business, no security. Don't give me advice like that. That's dumb. He said, my wife and I said, you can't just do what you want. People have to do the other stuff. We wouldn't have a military, and there would be no Marines, no Navy, no Coast Guard, no policemen, no firemen, if all you did was what you want. Right? Somebody's got to do dirty stuff. Somebody's got to do the hard stuff. So, I think, this is where I'm trying to be more for this house. Grace. I think, that people should follow freedom. And that freedom, that chapter of freedom, you get freedom. And so,
Do you think that can make you a lot of money? And that's do it. If you love it as well, then it's a bonus.
at least you'll have some options with the stuff you love. Okay, they go to So some of the artists come out like, I'm an artist, I said, dude, you died, and so one piece of art. Okay, what a damn shame. Okay, how can you produce such unbelievable works and never tell anybody about it? Because you're so freaking self-centered and selfish. Okay, and so introverted into stuff that you're not willing to go out and say, look at this. Right? Oh, I don't want to brag. Again, you're talking about yourself. The guy's selfish. All these people say, well, I'm an introvert. You're selfish, man. Let's call it what it is. Because when you're talking about your introvert, you're assuming no one else is. You're saying that it's not easy for anybody. Like it's not easy for you, but everybody else is. Everything is about yourself right now. I don't like sales. It's selfish. I don't like talking to people. It's selfish. I don't like what we speak. You're talking about yourself again. I don't need money. You're selfish, dude. Okay? The church, your community, the kids, people need money. Okay? Well, that's not who I am. You're talking about yourself again. See? And like I can put work right now. I don't need financially. I can't exhaust it. But it would be selfish of this. Like Elon Musk. He's an unselfish dude. That's what I know about him. He's a genius and he's unselfish.
Trying to move the world forward with his gifts, his talents.
Yes. He doesn't do that. Yeah, Mark Cuban's on TV all the time. By the way, all these super successful dudes, they're completely doing what your parents said not to do. Getting a lot of attention. Right? You watch Mark Cuban on TV 3, 4, 5 times a week. Okay, and then we'll take every interview they give. Because he knows attention equals freedom. attention equals I can start moving the bar here on the way people do things. Not just money, right? But power and influence.
Get bored of just stop, baby. Get a lot of trouble. She said she won't let you stop.
She push it.
Yeah.
Because she knows if that was a good piece that came out. It was Elena pushes me. Elena's the one. She's the one that wants me to do this. I don't know. Really, I think so. But because what are you going to do? She's the one that says, no, you need to do it. Really, why? I mean, it's like it's a number. It's ridiculous. You can't spend that much money, right? She's like, no, you need to do it because you can. One, you're close. Two, you can. And three, you need a goal so big, right? That you're chasing that you're so interested in that you're excited and you're living and you're beautiful. You got a lot of, and by the way, you're not consuming meat. You don't turn into a carnivore because you're bored. And she's right, because every time in my life when I'm bored, I become destructive.
Get nasty, negative,
I get nasty. Because I'm not being productive. And work is I think work is a gift. Is the gift that doesn't look like a gift from God. People all talk about they don't want to work, they hate work, they hate their job. Dude, I love my jobs. I love jobs. I love having a place to work. I'll take any job. I'd rather any job than no job. I go flip hamburgers. I like doing dirty jobs. Micro, I love micro. Because he'll do a dirty job. And I trust people that will do dirty jobs. And I don't trust people that are like, J-O-B, just over broke. Dude, you're broke now. If you even know that freaking term, you're broke now. Okay?
what's the thing that you think about the most people don't know about? What do you think about?
I'm running out of time. I'm not worried about time. I'm worried about running out of time.
Running out of time for to be what?
For anybody to know, to have made a difference. Like, my dad died when he was 52, so he had just what he thought was just made it. He just made it. Him and my mom were like celebrating how he made it. He bought the house he wanted, and 18 months later he was dead. So, and then I watched my older brother. He was 25 ago. I was 20. He was 25. He died when he was 25. He was. I'm talking to him Sunday night. Getting advice from him. I'm 20. I was in Rothschild. He was in Grand Junction, Colorado. Sunday night. I said, "Man, you think I should do it?" He's like, "Don't do it, man. Don't do it." He was dead the next month. So I just like my whole life. I'm 59. Dude, I've been thinking I was gonna die since I was like 18. Like, okay, I gotta go. So you'll see me like, I still have this. I'm in a hurry to get someplace. University.
I think life is now. Life is now. It's not 10 years from now.
That's right.
Now it's time to make the decision. Now it's time to push. Now it's time to be more aggressive and go for what you want.
Yeah.
And get freedom.
Yeah. And 10 years from now, the results of what you get 10 years from now is going to be what you did right now.
Yeah.
So like in my office, everything is now. Hey, did you send that deal in? No, I'm going to get to it. No, you ain't going to get to it, dude. We're going to do it right now. Right. Let's do it right now. And I think I shared something with your group the other night about anytime my group, the people that work with me are overwhelmed, we add something.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's great. Because it proves to everybody
You're not alone.
come on, you have trauma. Right. Ladies, please don't take offense. I love little girls. I have 2 of them. They're like princesses. But I teach my little girl, don't act like a little girl. Sometimes you gotta throw her down.
Wow. And I love how you do every single day. Everything is measured and everything is tracked. Everything is talked about publicly with your team. I think you said you have 50 or 60 team.
Yeah.
So at 9:05 every single morning, the whole team is there. What if someone's late and doesn't care? No. Everyone's there. 9:05.
That happens twice.
I really love it. So everyone's there. And then you list out a number of stats, right? What are some of the things you guys list out?
Everything that would be validation of success. Yeah. So like your wall here, right? All the people that came in.
validation. That's a reminder. Hey, this is working. We don't talk about anything negative in the meeting. Zero. No administrative. Turn in your. Somebody mentioned the insurance or the carrier or something like that. We don't do that in this meeting. Okay. This meeting is results meeting. All the battles we won. Okay. If 17 people died, that will not be reported in this meeting. This is going to be all the hills that we took. Right. So it's going to be YouTube views. It's going to be Instagram followers. All the way down to calls, contacts, call time. Like we hit every front. We'll knock on a door, we'll call code, we'll use technology.
You say sales numbers for the previous day.
Yeah, everything.
And I love how you said that you're constantly looking at execution. Is that right? I think I said it. You said it. So it's sale. So if it's not going up,
Call me General Brand.
if sales are not going up or numbers are not going up,
Yeah, and you're looking for somebody that, I'm sorry. No, we look for somebody to execute. So we do not tolerate flat number. So if I go to a company, I'm like, how you guys doing? Oh man, we're on track to do what we did last quarter. You're not. You understand that? That you can't keep a flat line. Gravity will pull a flat line down. So all flat lines are down. That's flat line. He's flat lining. So flat line for me, I'm dying. And I've been there, by the way. I had a couple companies actually. I let flat line for a while, and then I paid the price of that. So I'm like, I really let that.
it's also like a psychological thing. You think less inspired, you're less motivated, you're not seeing reality.
This is happened in newspapers, it's happened on TV, happened in Macy's. Nobody wants to pay attention to it. It happened in Blockbuster. They just kept saying for years, no, it's coming back, we're coming back. No, you're not doing it. So flat lines are also for households. Households in America. By the way, economy defined is the management of a household, by definition. And the reason I say this is because when I'm talking about graphs right now, I have this visual image of the graph of the median income in America, and it's going just like this. It was flat for years. It was doing like this for back in the 50s and 60s. And then all of a sudden it flattened out, and now it's doing this. It's in this major emergency trend, right? And it's been like this for like 18 years now, just like doing just like this. You can't reverse this trend, by the way. There's too many people responsible. So people need to be, this is the middle class that everybody thinks is safe. Okay? If they told you the truth, they would say this is a poverty line today. Because that's what it will be doing. So, and these are the people, 76% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. So they're not looking at this graph. They're like, I'm better off than the guy that's homeless because I got my 2 BMWs and I got my 2 kids going to 2 good schools. In debt, right? They're all in debt. Yeah. Like up to here, right? But my house, it's almost paid for. 15 years, it's going to be paid for. And all that. Those are 3 major scams in America. The house puffed up the banks, right? The schools, the college debt, 1.3 trillion. Tremendous amount of Wall Street money sitting here. That's all pension fund money. But everybody's denying this graph right here. We're better off than people in Ethiopia. So that's why I look at graphs, right? Because numbers don't lie. People lie. Yeah. Numbers don't lie.
That is true. What's a smart spend versus a bad spend?
I don't really know anything that's a smart spend, but you spend money. When you spend money, you don't get an investment back. And when you invest money, at least you got a possibility. At the very least, you get a tax write-off. So if I spend money on a belt, I can't write it off. I can only wear it. And if I invest money in a Grant Cardone belt and wear it on stage and it flops as a product and nobody ever buys it, it's at least a write-off. It was at least a promotion. So a bad investment is still better than a smart spend. So wealthy people don't spend money, they invest money. Number 2, they also know that money is not required. I think a lot of us, if we grew up poor, we believe it takes money to make money. Our parents told us that. Maybe a grandparent or the neighbor or somebody said that to us because that was their how they justified not having their breakthrough and getting trapped. They're like, oh, the reason I didn't get out, and we know everybody's got an excuse in their lifetime. Everybody uses it at some point in their lifetime to trap themselves. This idea that it takes money to make money is not true. It's a myth. It's the number one reason why I did the show, the Discovery Show, to debunk that on TV, that I didn't need any money at all. They offered me $100. I'm like, just keep it. They're like, no, we got to give it to you. It's part of the show. And I'm like, I don't need the 100. They're like, no, but you got to take the 100. It's part of the show. So the third thing I would say about wealthy people is different people have different ways they invest, but they tend to be more focused on the long-term appreciation of an asset rather than give me money this second. And I think they're not stuck in this get-rich-quick thing.
It's a delayed gratification.
Yeah, they're more like, I'd rather have wealth tomorrow than rich today. And they do have a distinction between the rich and the wealthy. The super wealthy are looking to create wealth beyond their own means and needs. Like, they're not thinking about their kids, their boat, their plane. I know people think that, but that's not actually true. They're actually thinking about, how do I create wealth for a lot of people? Amazon's got 1 billion employees. Now, most of them only earn minimum wage, but there's some people at the upper level of Amazon that are making fortunes.
Yeah, and I'm curious, you wanted to debunk this myth of that it takes money to make money, which is something I heard a lot growing up, and a lot of people think, well, unless I can't make it because I can't invest it until I have it. So what were the lessons you learned, starting from essentially zero, having no money, no contacts, no relationships, no opportunities in a town that you went to for this show? Where did you realize that were the keys to actually making money, even if you didn't have any?
Well, as you see the show, you see that I actually never make any money, right? So the two girls, they actually tried, they followed 3 of us. And the 2 girls went out and got a job in the first week. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong, or my way's more better or worse, but they are strategies, okay? They're different strategies. I was not there to get a job or to earn money. I was there looking for one thing, opportunity. I never spent time looking for money ever the entire 90 days, okay? I'm not looking for money. I was actually looking for contracts through the contacts. I wasn't looking for money because I knew the evaluation of the company in the last segment. An evaluator will come in and determine what my company's worth, my new company, right, that I created. And at that point, I just need to validate to him, dude, my company's worth this based on that. The entire 90 days, I never touched the first 100 they gave me. And this was to prove to people, dude, you do not need money. Like, it's not true you need money. You do need contacts.
You need people.
You need people. You need the right people, though. The right people that are already in play. Okay? Just because the guy's got money. I remember a billionaire friend of mine, he could buy a jet. And I said, hey, Bob, should I buy a jet? He said, you should, I shouldn't. Meaning, Grant should, because, and he's way wealthier than I am, he could have bought 40 of them. He's like, I don't have a place to go on mine. You can use yours every day. So you got to find somebody that's in place, somebody that not just has money, but somebody that wants to do more with their money. So you'll notice in the first 10 days, I don't spend any money.
Experience.
Trade by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Good to see you, man. Thank you. We first met, what was it, like, at least 20 years ago, right? 22 years ago. Was it 22? Wow. So, I had seen you, and I don't even remember how I got in touch with you. Because this is before my podcast. You emailed me. Okay. So did I email you off your website? Is that what it was? I think so. And then you said if you're ever in LA, it's me, but I happen to be in LA. Synchronicity. Yeah. So let's take everybody on this journey with you. So you were a young man. You were fascinated by NASA. You were a NASA fan. You had NASA photos on the wall of your room. What happened? What happened to you you that you're essentially you're known worldwide as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory. You're the guy who's researched it the most. You're the guy who can auto recall the most information, and you're the guy that the people that believe the moon landing theory the most. So how does this all happen?
Well, let me start by saying a comment about the use of theory. It's not a theory. They did fake the moon landing. That's a fact, whether people realize it or not.
Okay, but we weren't there, so let's just go on what we know in terms of facts. And I'm going to call it theory.
Okay, you're
Just for fun. I'm just trying to. Well, I'm going to have to steal now some of the arguments against you. You know, obviously, I mean, this is a fascinating but yet very challenging subject. I think today more people are aware of the insanely widespread deception that the government was involved in during the same time as the moon landing. I think this is important. I know a lot of people who get very angry when you question the moon landing. They use terms like patriotism, they use terms like national pride, like we did this incredible thing, the scientists that we have. I understand what they're saying. I understand where they're coming from entirely. But we have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how the world works. And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about, the Nixon administration, we talk about the Gulf of Tonkin incident, where they got us into Vietnam, where there was bullshit false flag that wound up killing how many people? It was like 1 million people dead because of that.
3 million people, including 58,212 Americans.
Okay, there's that. There's Operation Northwoods during the same time period. Operation Northwoods was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, where they were going to initiate false flags to try to get us moving. Blow up a German jetliner into Cuba. They were going to find Cuban president. So there's all these things. There's the assassination. They still want this. There's really many, and there's Nixon. This one's the one that people hold on to because it's a source of national pride, and it is also what the accomplishments and past accomplishments. These people are able to make wild shit that we know about. Space shuttle, amazing things. It seems to a lot of people that by calling the moon landing fake, you're discounting that. You're discounting that amazing accomplishment. What I want people to do is to say, what did they tell the truth? If this is the one thing that you want to hang your house, I know they lied about it. They lied about MK Ultra. They were dosing up Johns and Bravos with acid and watering them. They dosed up Charles Manson, probably trained him to be a cult leader in prison. The whole MK Ultra thing is 100% of it was, so from the age of, I was asleep at that. But at the age of 2, I got those pictures. Saw them. I mean, even if I saw them once a day, for 3,650 here, probably saw them 3 times. So I see these pictures over the years. Living their own world and being effective and great. And then I'm 15 years old, and I see Bill Gates, former Rothschild employee, working for NASA, program with high security clearances. And so 3 years later, is it possible to be able to overcome those challenges? Because we're going to go over many years. Yes, it's important, but I need to every step. So here's how you can prove that's not. Okay, just to, so the number one proof that we have is simply the deductive reason that today, we're better rocket designs and computer design. The farthest fantastic is the rocket to the astronauts in space. The moon. That's why there's humanity. So orbit the moon, they can't even land because they would have to take a vacation. So what they're really claiming is back in 1969, we had scheduled from the first step when all of that computers and 1 million computers have cell phones. They said astronauts farther into space than they can send today with 3 years better technology. What they're really claiming, they had 1,000 times better technology in 1969 than they do today. Not necessarily, well, but that is because you can't have better technology in the past and in the future. Right, but they haven't done a moon program today. So if they start a moon landing program today, the technology is fast. So it would take less time. It would take less time to return to the moon. If they let it take more, but they're not doing it. Right, they're not doing it. Right. During the because they can't do it. But that's what you're saying. Yeah, I'm with you. But the Apollo program doesn't exist today. The Apollo program was a massive program to try to beat Russia, get the first person to go. And it was a concerted effort by how many scientists? How many people were involved? How many employees? How many overall? It's very compartmentalized, right? How many people overall were involved in the Apollo program? A couple hundred guys. That's a lot of people to organize, to motivate, to focus on one very specific goal. That's not happening today. So to say that we can't do it today, it's like people would say, if I was steel man in their position, I would say, no, we're not trying to do it today. If we wanted to do it today, we can do it today. Well, actually, they 400,000 says at the peak Apollo program employed 400,000 people required supporting 20,000 industrial firms and universities. So here's the argument against deep fake. But everyone would know, and everyone would tell, and it would get out. Well, that's, you have that stuff. First of all, Eugene Krebs, flight director, he said that his own that a person in the command center during a long can tell no difference between computer simulated flight. Can't tell the difference. Just the way the right. So the person in the command center cannot tell the difference at home. And then you really think this CIA is so stupid. Tell a person that and then just like that would be but that's the way we get it. However, if someone in the command center doesn't know, then the command center once the rocket is done, there's only 3 hypotheses to it. It's actually much easier to think than we realize. A bank teller, and how many bank tellers are at Wells Fargo? Hundreds of thousands, 100,000 bank tellers probably. But do they know what the CEO knows of the direction of the bank? You see, there's a big difference. And then we have no independent press coverage. World War II had millions
million or more eyewitnesses in Europe, but there's no independent press coverage. It's much easier to fake than people realize, and then people want it.
I also want to put people in the mindset of humans that lived in 1969 incredibly limited access to information. We become incredibly spoiled by the internet, by the ability to search things and just read debunkings, scientific papers, all these different things that are available to you read today. And just were not available. And you knew either what you learned at school or what the government or your employees told you, your employers told you. That was it. That's all you had access to. So these people that were working for NASA, to think that they had the kind of understanding of the way things are manipulated that we have today, there's no way they didn't know about the Gulf of Tonkin then. They didn't know about Operation Northwoods. They didn't know about so many things that we know that the government has done. The Kennedy assassination hadn't happened yet, or it would happen, but they still didn't know who had done it. That they had wrapped it up and said the Harvey Oswald act. Without this Ruger film, without the subsequent investigations of it, where people said, wait a minute, this is kept going back and forth from Russia, Jackson goes in the bomb, what really happened here? Back in 1969, this was an innocent country. It was a different way. People had a much different way of looking at things.
Well, the people were innocent, but the government were. They just killed their own president. They just faked the beginning of the Vietnam War, and they were emboldened to fake the moon landing because they had complete control over the media and a public who wanted to believe it, and even people at NASA Command Center couldn't tell the difference between the simulation and the real life.
But also had a history of thinking. They had a history of deception. It was a part of the fabric of the organization. They were deceiving all the time. They were deceiving United States citizens all the time.
Well, and they still are. That's the thing about the moon landing and why it's so significant. I mean, let's take a look at the two possibilities. Either they went to the moon on the first attempt, had a schedule, 1 million, getting 5% off, and they can only send out. Okay. Instead, they did that, came back with war. They lied to the world. They lied to their own people. They embezzled the modern equivalent of $200 billion. They gave them medals of honor for being such good liars. They printed it on stamps and coins on the university. If that's true, which it is, that's so much more profound an event than had they actually gone. So one of the greatest events in human history is actually this thing of the moon landing. And we have to understand these people are still at large. You don't say, oh, well, there's a child kidnapper in the neighborhood and one child disappears every month for the last 33 years of the month. These people are in charge right now. They did things that were many. Don't believe me? Go to SitRail.com. Watch 17 clips for free.
Have you had the debates with people that think definitely what you're doing is dangerous or ridiculous?
Well, the most interesting comment I got is I showed all this proof to a college professor at a major university. All this proof. I mean, like I said, shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, but you can't duplicate it. Sunlight. And they didn't go through all this proof. The footage didn't come.
So to stop you there, that doesn't mean they didn't go through. That means that photograph is fake.
Okay. Well, why would the pictures be fake if they really went? But
Well,
in any case,
you could make the argument that the radiation damaged the cameras weren't able to get real photographs and so they made a conscious decision to use fake photographs.
well, I think if you're really going to the moon, you wouldn't dare fake any of it.
I think they had a lot more hubris back then. They faked a lot more press back then. It's pretty common. I mean, you know the famous one, the Gemini 15, where you see Michael Collins in a simulation where he's doing a drill, he's attached to wire, and then they just use the same image and blacked it out and reversed it.
Yeah, so you're saying NASA has a track record of faking space flights before then? Yeah, you're right.
Or publicity firms that work for NASA have a limited amount of photos to work with, and they decided to manipulate some so that they can have the photos that they didn't have of an actual event which really took place.
Well,
it was a spacewalk.
But what we have is them faking being halfway to the moon.
Right, but they do things like the spacewalk. They do things like the Space Center. So
Yes.
that's where it gets confusing.
Well,
right?
they can't leave Earth.
That's where it gets confusing.
Right.
So the real problem, the question
they detonated a nuke in radiation belts, right? Didn't they do something like that? Something kooky? They're trying to blow a hole through the radiation belts.
I've heard that. I don't know. It's not confirmed.
Yeah, it's secrets for real stuff. But what is Operation? Google that. What is Operation Starfish Prime? I remember reading that. Like, they shot a nuke into space. Starfish Prime is a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States joint effort with the Atomic Energy Commission and the Defense Atomic Support Agency. It was launched from Johnson Atoll on July 9, 1962. It was the largest nuclear test conducted in outer space, and one of the 5 conducted by the U.S. in space. A 4 rocket carrying a W-49 thermonuclear warhead designed at Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, and a MK-2 re-entry vehicle was launched from Johnson Atoll in the Pacific Ocean, about 900 miles west-southwest of Hawaii. The explosion took place at an altitude of 250 miles. So is that essentially like where the space station is? Above a point 19 miles southwest of Johnson Atoll, a yield of 1.4 megatons. The explosion was about 10 degrees above the horizon, as seen from Hawaii at 11 p.m. So what was the goal behind this, or at least what was the publicly stated goal behind blowing up a fucking thermo nuke in space?
Well, I guess they were trying to see if they could open up the radiation.
That was the
order to
idea.
go to the moon. They knew that the radiation.
Was this connected though? Was this program connected to NASA officially?
I think they were trying to see if they could open a way.
Look what it says there. Look what it says there. Starfish Prime, and this always happens, caused an electromagnetic pulse that was far larger than expected. So much larger that it drove much of the instrumentation off scale, causing great difficulty in getting accurate measurements. The Starfish Prime electromagnetic pulse also made those effects known to the public by causing electrical damage in Hawaii, about 900 miles away from the detonation, knocking out about 300 streetlights. Holy shit! Setting off numerous burglar alarms and damaging a telephone company microwave plate. These boys were wild. They just experimented with a fucking nuclear bomb in space, and it blew out 300 streetlights in Hawaii. Shut up. Imagine your burglar alarm goes off because the fucking government launched a nuke into space. Holy shit. The EMP damage to the microwave link shut down telephone calls from Hawaii to the other Hawaiian islands. A total of 27 small rockets were launched from Johnson Atoll to obtain experimental data from the Starfish Prime detonation. In addition, a larger number of rocket-borne instruments were launched from Barking Sands, Kauai, in the Hawaiian Islands. A large number of United States military ships and aircraft were operating in support of Starfish Prime in the Johnson Atoll area. And across the nearby North Pacific region, a few military ships and aircraft were also positioned to reach the South Pacific Ocean near Samoan Islands. The location was at the southern end of the magnetic field line of the Earth's magnetic field from the position of the nuclear detonation, an area known as the Southern Conjecture region for the test. So this is some why they were doing it, though. I'm interested to see what the vibe give me some sort of a logical explanation why you just took a fucking chance and launched a nuke 250 miles into the sky. Okay, what they said they were doing? Okay, it began in response to the Soviets' announcement on August 30th, 1961 that they would end a 3-year moratorium on testing. But it began in response, right? But why did they do it in space? I understand that they might have did nuclear tests back then because of the moratorium. Aliens killed aliens with nukes. That's probably why the aliens started showing up. And that's the whole folklore about Fat Man. Drop the bombs and the aliens started showing up. Hey, what are you doing? Which I would do if I was an alien. That's around the time I would start landing. Like, as soon as they start dropping bombs in the cities, like, Jesus Christ. So, we know they did that. That's a real thing. Why they do it? The speculation is that they were trying to open up a portal to make passage through the Van radiation. Now, the people that say that it's easy to go through the Van radiation will tell you that there is a donut. It's not like covering the entire sphere of Earth evenly. That there's openings at the top. This is correct.
Well, yeah, but then they would have to launch it to North Pole or South Pole.
the only way you can do it to get through those holes.
That's right. According to NASA's own flight plan, they went directly through this sector. That's why they launched from southern Florida.
Okay, so what they would say is that it's not that dangerous, and it's just like being exposed to a few X-rays, and that the people were shielded.
Well, go to SIPRound.com and watch the
Well, just click right on it. You're right there, so I just
Yeah,
want
well, I'm
to
just
give you
saying,
the
I'm just
opportunity.
saying,
And what they would say to you, the clip there is that Kelly Smith, he's an employee at NASA, explaining something that most people don't know.
well, the Earth started out about 1,000 miles and extended to about 30,000 miles. It's a huge span of radiation. And astronauts have to go through to the moon and through again back. First he says it's dangerous, and then he says that the technology for an astronaut to go through it to the moon back and survive.
Let's listen to him say this. And when did he say this?
I think he said that in 2014.
But that would be the argument against. So let's go.
We get further away from this after the area dangerous. Radiation like this can hurt the guidance systems of computers or other electronic
Okay. Did you say that over and over again? Okay. See that? What was it?
Well, it says if I solve these challenges before we send for this region of space. He's talking about sending people beyond our orbit through the radiation. And he says that
What's that? Yeah, what is it? What is it? You said 2014?
Yeah, I think so.
And what was this?
The Orion project was
And what year was this? What year? So the Orion project was a new project for 2014 to 2012.
correct. They were using part of that spacecraft as a part of the mission when they sent mailing the radiation belt. He says we must first solve these challenges of radiation protection before we send people through this region of space, meaning the technology to send an astronaut through the radiation and survive has not been.
Well, that's not exactly what he was saying. I see where you're going with this, but what he did say that was it was dangerous radiation. You wrote deadly in all capital letters. But what he was just saying was dangerous. He specifically talked about instrumentation. He didn't say dangerous in terms of like to people.
Right, because that would be more of a clue that they didn't go.
Well, it would be a thing that you would go, like, hey, how did they do it? And then you open up a can of worms.
Right.
So
He says we must solve these challenges of protecting the astronauts before we send people right through this region of space, meaning people cannot go through it until the radiation is developed, and it has not yet been developed a way to send astronauts through it and survive in 2014. So if it's not been invented in 2014 yet, then it wasn't invented in 1969.
Well, I think another thing that's important is that if you're saying that radiation is dangerous to instrumentation, it's going to be dangerous to others. Even if you, but I'm saying even if you don't say that. He did say people before he said people, but you could say, imply, not saying this is true, but by what he's saying, that what he's saying is instrumentation will be damaged, not dangerous.
They also said right through this region.
Right, but it could be because they would lose their instrumentation. You could interpret that. I'm just trying to be as generous as possible.
You're overly generous there.
I'm trying to. So what is this, Jess? Okay, here it is. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all the systems. Only one way to know if we got it right. fly it into space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belt, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
So the challenges have not been solved in 2014. So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the thing is, even if they did solve it back then, how did they do it? This is the question. This is what we know about the spaceship. What we know about the Apollo 11. What we know about the shielding that it had.
They had 1/8 of an inch of aluminum. Now, when you get a dental X-ray, they use 1/4 inch lead. And so that's for 1/24 of a second. They would be in that for an hour to an hour and a half going to the moon, and an hour to an hour and a half coming back. So
what would that be the equivalent to, roughly, in terms of like X-rays?
it would be 100 times more than a lethal dose, according to their own reports, which are documented at Sabril.gov. All for free. You go in there and watch the videos and read the documentation.
Okay, and to be clear, how many people have gone through that, supposedly?
Well,
What was the first one? So the first one, there was an orbit of the moon, a man orbit of the moon before there was a land.
yeah, there were allegedly 24 people who have allegedly gone through it to the moon and back. But the footage we uncovered shows them faking being halfway to the moon